Good morning, everyone. I'm Councillor Laura Mays, and I am the Chairman of Wiltshire Council, and I'd like to welcome members and the public to this meeting of the Council. Before we start with apologies. I've had apologies from Ernie Clark and Jane Davis. Any other apologies, please? Councillor Holder.
Yeah, we have apologies from Monica Devendran.
Thank you. Any other apologies?
Councillor O'Neill sends his apologies, but he will be joining us late.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else from other groups? No, no, good attendance. Thank you very much. Okay, so second item is the minutes of the previous meeting. Please note that under minute 27 on page 8, the number of votes cast for the secret ballot for vice chairman should list 46 votes for Councillor Newbury rather than 47. With that correction, I therefore move that the minutes of the meeting of the Council held on the 20th of May 2025, as contained in the agenda from pages 7 to 36 of your summons, be confirmed and signed as a true record. Are you happy to second that?
I am.
Vice Chairman. Are there any objections to the minutes being approved? Can't see any. So the minutes are therefore approved. Declarations of interest. In a moment, I will ask members if they have any disclosable interest to declare to the meeting. I remind everyone that where a member has a disclosable pecuniary interest, they are required to leave the room during the discussion or vote on that specific matter unless they have received a dispensation. If a member has an other registrable interest or non-registrable interest when they would need to withdraw from the meeting in their capacity as a councillor during discussion or vote on that specific matter unless they have received a dispensation but would not be required to leave the room. So I will now ask, do members have any declarations of disclosable interests to make? We have one here.
Thank you. I need to declare out an interest in item 13. I'm a civil servant in the energy sector, so I won't be able to take part in that debate.
Thank you very much. Any other declarations? No. Excellent. Thank you. So, Chairman's announcements. Just want to say a personal word that I think, as you know, I was a little taken aback when I was made Chairman last time. I can guarantee I'm a bit more settled into the role now and have been fully briefed on this meeting, unlike the last meeting when obviously I'd had no briefing at all. So, and I'm enjoying it. So, we will crack on. And I did re-watch the YouTube video of me, and I do remember saying the need to be kind, courteous, and succinct. And so I will stick to that and hope that everyone can abide by that today. So on the screen, you will see a list of engagements that I've attended since the 20th of May. And also, if we move on to the Vice Chairman has also attended a number of events. I now want to draw people's attention to the King's birthday honours. And following the following Wiltshire residents were honoured in His Majesty the King's birthday honours, which will all be recorded in the minutes. Obviously, I am delighted for everyone who received these honours. It's brilliant for Wiltshire that we've got so many outstanding people. But I would like to pay particular tribute to Pierre Pritchard, who many members will know was a senior social worker manager at Wiltshire Council until her recent retirement. She was with us for 40 years, and as previous member for Children's Services, lead member for Children's Services, I worked with her. And she was a tireless advocate for safeguarding and family support in Wiltshire, and has been instrumental in many pioneering initiatives that have helped transform family and children's services. And I was absolutely delighted to see that she had been awarded an MBE. And also Deborah Haynes, she was formerly an officer of Wiltshire Council and now working for Dorset and Wiltshire Fire Authority, has also been honoured for her services to the resilience community. And last but by no means least, one of our foster carers, Linda Gainey, received a BEM for her outstanding services to foster care. So can we just do a round of applause for all those who did that? Thank you. A briefing from the Chief Constable and Police and Crime Commissioner. So this is to remind members that a briefing's been arranged with the Police and Crime Commissioner and the Chief Constable on Thursday, the 24th of July at 2 p.m. The briefing is to provide an update to councillors on the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner and Wiltshire Police, highlighting the journey made since coming out of Engage, which is the improvement programme, and to ensure councillors are aware of the key priorities on their strategic plan. This will be an online meeting and be recorded, and there will be an opportunity for questions. We now move on to item 5. Right, yes, thank you very much. I wasn't sure when to do that. Okay, I just want to note, as part of my chairman's announcements, I want to make a couple of changes to the order of the agenda. So I would like to move the item 9, the Youth Justice Plan, to go after the Youth Council update. So that we'll have those 3 young people agenda items all together. So Treasury Management will come after the Youth Justice Plan, if that's all right. And then on the motions, because of the public interest, I would like to move that the Lime Down Solar Farm is the motion that we debate first, followed by the number 14, the climate emergency motion, then the weight limits one, and then finally the Ask Angela scheme. Is everyone happy that we do that? Good, thank you, excellent, thank you very much. So public participation. So at this point, I will explain how public participation will work for this meeting. For statements, members of the public who've registered to make a statement will be called upon to speak for up to 3 minutes each, and I will be very strict on timing today. We've got a very full agenda, so I do ask anyone who's planning to speak to look very carefully at what they're going to say and see if it ensure that it is at less than 3 minutes. I remind any speakers that statements must relate to the item of the agenda they are speaking to, and that once their statement is concluded, they may not speak further on the item. And I will remind speakers to remain on topic and on time. We've received 13 public questions for this meeting, and any questions and their responses are included in Agenda Supplement 1. I will take the questions as read under the relevant agenda items. If a questioner wishes to ask their question at the meeting, they will be given 1 minute to ask each question as it's been submitted. For each question submitted, the questioner will be permitted to ask 1 supplementary question, which must be relevant to the original question or arise from the response given. We're dealing with questions that are not relevant? Can I ask if Sonia Kotevska or Mark Bailey are here? They aren't. No, so we don't need to deal with those at the moment. Okay, thank you. Petitions. Finally, the petitions update can be found on pages 37 to 38. I ask that the council note the update on petitions. Vice Chair to second. All those in favour say aye. All those against say nay. Any abstentions? Nope. Oh, so that is passed. Thank you. So we move on to substantive items on the agenda now. So we start with item 6, which is the annual report of the Corporate Parenting Panel. The report for this item is on pages 39 to 116 of your summons. I call upon Councillor John Hubbard, Cabinet Member for Children, Education and Skills, to introduce this item and move the recommendations.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you. You'll have to excuse you can't slightly caught us on the hop. I was expecting more public participation and questions, so I just frantically texted Joe saying bring them in. So we have some young people who'll be joining us, but I'm sure they don't need to hear what I have to say, so I will kick off. So I'm delighted to present the annual report of the Corporate Parenting Panel covering April 24 to March 25. As I said at our last council meeting, we are all corporate parents. The young people that will be coming in this morning are young people we are responsible for. along with 480 or so other young people that live in our county. So all councillors share responsibility for ensuring the best outcomes for children in our care and our care experienced young people aged up to 25. So the report that's before us this morning demonstrates how we've fulfilled this vital role over the past year. The Corporate Parenting Panel has met 5 times during this period, focusing on the Council's 5 strategic priorities for our looked after children, which were, I'm delighted to say, developed with our young people. And those are ensuring children feel safe and happy in stable homes, supporting educational achievement and employment opportunities, promoting physical and emotional well-being, fostering positive relationships and community inclusion, and ensuring young people's voices are heard and influence decision-making. I'm particularly proud to highlight that our continued outstanding rating from Ofsted for children's social care services, alongside our top SEND inspection rating, making us one of the best in the South West. The success of our Care Experienced Hub, which opened in January 24. Our innovative Voice Ambassador programme, which ensures young people's perspectives shape our services. The progress on our placement sufficiency strategy, with new residential homes and supported accommodation being developed within Wiltshire, and the strong educational outcomes achieved through our virtual school. Sam, in a moment, will provide some further details as chair of the Corporate Parenting Panel, but I wanted to emphasise that the feedback from our young people themselves demonstrates the real impact of this council's work. As one young person said about their personal advisor, I just want to say thank you for everything you have done for me over the last couple of years. I really hope that you know how much of an impact you had on me and my life. So I commend this report to Council, but I just want to add one extra thing as well. I get the privilege and honour, as does Sam this morning, to stand up and talk about this work of the success achieved over the last year, but can only claim credit for 8 weeks' worth of it. And the quality of the work that's in here is a tribute to the work of our predecessors. And just as later on, when we come to talk about the environment debate and we can concentrate on the good work Richard and his team put in on that, I think the good work on this report belongs to Laura and her team from last year. And I would like to stress that. Sam.
Thank you, John. This report shows...
Sorry, I need someone to second the
Happy
motion.
to second.
You'll second it, thank you.
Sorry, in my error.
Thank you, John. This report shows the scale of our responsibility as corporate parents, the progress we've made and the work still to do. I wanted to highlight some of the numbers for you to give you a clearer picture of where our children are living and the types of care they receive. As
Point
of
of information, I missed the seconder.
I seconded.
Thank you.
Wiltshire was responsible, as of March 25, for 482 children and 369 care experienced young people. That's around 850 young people who rely on us to get it right. And of course, these numbers change daily. Children come into care, leave care, and move through different stages of support, but the responsibility is constant. Of the children in our care, as I said, this changes daily, around 64% are in foster care, 16% are fostered by relatives and friends, 5% are placed at home when safe to do so, 10% are in residential care, and 3% are placed for adoption, 7% are placed in independent living, and 1% are in other types of accommodation. In the report, there's lots to be proud of. The key message is performance is strong with really good social work practice. In the report, you would have seen the voice of the young person is front and centre, as it should be. The Children in Care Council continues to be a powerful voice for change, and I want to thank them for every contribution they make, and you'll hear from one of them today, Jack. Our voice ambassadors are doing brilliant work, making sure that young people are not only heard, but also listened to. We've seen improvements in lots of areas: health assessments, emotional well-being support, and partnership working. And I want to take a moment to thank our officers across children's services for their hard work and dedication. This report reflects their commitment, and they deserve recognition for this. But also, I think we need to be honest about where we're falling short. The attainment gap is still there. Our children in care aren't always getting the grades they deserve, not because of lack of ability, but because the system hasn't always supported them. Transitions are another key message. Moving from being in care into adulthood is a major step, and too often young people feel that support drops away when they need it most. The report highlights the work being done to improve this: better pathway planning, stronger links with housing, education and employment, a step in the right direction, but there's still more to do. And finally, placement sufficiency. We need to do more to have more local placements, more foster carers, more supported accommodation. Currently, 34% of our children are placed out of county. And whilst out of county placements are sometimes necessary, we should continue to aim to ensure that our children are kept close to home, friends, family, and communities wherever possible. So, every councillor in the room has a part to play. As Laura, our chair, has said every year previously whilst I've been in this chamber, if each of us helped to find 2 new foster carers, we'd have enough to meet local need. And more of our children could stay closer to home. So in conclusion, the report identifies areas for us to focus on moving forward. It demonstrates the continued dedication of our officers, the hard work of our foster carers, our commitment to listening to young people, and shared determination to keep improving. It reminds us, as John has said, that corporate parenting is not just the job of the corporate parenting panel, but a responsibility we all share. And now I believe Jack is here to speak. Yes.
Can I ask that everyone in this chamber closes down their laptops, stops looking at their phones, and concentrate on this lovely chap who is going to be talking to us so that we can hear every word he says.
Yeah,
It's a very brave thing to stand in front of us, and we welcome you here today.
Thank you. So I'll give you a little bit backstory about myself. So I am Jack, and I'm also a young person who spent 15 years in care, and then I am now a care leaver. I was happily given this choice by having the offer from 4 years ago by joining a community that gives the young people a voice, and I think that is very important, that today I can stand here and proudly say in front of all of you that young people voices are better than it used to be. I think the opportunity that I have here is outstanding, and I would like to say thank you for all of you for letting me speak with my voice. Another thing is that I would also not be here if I didn't have Staying Close. I think they're wonderful people. Thank you for all of you guys. I think I speak from the bottom of my heart that I have an opportunity because of them. Another thing is that the fostering panels, especially that I've seen people every day lose the opportunity of young people because they didn't have a family to care for them. But having the opportunity every day where a young person can have a voice about foster panel, foster carers every day, I think that is brilliant. And sitting there, when I'm in a Teams meeting saying, is this person good enough for a young person? They are. And saying that yes or no, having that voice is brilliant. And I think we need to focus on that. I think we need to focus more on the young person voice and less on maybe this is what we want, this is maybe what the young person needs. No, we need to sit there and think this is actually what they said. We need to go forward and follow them. because we don't have, I'm getting older and I'm losing the touch of understanding a young person. So we need to go for the new generation, maybe start earlier, maybe understand what they need and start having that type of focus, because today I wouldn't be here if I didn't have someone approach me, and speaking here today is that opportunity for everyone to grow and maybe have a better future in Wiltshire. Thank you.
Well done, Jack. Right, follow that. Ian, so we now hear from group leaders before opening the debate to other members. Councillor Ian Thorne.
Well, thank you, Chair. Yes, follow that. If you want an example of an extraordinary, impassioned, powerful speech which absolutely hits the nail on the head, we've heard from Jack, and that's probably, I would say this with the deepest respect to all of my colleagues, probably the best speech we will hear in this chamber today. So Jack, thank you very much indeed. Thank you to John and thank you to Sam. Particular thanks to Sam for his speech, which again I thought was particularly powerful. And two or three things to say really. One is to echo John's point about the fact that we all sit here in some ways almost uniquely in terms of this council with a responsibility. And I think it's absolutely vital that we take on that responsibility, that we are corporate parents, and that we do everything that we can to fulfill that role and the expectations that are set on us. I also want to echo John's point about paying tribute to Laura and her team, and indeed, of course, the officers that work day in, day out, and have done so for many years to deliver the fantastic results that this council achieves. And one of the things I hate about politics, I hate many things about politics. One is politicians claiming credit for things they shouldn't. So we all claim credit for things we should, but on this particular instance, the credit lies with Laura, her political colleagues and the officers for what appears in this report and for what has been achieved and is shown in this report. This is one of the most special moments of the year because it's one of those opportunities where, as I often put it, and we may get the chance to say this later, council works best when we work together. And I think there's no doubt at all that across politics, beyond politics, and forget politics, the focus should be and has to be heavily placed on the opportunities for those young people, for our young people, for the people in our care, and for the support that we provide. And I'm going to just finish by picking up on a point that Jack made, and that was about listening. And it seems to me that one of the successes, one of the reasons for our success at Wiltshire is our ability to listen to young voices. And I think it's absolutely critical that we continue to do so. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cluer.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's one of these reports that we get every year. It seems a little formulaic, and then you get people come in and you realise that it's actually about people's lives, and that's really important. I'm not going to say too much. We've heard most of what needs to be said already. I'll echo the thanks, particularly to the officer team that deliver this. They're on the front line. They are doing the real work. The evidence suggests that as a council we are in a good place here, but we should not be complacent on it. The one number, and Sam picked it out, and every time I've stood up on this, it's the issue I raise, and I will raise it again today, is that attainment gap. Yeah, our attainment gap isn't as bad as the national attainment gap, but it's still bad. So there is still work to do. And it's something that we need to continue looking for ways to improve and work on. So yeah, thank you very much to all the officers who've put the effort in. Well done. Thank you to the young people. Well done for coming along and talking. It's not fun coming and talking to a room full of people like this, especially as the day goes on. But yeah, we do need to make sure that we are looking for those extra bits of improvement wherever we can, especially on attainment.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not going to say too much either, but to echo what everyone else has said as well, I think that when you read this report, there's a lot of facts and figures in there, and it's sometimes quite heavy going reading through these sorts of reports. But when you hear from someone like Jack, who's talking about, the actual reality of what happens, you realise that these numbers are actually, representing real people's lives and things that are happening. So, we just want to say thank you to all the frontline professionals and carers who do incredibly demanding work under great pressure to deliver this. But, a few things to pick out in this, what Councillor Kluwer just said about the attainment gap. It's important that we still keep working on that. And the other thing that jumps out to me is the number of young people still being placed outside Wiltshire. And of course, there are efforts to bring them back, but local capacity clearly being under pressure is something that I think we need to keep looking at and making sure that there's always value for money in that, and none of the money is being lost in, layers of management and inefficiency. But I think that, as we can see from this, there's been a great deal of success, and long may that continue.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Yes, a very well done to everybody, obviously, and especially Jack. I guess this may be your first real public appearance, as it were, in such a large audience, so very well done. And I just reiterate everything. I'm sure everybody in this room is pleased to be a corporate parent. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ricky Rogers, Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Can I echo what's been said? It's a real challenge to meet the complex needs of young people in our care. It's never ending. There's no simple fix. And I just want to say a thank you to everyone. There's a whole team that makes this provision work. And I think we need to thank everybody, foster carers, our own staff. This is a continual challenge that we have to meet year on year. So a huge thanks to everybody for doing their bit in this vital public service. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll now open the item to debate. So any member wishing to speak, please press the button on your microphone console to be added to the queue of speakers. Is anyone? No? 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 Oh, right. Yes. Councillor Wells. So I press. Do I press?
John, I just wanted to raise the issue of attainment, because as a former person involved in education, attainment can be quite a misleading statistic. And nothing impacts on a child's learning more than emotional trauma. And I would hope that the measure of success of our teams is measured more on progress rather than where they end up when they leave the system. I think it's really important to represent that data too, because that acknowledges the work of the people that have been with those children from the point they were picked up into our care.
Thank you. Any other speakers? No. So, Councillor Hubbard, do you have any other comments you want to make before we move to the vote?
With your permission, Chair, I'd just like to respond, I think, to the couple of substantive points that were made and make one slight correction to the leader. I'm sure we did have an outstanding speech by Jack. I can't guarantee you it would be the best today because we have two more young people yet to address us. But I do agree that I think that what comes from them will outclass anything that comes from us as the day progresses. Councillor Wells and through you, Chair, to Councillor Wells and Councillor Kluwer, speaking of attainment. Councillor Wells, I could not agree with you more about the importance of progress rather than actually ticking boxes as to grades achieved. Each of our young people that comes through our system has a fantastic network of support about them. Unfortunately, as you will know from your experience in the education sector, the government have their set criteria that we have to measure everything by, and those, and there's always the pressure to close that gap between what a mainstream and what a looked after child may be achieving. But our own team, our virtual school head, our PAs, they are very much concentrating on the progress of that child and making sure that actually we're giving every young person who's coming through our system the very, very best possible start in life and setting them up for the rest of life that will follow. And I think it's really important to dwell on what you're saying, because I'm 55 years old now, and I can't remember the last time someone gave a damn about how many O-levels I achieved, or whatever they're called this week. So I think, you know, it is important that we focus on making sure we give every child the best possible start in life. That does include getting the best possible academic achievement that they can achieve, but we shouldn't label a child as failing just because they haven't perhaps done as well as somebody else at that stage in their life. We all come to great things at our own time. Councillor Rimmer, you make a very important point with regard to children placed out of Wiltshire, and the fact that there's two reasons why we don't want to be doing that as much as is possible. One is the further from their communities you take a young person, the more of an impact and the more of a negative impact on the whole that can have. And secondly, you're right to make reference to the cost. It does get expensive. But that's why I'm delighted that as a council we have invested in 3 new children's homes in the county, which I hope will be helping solve some of those challenges. Thank you, Chair.
So we now move to the vote on the proposals on the screen. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against say nay. Any abstentions? No. So that is passed. Thank you very much. So we now move on to item 7, which is the Youth Council annual update. So the report for this item is on pages 117 to 128 of your summons. So I call upon John Hubbard, Cabinet Member for Children, Education and Skills, to introduce this item and move the recommendations. John.
Thank you, Chair. If memory serves me correct, I think I'm meant to move before I speak, aren't I?
Yes, yes. If you could move the recommendations, and can we have another councillor to second? Oh, sorry. Note the report. It says recommendations in my script. Note the report. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Pearce-Kearney. Thank you. John.
Thank you very much. Again, I should just say a few words and then pass over to Sam, who has spent a considerable amount of time over the last year working with the Youth Council. So it is my privilege, again, to present the Youth Council's annual update for 24-25. And the Youth Council represents an elected group of pupils from our secondary schools who are doing, frankly, remarkable work in amplifying youth voices across our county. Their contributions to policy development and community initiatives have been truly impressive. I'd like to just highlight a couple of their key achievements. Firstly, youth councillors have conducted quality assurance visits as part of the Wiltshire Healthy Schools programme, providing valuable feedback to school leadership teams. This work has received recognition from BBC News, the Bath and Wiltshire Parent, and has been celebrated here at Wiltshire Council itself. 3 of our youth councillors, this is really exciting, 3 of our youth councillors are elected as members of the Youth Parliament. And I was personally present in the chamber at the House of Commons when one of our MIPs spoke during the annual Youth Parliament sitting. And I must say, he was absolutely amazing. It was inspiring to see a young person from Wiltshire so eloquently expressing their peers on a national stage. The Youth Council has also been instrumental in several important initiatives. They've partnered with the charity Refresh on a hygiene campaign, collecting donations from schools across Wiltshire. They've provided crucial insights into public health following the emotional wellbeing survey that reached 9,000 young people. They've gathered 428 responses from students on emotional wellbeing priorities and presented these at Wiltshire's Emotional Wellbeing Summit. And they offered valuable feedback on smoking and vaping resources to inform public health campaigns. And whilst this report demonstrates the fantastic work being undertaken, I firmly believe we should be hearing from the Youth Council far more often than just once a year in an annual report. Sam and I will be working closely with Joe and the team from the Youth Council to ensure that the Youth Council plays a larger and more prominent role in the coming months and years in helping shape Wiltshire's policies. These young people represent our future, and their perspectives perspectives are as valuable now as we make decisions that will affect their lives. I encourage all members to consider the Youth Council's invitation to attend their meetings and consult with them on relevant matters. So thanks for your attention. I'll hand over, with your permission, Chair, to Sam to talk a little bit more about their work over the last year.
Thank you very much, John. It's been genuinely inspiring to watch the Youth Council grow over the past year plus, not just in numbers, but also in confidence, impact and ambition. Their work continues to show us what's possible when we give young people a space and support to lead. Thank you to the Youth Voice team for their hard work on the Youth Council. I'll shortly hand over to Bart, one of our youth councillors, who will share the Youth Council's journeys and achievements with you. But first, I want to take a moment to reflect on why this matters. Every decision we make in this chamber, every policy, every budget, every service affects our young people. And the Youth Council has shown us how powerful it is when those young people are part of the conversation. So I look forward, as John says, to see how we can involve them more in decisions. As we continue to build on what the Youth Council has achieved, I want to encourage every adult councillor, as I call us, here today to be involved. Firstly, I'd like to encourage you to advocate for every school in your division to be involved, every secondary school with the Youth Council, and you can find more information, as can they, on the Wiltshire Youth Council website. The second, as John has already said, I invite you all to Youth Council meetings. If you could reach out to the Child and Youth Voice team and ask them to attend, we'll happily facilitate it. Now I'm delighted to hand over to one of our youth councillors, who will obviously do a much better job of speaking than I have, and he is Bart. So thank you. Now we have Youth Councillor Bart.
Welcome, Bart. I may ask members again to shut down their laptops, turn around and listen to Bart. Thank you very much. The floor's yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bart, and I'm here to give you an update on Wiltshire Youth Council. So next slide, please. So who are the Wiltshire Youth Council? The Wiltshire Youth Council is an elected group of pupils from Wiltshire secondary schools. We represent the important views of our peers at school or in the community group which we are a part of. In each full Youth Council meeting, we have guests invited who will seek our views on important topics such as the environment issues, transport or mental health. We have a say in how policy at the council is shaped, create initiatives, projects, focus on young people's priorities, and attend meetings and conferences to represent the youth voice. Next slide, please. So youth councillors carry out healthy school visits. Youth councillors carried out 3 youth inspections as part of the Wiltshire Healthy Schools programme in partnership with Nick Bolton from School Effectiveness. The work has been recognised by BBC News, the Bath and Wiltshire Parent, and celebrated by Wiltshire Council. Next slide, please. Wiltshire Youth Council is a part of UK Youth Parliament as well. 3 Wiltshire Youth Councillors were elected to become members of Youth Parliament. They attend the UKYP Annual Conference, which is a weekend dedicated to debating and passing motions to be a part of the UKYP manifesto. Every year, Wiltshire MYPs attend the House of Commons to speak about important issues facing children and young people in their constituency. Next slide, please. At the House of Commons sittings, as mentioned, we had a youth councillor speak on the period dignity motion. 16 and 17-year-olds should also be able to vote in elections and referendums, accompanied by more political education in schools. To establish period dignity, there should be free, accessible, good quality period products in public spaces of everyone. Next slide, please. As said, 3 Wiltshire Youth Councillors were elected. Sorry, we've gone backwards. We also do a hygiene campaign. In the Make Your Start survey, Wiltshire young people vote for for health and well-being as their priority focus. To act on this, we have partnered with a charity called Refresh to collect donations from primary and secondary schools across Wiltshire. Our campaign also aligns with UKYP's Period Dignity motion. Next slide, please. 9,000 young people took part in Wiltshire Children and Young People Emotional Wellbeing Service in 2024. Public Health reached out to us to hear our insights into the findings. We shared why we think young people have reported in that way. Our contributions were quoted in the survey report published in January. Next slide, please. Following Public Health survey, we've reached out to secondary schools to ask young people what should happen next. We received 428 responses from students across Wiltshire. We presented the 5 top priorities of Wiltshire's Emotional Wellbeing Summit. 2 youth councillors attending Wiltshire's Association of Secondary School Heads conference to seek their support to pilot our priorities. The next steps are to work with schools and the community and the community offers to pilot our priorities. Next slide, please. In March, a member of the public health team attended the Wiltshire Youth Council to discuss the promotion of smoking and vaping resources. We provided valuable feedback which will inform future campaigns to educate children and young people about the effects of smoking and vaping. We discussed current legislation around smoking and vaping and how these issues impact young people in schools and in the community. Next slide, please. Wiltshire Youth Council met with Sean Chaxfield, who works in the communications, marketing and events, and with Maybank in electoral services. We shared insights on how to promote the elections amongst the youth population and encourage involvement of young people in the elections. Next slide, please. So, we'd like to invite members to attend future Youth Council meetings to consult with young people. We can advise how to improve young people's engagement, ensure young people's voices are represented in your work and offer valuable insights. Next slide, please. I'd like to thank you all for listening.
Well done, Bart. That was brilliant and speedy and succinct. It's a theme here. I now moved. Is there any public participation on this item? No. No. Okay. So we now move to group leaders. So, Councillor Thorne.
Yes, thank you, Laura. And thank you to Bart. Another excellent speech. Thank you very much indeed. I have to say, I think this report is tremendously important. I think that we are facing, without getting too serious, a crisis in our democracy. And I think that we, as those involved in public policy and in local politics, have to actually take a lot of responsibility for the fact that young people aren't voting. I think that we have to ask ourselves and others why it is that young people particularly aren't voting. And I have to say, and again, this is without taking the conversation down too far, to my shame, in 12 years of being a councillor, I've never attended the youth council. And so one of my commitments this morning is that I will attend whatever my diary tells me, barring disaster, the next youth council, and I would encourage others to do so. Now, some of you may be aware that being leader of Wiltshire Council is just not enough for me, so I'm the mayor of Caen at the same time. And the only reason I mention that is the experience of meeting 4 young people, firstly at the duck race in Caen, and also at the Pride March in Caen a few weeks ago. And they came up to me and offered me some loom bands. And it's one of those sad things in life that I immediately thought to myself, what are they after? What do they want? And I was kind of taken aback. But all they wanted to do was, because in their spare time, they make loom bands, and they had a whole pile of these loom bands, they wanted to hand them out to people on the streets and people in the community. It was as honest and genuine and pure as you like. And the main reason for mentioning those particular young people in Caen is that we then got, of course, as you do, we got talking. And they were saying to me, you know, the biggest issue for us, so it's a side of maturity in my view, the biggest issue for us is mental health. And we'd like a mental health day for young people in Caen. And that was a totally informal engagement, but a really important conversation. So I think it's absolutely incumbent on all of us to engage with young people, with our youth council. So I'm going to do better in future, partly thanks to Bart's presentation. I'm going to get involved. And I just think that we can't sit here and talk about some of the appalling turnouts in our local elections in May, much of that down to young people not participating, without seeking where we can to take urgent action. I do congratulate the Youth Parliament on achieving a powerful policy success around votes for 16 and 17-year-olds. I think that's particularly important because it reflects, again, the views, whatever we may think about it, it reflects the views of those young people. And if we're not acting on those views, then we're failing, in my opinion, those people. So I welcome the report. Again, thank you to John, thank you to Sam. But nonetheless, I think it throws up some really important issues. And certainly, to finish up, I totally agree with John that we need to see the Youth Council here on a regular basis. We need to see them in our scrutiny process as well. And we need to be talking to them regularly about the council plan, for example, and how this council moves forward to become much, much more relevant to young people right across our county. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Clure.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a great report. It's great to see what's going on. Ian, I hope you enjoy going along to listen. I have to be honest, on the couple of occasions that I did, I felt more often than not I was trying to explain why planning policy wouldn't let something happen, but which was a bit frustrating. But that's the joys of the constrained world we live in. Much more importantly, you referenced the mental health work. And we had that report come to the Health and Wellbeing Board, and there were some really scary results in that, really scary results with some of the segmentation. And given that we had 9,000 responses, and given the work that was done to help promote it, it meant that was a meaningful piece of work that gave us some evidence that we could then use in terms of framing how we, as not just the council, but we, the NHS, we, the public sector, are then shaping some of that support based on what we're being told. Because there was stuff in there that surprised me and I wasn't expecting. So there's some really valuable stuff that can come out of this, as well as discussions about why planning policy or whatever means you can't do something you'd like to do, or why government legislation on buses is a pain. So please keep it up. It's good stuff. It's really good to hear.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you very much. Echo what everyone else said, and thank you to Bart for what you said. And, you know, I think it's really important, as others have said, to engage young people in politics, because, you know, the willingness to speak up and engage with issues is not an easy thing to do. And, you know, more young people being involved in that, the better. And the issues they've raised are all really important ones that deserve attention. But we do also have a duty, I think, to be honest about what real civic engagement does look like. Because, as others have mentioned, you know, we've recently seen the national announcement about 16 and 17-year-olds being allowed to vote. But the worrying statistics there are that only half of young people in that age group actually support that, and 18% say they wouldn't, only 18% say that they would vote. So it tells us something really uncomfortable, I think, which is that young people aren't disengaged purely because they lack a vote. They're disengaged because they don't actually believe voting changes anything. So I think if we're serious about youth involvement, it can't just be about platforms, it has to be about reality. And I think part of that is them being more exposed to things like the difficult trade-offs, like what Richard was just mentioning, the difficult trade-offs that councils face and the reality of how difficult it is controlling public finances, the limits of budgets, etc. So I think, you know, it's great, and I'd love to see youth council have more involvement in what we do here. And I think there needs to be space for an open debate about it. But I think it's also very important that they're kept aware of the reality of how local government works and the difficulty that's involved in it, as well as applauding the involvement of all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Chair. I think it was a really interesting report. For me, I was amazed to see how much everybody did. and what actually happened within the Youth Council. So well done to Bart, and your invitation will be accepted by me for your next meeting. Thank you very much indeed.
And finally, Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Can I place on record the excellent presentation we received? I think the important bit is that we roll out the work of the Youth Council across Wiltshire. You know, I would suggest that, you know, there may be a space for reports to area boards to hear what's happening. And there seems to be a slight disconnection with some of us have excellent youth networks who have the responsibility of awarding grants for, and I think there ought to be, you know, a connection between the two. So I think there's a real opportunity to just expand the knowledge on the work that the Youth Council do and just make it connecting at a local level. And if it's possible for the Youth Council to make presentations to the area board, I certainly know my area board would really welcome it.
Thank you. So I now open the item up to debate. Is there anyone who'd like to speak? Councillor Lay.
I was really going to say that actually we as councillors have a role in this, in that most of us, if not all of us, have at least one school or more in their community. And I know it's hard to make that first attempt to go and find out who the head is, who the right people are to contact. But once you start building a relationship with the head and the members of staff, they will willingly invite us in. My local primary school invite me in. I go on a regular basis to see them. I talk to my head, and they have asked me to go in September to talk to the children about local governance. So I think we have a role to start training our young people in knowing what governance is all about, and to obviously be talking to our senior schools as well. And I think that there probably are schools that the Youth Parliament perhaps haven't been involved with, in that the schools didn't engage with you. So perhaps what we need to do is, as councillors, is to work with you to get you to come and talk to our local school so that they understand what you're doing and the benefits.
Thank you. Councillor Jacob.
Thank you, Bart. I'm lucky enough to have met Bart before today, and he lives in my ward, so I feel privileged and very proud that he's able to come and speak here today. But I think listening to what everybody's saying, I think the most important thing is that we need to listen to young people. So we should be asking them how they should be getting involved in the work of the council, where they should have their voice, what kind of things they want to talk about, rather than doing what we always do, which is decide how we think things should be. You know, I was talking to someone before this meeting began and thought somewhere around the age of 30, you stop thinking you're aging and you still think you're young, and then you look around and think, actually, I'm not young anymore. So actually what I think is a good idea isn't necessarily the right thing. And I'm sure Bart and the members of the Youth Council will be more than able to tell us the best ways to get them engaged in politics and the best ways for us to change the way we do it so that it's more representative. And I think that's the same for all of our residents. We really want voices of young people, but we also want the voices of the rest of our residents. And we're conscious, I'm sure, all as councillors, that residents don't always believe that the council will do the right thing. So we need to be better at listening to people and not deciding how they should tell us the way to do things, but seeking their views about how we improve things. And I'm sure Bart will meet with me again and the Youth Council, which I'm hoping to attend, and tell us the way that we should be doing things. So that's the resolution we should all make, is to listen rather than decide how things should be done.
Thank you. Anyone else wanting to speak? No? Councillor Hubbard, do you have any other comments you want to make before we move to the vote?
Just briefly to comment on the points made. Thank you to everybody for what they said about the Youth Council. I think that we have a Youth Council that certainly there's more it could be doing, and there's more I'm determined it will do. But we also have a Youth Council that I think knocks many youth councils in other local authorities for six. So a real credit, I think, is due to Joe, to Cameron and to the whole team for the amazing job that they do and the work that they do with those young people. Just one thing I'd like to say in response to what we've been hearing through you, Chair, Ricky, I think that you're absolutely right. And I think that we need to look at how we can get those involved in our local youth networks more attached with what's going on with the Youth Council and have a more joined up voice amongst everything that's happening with young people. And that's certainly one of the items on our agenda, to look at how we can improve on that. Now, Councillor Jacobs, for you, you're absolutely right. We've got to speak with young people, but most importantly, we've got to listen to what young people tell us, because it's a dreadful thing. I've been a young people's champion most of my life, but even I now, sometimes if I don't concentrate, I hear what I want to hear. I don't necessarily listen to what somebody is telling me, to what a young person is telling me. So we've got to make sure that we listen, and we mustn't also expect them to come to us all the time. We can go to the Youth Council, we can go and speak to the young people in their territory. And I know that in the last year, I had the privilege of bringing a team from the LGA to speak to our young people about mental health, Richard, and part of a national report we were writing. And our LGA team were really bowled over by the positive feedback in terms of the quality of the information the young people were giving. So we're very lucky in Wiltshire. I think we've got an amazing youth councillor. I think Bart absolutely demonstrated that in his presentation. And we just need to build on that, but most importantly, listen to what those young people are telling us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we will move to the vote. Have we got the post on the screen? It's just a note. We're just noting it. Is everyone happy to note this report? Aye. Anyone against? Any abstentions? No. Okay. So we note that report. So we are now moving to, we're now moving to the Youth Justice Service report, which is item 9. So, sorry, I'm just trying to move my notes around here. Okay, so item 9, I call upon John Hubbard as Cabinet Member with responsibility for Children's Services to introduce this item. We've moved it, sorry, I said it at the beginning, we've moved this. So we wanted all the young ones together and then we'll move on to money. So the Youth Justice Plan is on pages 151 to 206 of your summons. So I ask Councillor Hubbard to present and move the recommendation and ask for another Cabinet Member to second it.
So moved.
Any Cabinet Members? Councillor Jacobs seconded.
Okay, so final one from me. Good morning, folks. So today I'm presenting the Wiltshire Youth Justice Service Plan for 25-26. And this comprehensive plan outlines our achievements, challenges and priorities for supporting young people in the youth justice system across our county. So I'm pleased to report several significant achievements from the past year. We've seen a substantial reduction in first-time entrants to the youth justice system, returning to the historically low levels achieved in 22-23. This has been achieved through effective partnership working with the CPS, police and early intervention services. Over 65% of our interventions are now delivered on a voluntary non-statutory basis, putting child-first principles into practice. This approach helps prevent unnecessary criminalisation of vulnerable young people. Our education, training and employment outcomes have improved significantly, with 83% of young people engaged in education, training and employment by the end of their interventions in the second half of the year. This includes innovative work such as securing CSCS cards for construction employment and residential placements at the Camilla Botnar Foundation. The focused deterrence approach to serious youth violence has shown remarkable early results, with a 90% decrease in missing episodes and an 88% reduction in new offending among the cohort. This targeted approach achieves those most at risk. This targeted approach, identifies those most at risk of involvement in violence and provides tailored support. Our restorative justice work has expanded, with 44 children undertaking restorative justice or impact sessions and successful mediation between victims and offenders. However, we must also acknowledge some serious challenges. We've seen an increase in custodial sentences this year, with 9 young people receiving custody, the highest number in recent years. 5 of these relate to 2 separate grave crime incidents from 2023. Harmful sexual behaviour is emerging as a growing concern that requires partnership attention, with increases noted in our data and learning from local reviews. We've seen increasing complexity in cases, with 27% of young people having education, health and care plans, primarily for social, emotional and mental health needs. Nearly 20% are entitled to free school meals and 28% receive pupil premium funding. Our audit findings show that while many assessments are rated as good, there's still work to do to improve consistency in risk assessment and planning, particularly with newer staff members. Looking ahead, our priorities include continuing our successful work to reduce first-time entrants through diversion and prevention, with a specific focus on developing diversion options for motoring offences. Developing targeted early intervention for pre-adolescent boys, showing risk factors for future violence. Our analysis shows we can identify these children as young as 12, with key indicators including neurodiversity, poor school attendance, emotional difficulties, and challenging home environments. Enhancing our response to harmful sexual behaviour through additional training and resources, including through improved integration with the integrated front door and CAM services. Improving the quality of risk assessment and planning through our new integrated risk information scorecard, which brings together data from police, social care and education. And strengthening board attendance and contributions from key statutory partners to ensure effective governance and oversight. So in conclusion, this plan represents a comprehensive approach to youth justice in Wiltshire. Behind every statistic is a child with their own story, often involving trauma, exploitation, or significant disadvantage. Our Youth Justice Service is doing remarkable work to help these young people change their trajectories. With continued partnership support and the resources outlined in this plan, I am confident that we can build on our successes and address the challenges ahead. But as I said to the young people when I briefly spoke to them before council started, it's all well and good for a fat old man to stand up and say all the things on his bit of paper in front of him, but actually the best message comes from the young people themselves. And I'm absolutely delighted that Troy is here this morning to join us. And I've got the name wrong, haven't I? I can see Joe shaking his head. I do apologise. I even WhatsApped to check. Theo is here to speak to us this morning. I texted Joe and said, it is Troy, isn't it? And he texted me back and said no, and I still ignored him. Troy is here to talk to us a little bit. Theo is here. George is here to talk to us, to tell us a little bit about his experience in the youth justice system.
Hello, I'm Theo. I've been working with youth justice for the last year.
So I'm going to just ask a couple of questions for Theo and about some of the work that he's been doing, and he'll be able to talk that through. So Theo, we talked on the way here about your great relationship that you had with your youth justice worker, methods used like a music workshop, and that he was different to other workers that you've had in the past. Do you want to talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so I met him, I think it was a year ago, and it was to do with like helping getting back on track, and it was music that was put in the way. So it was like we'd get in the car, go for a drive, and then just do some music, and then it became into studio, and then we just started recording music, and then it just be that every week, just go studio. To be fair, he had to be my favorite out of all of them because it felt like he understood my past and where I was coming from a lot more, and it wasn't just there know stuff about me and then just trying to tell me what they're meant to say. Is he was telling me from past experiences.
Thank you. I mean, I think that really shows a great relationship and building good relationships. So in the future, you've said that you want to potentially help others that may be going through what you went through. Do you want to talk a little bit more about what that might look like?
Just helping them know what friends are right, what friends aren't, when you're being used for certain things, and when to just see when it's getting worse and worse.
Thank you. And lastly, you said that you wanted to raise awareness about the youth justice system and potentially that it's not kind of what you hear in the media. There's more to it, and maybe you could talk a little bit more about the impact that the Youth Justice Service had.
Before mindset of youth justice, I was thinking the way of life that I was living was right and I wouldn't ever be able to leave. And when I seen youth justice first came in, I just thought, oh, they're just here because it's their job. But then it started doing more things and it started helping. It keeps you keeps you busy, so you don't think about doing anything else, or you don't have time to go do anything else. And it just helps quite a lot with mental, because then you've got, mental health, because then you've got someone to speak to. And it just helps really with the whole thing.
Fantastic, thank you ever so much. We do have another young person that's going to come up and speak as well, just to follow on quickly. So thank you, everyone.
Hi, so I'm Kaylee. I'm one of the YJS officers in Wiltshire Youth Justice Service, and I've brought along Charlie here today to talk about his experiences with our service. So, Charlie, do you want to just make a start on where we first began a long time ago?
Probably about 3.5 years ago. I'm not really sure what it was.
So we first started working together about 3 years ago, wasn't it? Back in March 2022. And you've worked on a variety of different orders with ourselves. But what sort of things do you think worked well, and what did you get out of working with us?
Quite a lot of opportunities. Like I got my CSS card and I went away to go do some residential place, which will go back there in September.
So the residential place is Camellia Botner, and you did make a start with the programme and realised that actually that course itself wasn't for you, but you then took your own initiative and re-enrolled on a different course, which is due to start in September. You did your CSCS card. What other things did we do? What things did you find beneficial? We did group work as well, didn't we? There was lots of things happening in the community for you as well, wasn't there? So we did a lot of focus on how to support Charlie within the community, as well as some of the friends that he was with. And from that, what do you want to do now, Charlie?
I'd like to go into what's it called? What? Mentoring. To try help people not end up like I did.
Yeah, so Charlie's now finished with our service and has been finished with for a few months now. Yeah, and would like to support by coming back to the team as a mentor and working with young people to try and support them on their paths forwards. Anything else you want to say?
No, really.
No?
No.
Okay. I think that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, right, sorry, yes, John wants to speak.
So first of all, Theo. Theo and Charlie, you're both absolute stars. It took amazing courage to come and share your story with us today, and I absolutely give you every bit of respect I can for that. Thank you for sharing with us. I think that you can see through their story and through the report the really important work that the Youth Justice team and the Youth Justice programme delivers. And just to finish off the introduction to it from me, when I first got this report, I asked for a briefing on it because there was 59 pages of it, which was quite a lot to take in the 24 hours that I had. And Andrew Griffin, our officer presenting it, gave me a fantastic briefing on it. But I just want to say, I don't think I've ever seen such commitment and enthusiasm in a subject area by an officer than I saw from Andrew, and I pay absolute credit for that. There was nothing I could ask that he couldn't give me an answer to, or was actually telling me the benefits of this or the good bits about that. So I really do feel credit where credit's due, and I'll take my hat off to Andrew for, I think, putting together a fantastic plan and delivering a great service. So I commend it to the council.
Thank you very much. So any quick words from our leader?
Quick words, Chair. Can I just thank Theo and Charlie? It took a lot of guts to do what you guys did this morning, so thank you very, very much indeed. And I just, if I may, Chair, just there's a couple of little sentences in the plan itself which I think are just for me the critical aspects of where we are with this, which is Wiltshire Youth Justice Service is committed to ensuring excellent outcomes for the children, young people and communities of Wiltshire. And we focus on diverting and preventing children from entering the youth justice system. And then the sentence in the paragraph below, the central strategy of the service is to work in partnership with others to reduce offending, the number of children entering and progressing through the youth service system, and decreasing the use of custody. And it seems to me there are two really fundamental parts here. One is prevention, and focusing as much as we can on ensuring that young people don't enter the youth justice system at all, because I think, as most of us will recognise, particularly when a young person enters a custodial situation, of course, there's nothing better to be equipped to come out and be a more effective criminal than actually spending time with other people who are in the criminal justice system as well. So I think prevention's absolutely vital. I think it is, to use that unfortunate phrase, a holistic approach in terms of communities, young people, their families. But again, I'm very, very grateful to the officers who make this work. I think there are some fantastic outcomes in the report, but I think there are tremendous challenges in that report as well that we need to be focusing on. But again, thank you very much to Charlie and to Theo. I personally wish you all the very best for the future, and I suspect you're going to have fantastic futures. And I say this to all the young people who are here today, so thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Councillor Clure.
Thank you. When I was first elected as a Wiltshire councillor, back beyond when I can really remember, I was asked by the then leader, Jane Scott, to become portfolio holder for youth and skills. I didn't know at the time that meant picking up the youth justice work as well. And a lot of time in politics has become a bit of a blur. Things don't really stand out. One thing that did stand out, not necessarily, well, certainly for giving an understanding of the importance of that work. I was asked along to go and sit in on a review of some cases and some explanations of what the team did. And it stuck with me, probably not for good reasons. It's really serious stuff. It's really important stuff that the youth justice, our youth justice team is dealing with. And it's stuff that, if it goes wrong, can be really catastrophic for lives. And if it goes right, can be really good in turning around people's lives. So really important work, stuff that I think probably for the sake of sleepless nights, most of us don't want to know the details of, because it's still with me and yeah, really scary stuff they were dealing with. But I just wanted to say, I think the report makes for good reading. Again, gives us assurance that we are, or that as a council, we have a service that is delivering. We've had the external reviews of that as well that give us that same reassurance, which is important. But most importantly, it's about hearing the preventative work and the outcomes of the preventative work that we've just heard today. So yeah, thank you. Keep it up. Good luck.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you again, to Theo and Charlie for coming here, because it's not an easy thing to do, and massive respect for doing that. Reading this plan, there's definitely a lot of very positive elements here. Lots of things to do with stronger restorative justice and diversion for lower level offences, which is great. But I think it also acknowledges something that we do all need to confront, which is that there are fewer younger people entering the justice system, but those who do so are often in a real crisis sort of situation with trauma or facing exploitation, struggling at school, and sometimes even being pulled into serious violence and gang activity. And it's something very difficult to deal with, and it's something that we all have to face up to if we need to, to give those people a chance in life and also keeping communities safe. So I suppose we really should be asking, where are the gaps and the enforcement in terms of persistent reoffending in certain cohorts and what we can do about that? The other thing that I wanted to say was that the plan talks a lot about trauma-informed practice, which is very valid and very useful. But I think we must also not allow that to mean that we're avoiding tough conversations about things like parental responsibility and school attendance and consequences for behaviour, which I think we need to be quite tough on occasions. But, here we believe that the best way to stop youth offending is with strong families and discipline and visible backing of law enforcement. And we support this plan, but we'll carefully watch how it's delivered because we want fewer strategies and more results.
Thank you. Councillor Wright. No. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I think it was really great to hear from young people who are receiving our support. I think, the youth justice team, there are many unsung heroes in our youth justice team. I do remember one of my colleagues who worked in our system for 37 years. And I used to say to him, Mike, what's the reward? And he said, if I can just help the life of one young person at any stage in their, in their life, that's what makes it all worthwhile. So it is a complex issue, lots of challenges, and a huge thank you to those unsung heroes in our team that do this week in, year out. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll now open the item to debate. Is there any member who'd like to speak to this report? No. Oh, sorry. Oh gosh, sorry, I missed it. Sorry, Councillor Henning.
Thank you, Chair. Really good report. I mean, I go back to my days when the youth offending team was first started in the early mid-90s, and I was a member of that for a number of years. And one of the things that came out of that was that the whole early intervention. We have to get in there ahead. We have to see the signs. We have to help those people who are drifting. There's a couple of initiatives that are highlighted in the report. The Savary initiative, which is a structural assessment of violence risk in young people. Also the focused deterrent. These are two slightly more focused areas which I think could bring a lot more help. there's a couple of things. Well, you mentioned John, you mentioned the rise in harmful sexual behaviour. And I think that's something we really need to look at. But there's a lot of there's a part of the agenda, the violence against women and girls coming into that. There's a bit of crossover areas, but obviously needs some work. Something that I've said, in a lot of areas, there's interventions. I think with the rise of the internet, a lot of those interventions, or some of those interventions, are online. Now, I've questioned this at the Police and Crime Panel, of which I'm a member, and I've wondered how effective those online interventions are rather than face-to-face. And I might have a little chat afterwards about experience of things like that. But I do wonder how effective those are. The role in prevention and diversion is amazing. This is a really good report, and I love the way the youth justice team has come on since my first introduction to it in the early 90s. One thing that I do, and yesterday with Councillor Ulstrom, we went to Swindon to see the base, which is run by Splash, and it is a youth club. I still feel that sometimes we're reaping what we've sowed. And the lack of focus on young people, and this was a nationwide dissemination of the youth service over the past 15 years, and in Wiltshire as well. You know, what we used to spend on money on the youth service, we spend, 10% of what we used to spend. So in Swindon yesterday, the base, what a fantastic initiative. It's a youth club, but it's a modern youth club. It's a different way of looking at things. And there was somewhere in the report, and oh gosh, I've highlighted it's shut down now. Something about the lack of diversion, but a safe place to meet, and that came up a number of times. John, you did great work in Melksham.
30 more seconds.
Yep, at the place there. I think this is something that in the background of the whole youth justice is more concentration on young people and giving them the ability to engage a lot more with their peers, which they don't seem to be doing so much these days. I don't know. This is it's just something I wanted to highlight, and I'd love to see this council invest more in young people and maybe even build some youth clubs. I've come from Chippenham, where it was demolished. I live in Calne. The youth centre there was demolished. I'm really sad about that. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chris Vaughan.
Thank you. I'd just like to repeat something I said previously. I think the council should really encourage, and indeed I said this to some of the young people the other day, that the council should really encourage young people in their future careers and their vocations. As we all know how important work is to all of us, and I think it really should be a focus, and it should be something that we really should encourage.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Taylor-Wright.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to take a second to thank Charlie and Theo. As some of you in the room will know, I've had my own struggles as a young person, be that substance misuse, trauma, or a really difficult household. And so I just wanted to say thank you to you both and let you know that it really is possible to turn your life around. There is nothing that can stop you if you put your mind to it, and you really, really can end up in a place where you don't recognise it. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. John, have you got any other comments you want to make before we move to the vote?
If I could, Chair, through you, I'd start with the comments from Councillor Henning. Your comments about early intervention, I think, are absolutely spot on. The sooner we can get in and work with young people, the less chance there is that things will go wrong for those young people. And I take everybody back to what I said in my presentation, which is that with this, we're not talking statistics, we're talking people. and every single one of the young people we work with is a person, and these things can have massive impacts on their life. Although I thank Councillor Taylor-Wright for his comments at the end there, because I think it's really important to stress to people that the behaviour of someone as a child or as a young person does not mean that that is how somebody is for life. And we've all got things that perhaps we did in years gone by that today we would look at and perhaps not be as proud of as we were at the time. I must, though, also respond, Councillor Rimmer, to your comments. I think that it's really important for us to remember that there are some real successes that we have achieved. And yes, there's always areas for improvement, and I think that there are some great, but you talk about statistics or looking for evidence of things that have happened. I'll just, if I might, remind you, 65% of our interventions are now delivered on a voluntary, non-statutory basis, a child-first approach. This is a fantastic statistic that we should be proud of. Yes, we can look for better, but there's many parts of the country that would give their right arm to have a figure like that. The fact that we've had a substantial reduction in first-time entrants to the youth justice system. You talk about addressing the challenges of repeat offenders, and you're right. We must look at what support and help we can give to repeat offenders. But you know the best way to stop someone becoming a repeat offender is to stop them becoming an offender in the first place. And we've got a 65% reduction, or a substantial reduction in that. So I think that you know, let's look and see the positives. 83% of our young people being engaged in education, training and employment at the end of their programme. Again, that's a sort of figure that many parts of the country would just fantasise about being able to achieve. And I think it's a huge credit to our team. And the 88% of reduction in new offending among the cohort and 90% decrease in missing episodes, again, demonstrate the really good work this team is doing. And the best way to prevent repeat offenders is to make sure they don't get in the system, or we get them out of the system as quickly as possible in the first instance. So I do take on board what it is you're trying to say, but I think actually an awful lot of that work is already happening, and we need to celebrate that and encourage our young people to continue on the journey that they currently are. And can I just finish, and I'm hoping to God I get it right this time, by apologising to Theo for the complete mental breakdown I had over your name this morning. I don't know what was happening, but thank you so much to all of our young people for their contributions. As I said to Theo and to Charlie, particularly for theirs, but to all of you, it takes incredible guts to stand up and speak to a bunch of people like us about something like this. And me stuffing up your names just demonstrates even we get nervous about it at times. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much. And thank you to all the speakers today. You've been superb. So in accordance with the Constitution, there will be a recorded vote on this item. So please indicate on your microphone console whether you're voting for the motion, against the motion, or abstaining from the motion. I'll allow 20 seconds. So where do I vote? So has everyone voted? Oh, well, that was quite unanimous. So 91 people voted for that. So thank you very much. I think a couple, you haven't registered. That's right. It's all right. Okay, I think we can say that that one's passed. Right, so we now go back in the agenda to item 8. Is it 8? Yes. So Treasury Management Outturn Report for 2024 to 25. So I call upon Councillor Gavin Grant as Cabinet Member with responsibility for finance to introduce this item. The report is on pages 129 to 150 of your summons. So I ask Councillor Grant to present and move the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Chair. I know this is the reason why we have a packed auditorium here this morning.
I need a seconder.
And I require a seconder for my, well, I seem to have a lot of them.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Jacob, thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So if I can briefly introduce the Treasury Management Report by firstly saying that we have a tremendous finance team in this council. They're represented by Sarah Rose, who sat to the left of our Chief Executive this morning, with Lucy Watkin about to return from a well-deserved break, returning to the council tomorrow. And I know you've all been fascinated by this report, so I'm just slightly disappointed that only one of you highlighted for me 4 typographical errors in the report. The Eagle-Eyed Award of the day goes to my colleague and good friend, Councillor Nick Baker, over there. So if I can draw your attention to the Appendix 1, please, which you're going to find on page 146 of the report, and you'll see there the Public Works Loans Board borrowing portfolio as of the 31st of March 2025. And in particular, I draw your attention to the General Fund. Often these reports are full of glorious acronyms, and for those less familiar with this, Public Works Loans Board is the principal vehicle by which local authorities make borrowings. There are others, and you'll see them detailed in the report. And the HRA is the Housing Revenue Account, in case you're confused by that, which is separate to the General Fund of the Council. The fourth line refers to a loan on a start date of the 8th of February 2022 of some £20 million, and the mathematicians amongst you will have done your calculation that 1.95% of 20 million is not £3.9 million. It's rather £390,000. So I'm very pleased to tell you, in this case, the decimal point movement, as in the others, is entirely in our favour rather than against us. Then if I can just ask you to cast your eye down 2 lines below that, you'll again see a PWLB General Fund loan taken out again on the 8th of February 2020. Again, that figure is there, 20 million, 1.98. We'll see the slight fluctuation in interest on these loans because of their difference in duration, which is what explains that. And again, that's an interest rate of 1.98%, 20 million, 1.98, 396,000, not 3.960 million. And then finally, over the page, fourth up from the bottom, now I'm on page 147, you'll again see the Public Works Loans Board General Fund borrowing of the 2nd of October 1997. Then you'll see that's a very long-term loan. And again, you'll see the calculation there suggests to us we've got an interest charge of 990,000. It's in fact 99,000. Right at the very bottom, the final figure on that page of a loan taken out on the 8th of February 2022. And you'll see again, it's a long duration loan through to the 1st of March 2071. Again, a 2% interest levied on the 20 million. And that again is 400,000 rather than 4 million. Now, with those, you might therefore assume that what I'm about to tell you is we need to correct the general picture, which you find just over the page. In fact, I'm not, because those figures are absolutely correct. So our overarching position is entirely correct, as I would expect our Treasury management team to deliver within the finance team, and please do thank them, Sarah, if you'd be so kind to do so. It is simply a typographical error on those 4 individual funds. That said, and I'm aware of time and of the heat in this room, and it's more important we get on to questions, I think. Can I just briefly say we're in a good position on Treasury management, and this, colleagues, does matter, because these are very large borrowings being taken out by this council to fund, almost entirely for the most part, our capital works here. And if I can draw your attention to para 10, there you'll see we're getting better at matching the actuals in the table. You'll find at that paragraph the actuals on our capital spend as against the budget on our capital spend. It's important that we do this, and the officers are driving some excellent work, and I pay tribute to Richard and to former Councillor Nick Bottrell for the energy they put in behind this. It's very important that we try and get those figures as close together as we possibly can. There will always be slippage in capital works. That's the nature of the beast. But the reason why it's very important is because if we're borrowing money to fund capital works, there is, as you've now just heard me say, an interest levy on those borrowings. And therefore, if we're borrowing those monies and we're not getting to those capital works, we have an issue there. Equally, of course, much of those capital works is funded by central government grant to us. That is less pressing in terms of ensuring that we use those monies in a timely fashion. We should be always trying to do that, but it's less pressing because government does not claw back those monies. So further work will be undertaken to see if we can, if we come to budget setting, to try and close down those numbers even more so as we go forward. Finally, I just want to there are many good things in this report, but if I may just briefly draw your attention to paragraph 61, and this is an important point. You'll note that we have some investment, and the Treasury management covers both borrowings and investments in the CCLA Property Fund, which is a collective fund vehicle. And the value of that investment, were we to crystallise it, were we to realise it, would mean that we have a loss. Now, you might be wondering, why isn't that appearing on our balance sheet? And that's because we have an override from government which covers us off on that matter. But it would be remiss of me, Madam Chair, not to draw your attention to it. And perhaps after debate, I will then move the proposal, if that's acceptable to you. But I'm keen to hear what colleagues have to say and any questions they may have on the report. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got no public participation on this item, so I'll move straight to group leaders. So to Councillor Ian Thorne.
Thank you, Chair. For newer members, you may not appreciate that this agenda item tends to create huge debate, huge discussion. We may have to miss lunch no, that's not true at all. It's very rarely do people, this may be famous last words. Before I come on to my couple of words on Treasury, I'm going to make an apology for the heat in this room, because I think somebody should do so. I have to say, I'm going to have to take my jacket off at some point. So I'm watching Jackie fanning herself and others fanning themselves, and we could still be here in X hours' time. So I'm going to apologise as leader of the council for the extremely unprofessional conditions in which we are operating, and I will produce a briefing for all members as soon as I'm able to, just to confirm what else we will be doing in order to make this place habitable for a professional event, certainly a full council meeting. So please let me come back to you on that, because I don't think it's, in my opinion, it's acceptable. So we will address that in one form or another. In terms of Treasury management, I could speak for hours. I'm looking at the former leader of the council at the back there. We would, in days gone by, we would discuss Treasury management in great detail. The report is there. The report is very clear. I'm thanking Gavin for the presentation. I think the only thing I want to add, which is a question for Gavin at the appropriate time, is the impact of our high needs block on the financial situation of the council, because I think it's something that as members we all need to understand. It's something that is mentioned at Cabinet on a frequent basis. It was under the previous administration, it will be under this administration. It is a fundamental threat to the financial well-being of this authority, which is nothing to do with the authority in terms of our own performance. That's perhaps the great irony. So I would like Councillor Grant just to reflect on that in terms of the questions, but I thank him. More importantly, I thank the officers. And again, I'm going to thank the previous administration, because we are essentially presenting on the performance that they achieved towards the end of their time. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Clure.
Yes, thank you. Treasury management is incredibly dry, dull, dusty, although I'll let Philip come in and explain why it isn't, I'm sure, in a bit. But it is really critical. If you look after the money you've got and get the best possible return from it, that goes a long way towards underpinning the financial stability of the council. I mean, it doesn't fix it, but my goodness, it helps. And we are in a much better position than we were, I don't know, 8-10 years ago. We have reports that have a lot of clarity. I'm not calculating all the interest payments myself, but I'm clearly going to have to, because I missed that one. But it is a really important element of what we do as an authority. And authorities that get this wrong, it's the first step in a road that leads to an awful lot of trouble. Having said that, there are two areas that I think we need to be watching out for here. If I was presenting the report, there'd be two things I'd highlight. One, as Ian has mentioned, is the potential impact that we face from the high needs deficit. Government have said they're going to sort it out. Yet having seen what's just happened with regard to reform of the benefits process, I think they're going to find that even more challenging. And I think that has that has leapt right back to the top of our areas of concern if we end up having to crystallise and having to actually take full responsibility for all of the deficit funding there. I'm not going to go into in detail for members, but it's something that if you've got a query about, gosh, get in touch with officers, get a briefing, get an understanding. It's the only significant financial threat that I would have said this council had faced up till now. We'll see what fair funding does. I think the other thing to highlight would be to look at the fact that a lot of our borrowing was taken out very sensibly at a time when interest rates were low. We knew we would need long-term borrowing, so borrowing was secured against some of the housing, particularly housing work that was then carried out. We're not in a benign market. We're not in a terrible market in terms of interest rates now, but we're not in the benign market we were in. And as you'll see, government is now facing significantly increased costs in terms of the interest on its borrowing. At some point, some of our borrowing may need to be refinanced, will need to be refinanced. And there is a threat there that we need as a council, I think, to be keeping a really close eye on. When money is cheap and you can get a good return and you can deliver services or provide housing that more than justifies the interest in terms of the savings, the preventative savings that come into the council, that's great. As rates creep up, those decisions become an awful lot more challenging, and that's the world that we're heading into.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you very much. Yeah, as others have said, it's a really critical document, and I'm sure others around here, especially those of us who are new to this like me, will agree it's not an easy document to read and to sort of make head and tail of, but it's vitally important because, you know, it really just has an underlying question, which is how well are we safeguarding taxpayers' money? And it's what, you know, it should really be at the centre of everything we do. And I think that from that, what I would really like to see is a way we could have a sort of more clear public-facing financial report on things like what the debt position means, you know, to the general public, because it's a very complicated situation with public finances. And if we could have a way of presenting that to our electorate, that would be very well received. And just, you know, we're always going to be pushing for a renewed focus on value for money and delivering efficient outcomes. And I think that the key thing is that, you know, when we have debt, it's, you know, future council tax rises, future service pressure and reduced flexibility that comes from that. And we sort of have to remember that all the fantastic work we've just been hearing about in the previous items aren't possible if we're not in a good financial position. And, you know, if we don't continue to work hard to make sure that that financial position is continued. And of course, we're very lucky that we have an example in a county nearby of what can happen if things go wrong. If we just look at what can happen in Somerset, we must make sure that we really do avoid repeating those mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright? Nope. And Councillor Rogers?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to support the proposal. And also, I think, you know, we ought to do the decent thing and thank the former administration for leaving us in this sound financial position.
Thank you. So open it up for debate. Anyone wishing to speak, press your button now. Start with Councillor Nick Baker.
Madam Chairman, thank you. I promise this isn't about decimal places. CCLA, we've heard referred to already, produced a nice bar graph showing you the history of the property fund. And it may be worth councillors having a look at that at some point. Just Google it. Because what you will see is in March 2022, this council invested £10 million in what effectively was the top of a bubble. It then invested a further £10 million on the downside of that bubble. I think when you look at the 20-year history of that fund, it is very unlikely we are going to return to the top of that bubble where this council invested. And we have only got till 2029 when the loss, which has been referred to, has to be crystallised. And we seem to be getting a little bit of skeletons coming out of the closet and needing to be dealt with as a bit of a theme. And I think my question would be whether consideration has been given to gradually winding down that position over a 5-year period, rather than, if the government doesn't continue that override in 2029, us being left to take the 3 million hit as it is at the moment in one chunk.
Thank you. And Councillor Church.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I mean, I think on the surface, this is a very positive report, Councillor Grant. I do just have one question. As you know, I love to scrutinise these reports. So on page 135, item paragraph 26, there is a line on that table which states temporary borrowing of 25 million at 5.59%. And the average life in years is only, I think, about a month. There is more detail in the appendix on page 148 that lists what the 25 million is made up of, which is borrowing from other local authorities. And I'm rather concerned about the late nature of this borrowing towards the end of the financial year and its very soon maturity date, bearing in mind that it did incur this council over £250,000 in interest. So I've looked at the report, I can't see any reference to it, but I think this is something that we ought to know about, and if we could have more details on that, that would be excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions, please, Councillor Grant. Starting on paragraph 20, Wiltshire's always maintained a very strong under-borough position. We're under-borough by about 250 million currently. And for those who aren't familiar with what that means about £13 million a year in cash. We're saving every single year. What are your views on this approach, and do you expect our borrowing position to change in the future? On paragraph 38, the Treasury team thought that there was more significant risk of falling interest rates than a rise. Therefore, in general, long-term borrowing was postponed, which I totally understand, and that might be part of the answer in terms of Councillor Church's short-term borrowing aspect. But given the recent rise in interest rates and the volatility of the gilts market, what are your thoughts now on long-term interest rates? We used to have a nice graph that showed our thoughts on long-term interest rates, but we don't get that anymore, which is a pity. So what are your views on long-term interest rates? Thank you.
Thank you. That's some nice questions for you. There's no one else to speak, so Councillor Grant, do you want to speak before we go to the vote? Yes, yeah.
Chair, and thank you to colleagues, and both the current leader and the former leader are absolutely right that the high needs block, where government have provided an override on this, so some degree of reassurance to it, is a very serious matter indeed, and it's part of the reason why we have in Councillor Griffin a portfolio holder focused on finance, and that focus is laser-like on the high needs block funding, because it does have an impact upon us. Not only if that debt came onto our balance sheet, we'd be wrecked, as would every other local authority in a similar position in the country, by the way, which is why the government at the moment is not suggesting such a thing should happen. But we are part of something called Safety Valve, which is a pathway programme to get us back into a better position as far as those debts are concerned. And I've attended meetings with John's team, who are obviously very keenly focused on the service provision of children and young people with special educational needs and disabilities, and I'm very sympathetic to that, but my focus is bluntly on the money here and the risk to the council here. There's a lot of work going on. I think it may well, if I may, through you, Madam Chair, I think it may well be worth briefing all councillors on this, so that you have an understanding of the risk that is inherent here, and the work that's underway to mitigate that risk, which is a lot to do with enabling parents who are rightly concerned about their young people to follow alternative pathways than the normal one, which can be very expensive to this council and which deliver better outcomes for their young people, particularly in mainstream education. So through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to just request that the leader thinks about that and that we make that arrangement if that's at all possible. I'm very sympathetic to the needs to present financial information in a more accessible way. Again, I pay tribute to the team. A lot of progress has been made in that report. And these if Councillor Remy, you've been with us a few years ago, you'd have seen reports which were even more impenetrable. This one has quite a lot of technical information because there are statutory requirements placed upon us. And as with those statutory requirements, we have to respond in the appropriate way. But we'll certainly go away and see if there are more graphic ways, not graphic in a worrying sense, but more visual ways where we can present this information and make that more accessible to councillors. Quarterly reporting on our debt position is being worked on at the moment. So I very much hope that this will become part of the, you'll get familiar with you as new councillors and those colleagues who are returning to this chamber, that we have with the 4 quarters of the year, and we have those financial reports on those 4 quarters. Q1 is heading very rapidly towards us. I can't commit that we'll be ready at that point. If we are on debt, then absolutely it will be included. High degree of transparency is a commitment from me to all of you on these matters. We are all corporate parents. Candidly, we're all responsible for the sound business management of this council and its finances. So if we can get there quickly, we will get there quickly. The CCLA issue, Councillor Baker, that you raise, it's an interesting point, and I'll take that away and have discussions with officers as to whether the crystallisation of this, which, as you rightly say, is due in 29, given the number of local authorities involved in this fund, whether again government may extend that override still further, who knows? But we'll certainly take it away and have a look at it, because there will be implications, as you know, of realising that debt on our balance sheet. Councillor Church, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to have your questions, and I've enjoyed being on the other side of the table when you had this responsibility yourself. And if I may pay tribute to you, please, because you were part of driving that greater transparency in reporting on the council and enabling data accessibility. And I pay tribute to you at the time for the opposition benches. I want to do that with the portfolio here. This was a cash flow issue for the council. As you know, that does happen from time to time as to how we can fund in short-term cash requirements for the council. That's why that particular loan came out. But I'm very happy to come back to you in written form on the detail of it. And to my dear and good friend, Councillor Whitehead, and we have sparred with each other often in the past, our under-borrowing position, we will keep borrowing constrained, because there is a cost to this. This doesn't come free to the council, as you know, and as colleagues will know. There is a delay in the impact of borrowings. There are many things about local government finance which defy a degree of logic, candidly. In most of us who've had experiences of finances in our own homes, in running businesses, running other organisations, it doesn't quite work that way in local authority financing. So there is a delay in the impact of borrowings. It appears in the following year, and its impacts on our revenues accounts. So I am keen to keep borrowings as constrained as we possibly can as authority, not least because of the second question you asked. And I'm very conscious that I'm not a qualified financial advisor, so I'm a bit reluctant to start advising you which way interest rates may go. But this is an area where we do, again, pay keen interest, literally, because, of course, the movement in those interest rates affects our costs of borrowing. And these two things do go hand in glove. And we are living in an increasingly, and I'll close here, Madam Chair, before you shout at me, because I see it's ticking down rapidly. We're living in a rather turbulent time, and both economically and in many other ways. And normally, in such turbulence, the movement of interest rates is adverse. In other words, they go on because markets are less confident. We're seeing inflation being stickier than the government was suggesting. That has implications for us as well. And again, the normal market response to sticky inflation is to push interest rates up. So we're watching this very closely. Our advisors are watching it very closely. You will get, of course, plenty of opportunity here with the formation, which I hope will go through this council, of the new Finance and Procurement Select Committee, to provide even greater degree of scrutiny and transparency around all of these matters. I commend the report to you, Madam Chair, and I ask that the Council note the contents of the report are in line with the Treasury Management Strategy 24-25. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in accordance with the Constitution, there'll be a recorded vote on this item. So please indicate on your microphone console whether you're voting for the motion, against the motion, or if you're abstaining. I think we've reached our total. Yep. So, so that again has gone through unchallenged. So, so that motion is passed. Thank you very much. So so my plan now is I want to try and get through the business so that we can go for lunch and then the motions are done in the afternoon. So I'm going to keep ploughing on if everyone's okay with that. I'm not going to be allowed to get myself hangry though, Lucy. As you know, I'm not very good without food. So if we move on to agenda item 10. Sorry, I'm now have to find my own script here. Agenda item 10 is the Trowbridge and Westbury bat mitigation strategy. So do I also, sorry. Do I also? And then doing questions. So I ask Councillor Adrian Foster as Cabinet Member with responsibility for planning to introduce the report and then move the motion. And this report is on pages 207 to 290 of your summons. So, Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will keep this brief because I think most people have read the paper in full. The current strategy for the bat mitigation strategy was produced to provide a clear and detailed approach to address and mitigation impacts of development in the Trowbridge area, particularly arising as a result of the Wiltshire housing sites allocation plan.
Point of information, Chair. Has the motion been moved and seconded?
Yeah, I was just coming there. Councillor Foster, we just need a seconder, please.
Oh.
Okay, Councillor Thorne.
Thank you for correcting me. I'm sure by the time I retire, I will get this right. This was adopted in February 2020 on the Bath and Bradford Avon Bath Bats Special Area of Conservation, known as a SAC, and was anticipated to be reviewed to support the emerging local plan review, which we call the Draft Local Plan. The revised strategy will support delivery of a planned growth in Trowbridge and Westbury by ensuring that the adequate and appropriate mitigation is delivered to address the potential for effective of the sensitive woodland bat sites that are, are functionally linked to this SAC. The strategy covers impacts to sensitive bat habits and or recreational pressure on the woodlands generated primarily by the new residents and their development, and will be titled the Trowbridge and Westbury Bat Mitigation Strategy. So we now have more letters, TWBMS. The proposed changes include the extension of the medium risk but sensitively zoned yellow zone on one of the agendas, to ensure there is a mechanism in place to secure the appropriate and adequate mitigation for planned growth in the Westbury as well as Trowbridge, and the revised high-risk sensitivity zones 600 metres exclusion red zone on the map, which now applies around the core and most of Round Wood. The TWBMS specifies that strategic habit mitigation can be delivered within a wider but habit improvement zone, as shown on the maps in Appendix A and B. And therefore, I'd like to move this motion to the Council.
Thank you very much. So we have two speakers registered to speak, two people registered to speak who have statements. Is Lance Allen in the building? if you'd like to come forward to speak, and then I've also got Cecilia Beckett on the list. So you can make a statement.
Thank you very much. I don't profess to be an ecology expert, but as a student of geography and editor of council agendas for over 20 years, I find bad geography and bad English are two issues that I experience far too regularly, and the BAT strategy is a fine example of both. Alongside the BBC and the media in general, Wiltshire Council has been a long-term practitioner of bad geography, particularly when setting boundaries, a subject I have spoken about on occasion in this chamber. But first, let's look at the English. The first training course I attended when I became a town clerk, which was provided by the Media Trust, was about writing press releases. The principle I learned applies equally to writing strategies, reports, agenda items and recommendations to council. That principle was: read what you have written and remove 50% of the words to improve communicating the message to the reader. Then remove half of what's left to enhance their understanding further. This 67-page document could better communicate everything if edited in fewer than 20 pages. A well-edited strategy would have been clear and understandable and not open to interpretation. What you are presented with is a dog's breakfast with gaping holes and areas of significant confusion, which will keep the lawyers employed for years to come. As for the geography, well, the maps are all over the place, literally. Give the authors their due, figure 5 is excellent. Clear boundaries justified on ecological and geographical principles. Figure 7 is not too bad, although the result is that Trowbridge and Westbury will pay for improvements in Bradford, Avon and Melksham. No, it's figure 4 which is abysmal. The yellow zone is completely unjustified on ecological terms. It stretches 4 miles west of the high-risk red zone to the west and significantly less than 1 mile in the east.
You have 20 seconds.
Despite there being an impact zone for bat species covering parts of all the villages to the east, including Wadden to the north, whilst there is none covering Wadden to the north of Hilperton and most of Southwick Parish. There is absolutely no ecological justification for
Thank you. You've spoken for 3 minutes now, as per our constitution. Thank you very much. Can I invite Celia Beckett to speak, please?
Good afternoon. I'm Celia Beckett, the chair of the Hilperton Area Action Group, a working group for Hilperton Parish Council. Following the Cabinet's approval of the new TWBMS on the 8th of July, we wish to add some more comments regarding the policy. It is stated on page 228 that the policy has been produced to address the development in Trowbridge and Westbury in the local plan, in particular the allocated sites. For Trowbridge, the identified sites include the plan for 600 houses in Hilperton on greenfield sites within the yellow zone. Whilst development is permitted in the yellow zone, it is very clear in the policy on page 229 that development proposals must provide an appropriate survey of bats. Our concern is that whilst surveys were conducted in 2021 and submitted to the council, these have not been made public, nor has the data been uploaded onto Wiltshire Records. So decisions about the appropriateness of the site and required mitigation cannot be evidenced. The only part of Policy 53 that has a survey on record is the land north of Devizes Road, a small part of the site, less than 2 acres. This application was speculative and was turned down on ecological grounds. Since the Cabinet meeting, a member of our group has made a detailed analysis of the data on Wiltshire records for bats, and this confirms that there is no data uploaded for the remainder of Policy 53. The report also refers on page 238, paragraph 37, to the reduced emphasis on development in Trowbridge compared with previous plans, and that this reflects lower need and environmental factors. Despite this reassurance, Policy 53 is referred to as Phase 1 in the planning documents. No reference in the document.
You have 15 seconds.
Is made to Policy 3, in which the reserve areas for future growth are identified, including vast areas of Hilton in the yellow zone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we've had a number of questions. So Lance Allen has got 2 questions. Do you have a supplementary?
My supplementary question is, can the council provide a clear and concise list of those developments which will and will not expect to contribute to strategic habitat mitigation as per paragraph 234 of the strategy?
Thank you. Do you want to answer the questions at the end? Okay. Do you want to? So do you want to come back and ask? Sorry. What you? Oh, you missed the question. Sorry. Can you ask the question again, please? And you answer as you go along.
Can the council provide a clear and concise list of those developments which will and will not expect to contribute to strategic habitat mitigation as per paragraph 234 of the strategy?
Yes, if they fall within the red or the yellow zone, they will be eligible for the new strategy, and therefore an element of payment, which is just under £1,000, will be paid by each of the developers for each of the house, because we need to protect the bats that we have. They are declining in numbers, and we need to put in a lot of work to make that work. So yes, that is available.
Thank you. You have a further question, Mr. Allen. You don't have a supplementary. William Mulholland, you've had 2 questions. Have you got a supplementary? Is Mr. Mulholland in the building? No. And Mrs. Mulholland, any supplementary to the questions asked? Nope. Okay. Thank you very much. So now we hear from group leaders before opening the debate to other members. Councillor Thorne, anything to add?
No.
No.
Yes, thank you, Laura. Thank you for the questions and the statements that have been made. I think that what is very, very important here is that we have a plan that sets out in enormous detail. It's a criticism from Lance, but nonetheless it needs to be in detail in order to be defensible within the context of the local plan. I take his point about lawyers and opportunities, but lawyers will take opportunities regardless of the nature of the length or the breadth of the document. So we have here a document which has been in planning, if I can use that word, for a significant amount of time. We have a plan which provides quite significant requirements on developers in terms of the contributions that they are required to provide in order to fund the kind of mitigation that we wish for. And I would also say members will be aware that our current local plan, the draft local plan, is currently heading through inquiry. It made it past the duty to cooperate phase a few weeks ago, and then the rest of the examination takes place later this year. And it's absolutely vital in terms of the objectives this document has to support and protect what we of course know as a range of extremely threatened bat species. It's absolutely vital this document is part of that inquiry. And if there is any doubt in anybody's mind about the danger of not supporting this document today, then it has the potential to have quite a fatal impact on the entire process of our local plan. And of course, one of the dangers of failing to deliver the local plan is that we will see, as we have done over a number of years, significant amounts of unwanted, unplanned development from developers who see the opportunity to take an application to committee. The committee may well reject the application. Of course, it finds its way to appeal, and the appeal is successful. And therefore, this document is absolutely critical in terms of ensuring that we have the appropriate evidence and indeed sits alongside the rest of the documentation that we are taking through the local plan process. And all I want to do is just direct members to the first item on the recommendations, which is about ensuring that the mitigation strategy supports the draft local plan, as I've just described, that it provides appropriate mitigation, it provides the support that we absolutely need to provide in terms of ensuring that we can protect those extraordinarily rare bat species within the areas that have been discussed. So I would just urge colleagues in terms of concerns they may have, and I think speakers have raised some of those concerns, but all I would say to reflect on those concerns is that if we fail to adopt this paper today, then it leaves us in a very, very sensitive and difficult situation in terms of our position with all the lawyers at the local plan inquiry later in the year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cluer.
Thanks. I find this quite a challenging document. I found the first iteration of the bat mitigation strategy a relatively challenging document when that came through as well. As has been pointed out, we're dealing with an issue, we're dealing with protected species we've got to safeguard in planning, but in a way that doesn't always actually make sense when you look at the events, geography, how to actually protect bats on the ground. And it's not a comfortable document to be looking at. I'm also concerned that we've got a government that has a planning bill going through at the moment, and part of that they are talking about making changes around the way in which, sadly to some extent, sadly to a great extent, they're talking about loosening some of the restrictions around the way in which habitat mitigation is dealt with. That's relatively new. I don't know what impact that has here in terms of this plan. I did mention it in Cabinet, the Cabinet meeting, but I do worry that it risks pulling this plan to a point where it's out of date. I gather the inspector is likely to start the hearings now, not so much in the summer, but further into the autumn. Part of me does wonder if we shouldn't be looking at approving this in October when we understand what government's done, and if it drives a coach and horses through it and makes significant changes in terms of the actual legislation that we're needing to refer to. I don't know what the risk here is of approving a document that would be overtaken by events, but would still stand, that would then sort of place an overly onerous burden on developers going into an inspection if government had changed the rules on us. I'm sorry, I'm raising this really late in the day, but I've been listening and thinking what's being said, and I was uncomfortable at Cabinet. I'm more uncomfortable now as to whether we quite have enough information to make this judgment. Lance, you and I have disagreed on geography of Trowbridge before, but I agree with you here. I don't think it, honestly, I don't think it makes sense because I don't see the evidence behind the geography that's being looked at, but I don't think it's made sense all the way through the development of bat mitigation strategy for Trowbridge and now the revised expanded one. I'm not giving terribly helpful answers there. I don't know if there is any way we can get some advice, or perhaps advice coming from the Cabinet member as to what the potential implications are of the local plan moving back, which I think I heard about a week ago, and the government's changes, which are still, well, they probably are crystallised now, but I haven't seen details coming out after the bill's cleared the select committee stage. So it does make me feel a little bit as to whether this is slightly preemptive.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you very much. Well, over here, we definitely support sensible evidence-based protections for wildlife. And Wiltshire's rural environment, is of course part of what makes this county so special. But we do also believe in balance. And, we've all seen what happens when well-meaning environmental regulation becomes unaccountable and unmanageable. Indeed, on a national level, we've seen policy to do with bats, which could probably best be described with a phrase using the words bat and crazy. We've all seen what happened with HS2, £100 million spent to protect bats, and in the end it didn't actually achieve that. And that's real people's money being wasted on this stuff. And I'm just going to say plainly that we believe in people before bats, and we'll never support an approach that allows international wildlife law to override local housing need, rural business or community development, especially when the enforcement can be very disproportionate. That said, we would really want to see with this a review clause in it to see whether the strategy, if the strategy were to block housing or economic growth, whether it could be reviewed, as well as what was alluded to in the question earlier, with full transparency about which areas are actually affected, so that rural homeowners, farmers and local builders aren't blindsided by this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just really from a scrutiny perspective, this has been to Environment selected through the Chair and Vice Chair, and they came up with no major issues. So the rest I will leave to everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I was really interested in this item. I've had like a love-hate relationship with bats over my 30 or 40 years. I've worked with them, I've worked against them, I've listened to experts, and I have changed my view. The experts normally know best. And though I've argued thinking they never use that bat hotel, they never use that new front door or that access into the roof, the reality is they do. So my view has changed, and I think if I'm convinced that these proposals have been drawn up by experts, which I hope they have, then I'm willing to support them.
Thank you very much. So I'll now open up the item to debate. Does anyone want to speak? Ooh, quite a few people. So Councillor Orford.
Oh, thank you. I was surprised I got in there first. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions around the developer contributions. Are they going to be uplifted every year with inflation? And is there a point at which they're going to be reviewed to ensure they currently or they remain current and therefore can meet the needs of the mitigation programme?
Thank you. And then Councillor Parman.
I just want to share an experience. Last week here in Trowbridge, we had Trowbridge Football Club, Trowbridge Town Football Club, switching on their floodlights. And this was a development that was carried out under the previous BAT mitigation strategy. And we had to wait till 10 o'clock before we could switch the lights on. We were all stood there waiting for it to get dark. And what should happen? But bats flew over our heads. And it was one of the things that took them a long while to get these lights just right, so they didn't spill off into the hedges, that they were all focused and so on. And the whole thing made sense there. You have got bats there, they do need looking after, and that was a solution where it didn't stop the development, but the development had to meet the criteria. And so I'm in favour of this. Share Lance's concerns about bits and pieces on the maps and so on, and the language used. But I think we can iterate towards something that's better in future. So at the moment, this is the best we've got. Let's vote it through and then continue to improve it as time goes on.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Sample.
Chair, let's hear it for the bats. We've got a policy in front of us.
which has been developed by our ecological team in the back room. And it's been work that's been led by an ecologist. And for those of us who are interested in the subject, as I am, we got a wonderful opportunity to have a full briefing by her a couple of weeks ago. And it was one of the most fascinating presentations that I've been to. And all of the questions that you could possibly have about bats were answered. Now, there are other types of bats, but the main bat species that is affected in this particular case is a thing called the Bechstein's bat. Bechstein's bat likes old, vintage forestry, old woodland. It likes cool environments. It is very slow to reproduce, very slow, painfully slow. Doesn't like being disturbed. And it is absolutely essential that we have a clear policy that protects them. That's why the paper has come to you. It has gone before the Environment Select Committee, the chair and vice chair of it said, it's okay by us. They had a chance to look at it, go through it in detail and ask questions, but they gave it a green stamp. And that's good enough for me. What I want to say to those out there who might be considering going off into our woodlands and disturbing the habitats of Bechstein's bats, and there are other species there too, is that bats are protected by wildlife law. I want everyone to know in Wiltshire that the relevant penalties include £5,000 per bat, and now no upper limit under updated sentencing guidelines if you disturb, kill, injure, capture, if you destroy or obstruct access to a bat roost, or if you possess or trade in live or dead bats. One of the wonderful things about my role as a magistrate is the fact that on a regular basis, people who have committed offences against our wildlife in Wiltshire are brought before the courts. If there is no other message from this meeting today, it should be that we will do everything in our power to protect bats. That is our role, our duty as councillors. That is one of the reasons why we have a policy in front of you today, developed by a professional ecologist, and it's why we've had the thumbs up from the chair and vice chair of Environment Select Committee. Colleagues, give this the rubber stamp, give it the thumbs up. Let's stand behind the bats in a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon King.
Well, to Councillor Paul's example, I say hear, hear. Absolutely. I think in his array of stats and statistics, also legal implications, he is absolutely spot on. We were pleased, very pleased, that the bat mitigation strategy should be extended to involve Westbury. We have for years watched bat activity in our parks, in our open spaces, in our evening times, and also pick them up once they collide with our windows. We were bemused a little bit that the first strategy did not include Westbury because it is an obvious place, an obvious corridor for bat life. They are very pleasant beings. They are welcome guests. They are welcome partners. They are welcome in our community. And I am pleased that we as a community have recognised them and are now working to protect them against unwanted development.
Thank you. Councillor Newbury, the last speaker. Don't touch it.
Hope that when Councillor Adrian Foster replies, he will be able to give us an answer to the point raised by Councillor Kluwer about the fact that the dust has not yet settled on the government's review of its bat policy and whether it might be better for us to adopt this later in the year when we can look at it in that context. I am a little bit sceptical about in fact, I'm more than a little bit sceptical about the bat protection, how far the bat protection agenda has gone. I'll mention, Chairman, that most members know that we have an allocation at Trowbridge, a housing allocation of 2,500 houses, is it, called Ashton Park. And there are all kinds of reasons why that hasn't yet started after being allocated about 10 years ago. It's probably the main factor or a major factor as to why Wiltshire does not have, cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. And certainly in my mind, one of the problems there is that the Ashton Park development has been required to provide a full-time bat conservation officer in perpetuity. That doesn't mean for 20 years or 100 years, it means forever. And the amount of money required by that, I'm not going to mention it because it's off the record, but it's a very large amount of money. And if as Councillor Samples says, the problem is the Beckstein's bat is indeed rare in this country. And as he says, it does live in woodland, but it isn't rare in the world. It doesn't have a threatened status. The vast forests of it in Eastern Europe, so that isn't terribly persuasive to me. I do think a little bit longer to look at this because I think the government is starting to think a little bit in a slightly more grown-up way, shall we say, about the needs of the bats as to be balanced against the needs of the people, as Councillor Ritter has rightly said.
Thank you very much. We've got more people wanting to speak now. Councillor Chris Vaughan.
Thank you. So I was at the same event as Councillor Parman, I think, was it maybe last week or maybe earlier this week, I can't remember. But I completely agree with everything that he says. When the lights were turned on, we did see lots of bats. So again, we completely agree that action needs to be taken to protect our wildlife. But the word you'll hear again and again is balance. And so for balance and context, and please don't quote, I might have misheard, but I think I heard that they had to change the plan something like 14 times, just to give you a sense of the balance.
Thank you. Councillor Mel Jacob.
Thank you. I'm not going to say very much, but I just wanted to use the word regret. And I think as a councillor, I take my responsibility, not just about the residents and the bats that live in our county now, but about the future. And I think it's very easy for us to make decisions now and think, great, that's going to bring more housing, that's going to bring the development, it will reduce the costs for current developers, and we're thinking very much in the now. But we have a responsibility to make sure Wiltshire is great on into the future, and I don't want us to be experiencing regret when we think we didn't look after those bats or whatever else it is. Our countryside, our towns, our listed buildings, all of those things, we shouldn't experience regret because we want to help people do things more easily now. And sometimes the good things in life are worth fighting for, and they have to be, if it's more difficult, then that's the thing, that it has to be more difficult. So I think really carefully. Don't think about your grandchildren and your children's grandchildren. You know, are they going to say, what a shame those bats were not protected, or those towns were not protected because of decisions that we made now? So just consider that when you're making your decision. And it may not be perfect as it is, but it's what we have in front of us, and I feel we should be making the right decision for the future.
I've now got lots of people coming in to speak. I'm going to stop that now. Anyone now who's pressed the button, that's it, because I think that's probably enough on this debate. So I've got Councillor Paul Oatway, and after that I've got Kevin, Councillor Asplin and Councillor Chamberlain. So I'll go to Paul Oatway first.
Thank you, Chair. It's not so much about policy, but I would like the Cabinet member and officers to be aware that living in Middle Woodford is a world-renowned bat expert. who's currently working with the New Zealand government around bat strategies. And why do I know that? Because he's my nephew. You might find that of use.
Excellent. Good to know that. Thank you. Councillor Asplin.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a big fan of bats. I sit in my garden late on a summer evening and watch them flick over the top at twilight. My big question is, why is this only related to Trowbridge and Westbury? What about the rest of the county?
And Councillor Chamberlain. Don't touch it. No, you're on.
Someone had to do it, didn't they, for the first meeting? Just briefly to say that in scrutinising this, one of the things that struck me about the policy was its development from the existing policy, which felt to be actually quite constrained. And I think there's some flexibility in the new policy that allows the council to respond better. It's a more agile policy than the previous one. So I think actually gives more power to authority, and also is more effective because it allows for group discussions with developers as opposed to having 100 individual discussions. So there's an efficiency in savings, I think, this policy, and it gives us better instruction for the future. I think throwing out now would be a hugely retrograde step when we've got a basis for an improved policy which we continue to refine on an annual basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foster, as mover of the motion, do you have any final comments before we move to the vote?
Addressed most of the questions, especially the ones the leaders brought to us today. Richard, I agree with you entirely. Any policy that we implement is only really up to date on the day it's approved. All policies will need to be adapted and changed. The great thing about this one, as Phil quite correctly states, is because it's now a strategy, it is something that can be added to and changed on a regular basis by coming to this council to adapt. There were many consultations, as you mentioned, about planning. I think I'm getting one every day at the present moment from the government. They seem to want to change planning regulations, our democracy in that as well. So yes, it's a constant changing platform at the moment, and I think there will be big changes in the autumn, which not all of which we will like. But we have a plan going through the inspector at the present moment, the local plan, and it is incumbent on us to make sure we've got all our strategies in place to ensure the inspector will approve this plan, and this is a plan that's vital to that. So therefore, we would like to get it through the council today so that our local plan has a real chance of being adopted, and that will help us with our 5-year land supply. It is so important to this council that we actually move a positive vote today on this policy for that one reason alone. Mr. Rimmer said he worried about developers being blindsided. The whole point of having a policy, and a policy like this, is they won't be blindsided. They know well in advance before they put their applications in where and how much will be imposed on them for developing in those areas, so they can plan accordingly. And that's why we have such policies and strategies. Philip, thank you for your question. It's one I asked, and it is written in the strategy. And it is written in the strategy, it will be reviewed annually, because the cost of mitigation will go up annually, and therefore it's important we review it every year. So in answer to your question, yes. Chris, I was at the planning application when we considered Ashton Park, and I knew your objections there at the time, and those issues haven't gone away. But the good news I can give you is that we should have some good news on the Ashton Park development within weeks, not months. And so we will be able to move forward on that one. But the way Persimmon have been able to mitigate that one is that they have employed a full-time, that they have given sufficient funding to Wiltshire Wildlife Trust, who will employ somebody full-time to do the bat mitigation strategy at Ashton Park. as we have done for the rest of the zones here in Wiltshire. And this is where the money that's going to be paid by the developers under this new strategy, that will continue to fund the officer that we have to do the bat mitigation within the areas. And at the present moment, that's working really well. And so we know what works and we can continue to carry on with that. And I agree with Chris Vaughan, 100%. We need to protect our wildlife, and it is a balance. And we've discussed this with Natural England, and we think we have struck the right balance here for protecting housing, which we desperately need, and our environment, and in this case, the bats. And I know one or two people mentioned people first, but we will only survive as a society if we look after our environment and all the species that live in it. And with that in mind, my computer has died. Bear with me. Oh, I'll read it off the screen. I would like to move to the council that we recommend this motion that was recommended by Cabinet to come to this full council on the 8th of July, and that we approve the proposed Trowbridge and Westbury bat mitigation strategy to support the draft local plan and to ensure delivery of the appropriate mitigation for plan-led development, to ensure no adverse effects on the integrity of the bats and Bradford and Avon sack and the functionality linked woodlands to the east and the southeast of Trowbridge. 2, we agree that in accordance with the requirements of the Conservation of Habits and Species Regulation 2017 as amended, and relevant case law, that the revised strategy approach applies to all qualifying development seeking outline, full and reserved matters and discharge of conditions approval, with the exception of applications for the WHSAP, site allocation and the Ashton Park urban extension outline planning application, as Chris and I have discussed. Agrees that the developer contributes via planning obligation will be sought from the developers wishing to use council-led mitigation scheme. The revised strategy would be adopted with immediate effect and contributions sought as necessary. I therefore ask and move this for a vote.
Thank you very much. So in accordance with the Constitution, there'll be a recorded vote. So please indicate on your microphone console whether you're voting for the motion, against it, or you are abstaining. Has everybody voted who wants to vote? Okay, that motion is passed. 53 for, 6 against, 32 have abstained. Right, I am going to be brave and push on for this last item, please. So keep going, but Paul, you are between us and lunch.
Thank you, Chair. As the Chairman of the Standards Committee, I bring forward this paper to Council. All constitution matters are dealt with by the Constitution Focus Group. The previous CFG made recommendations and updates to the following, that being the Overview and Scrutiny Management Committee structure.
Paul, sorry, I've just been reminded we need a seconder.
Okay, fine. So,
Councillor Hopkinson seconded.
Thank you, Ruth. So, as I said, the previous CFG made recommendations to the following, that being the Overview and Scrutiny Management Committee structure, the Audit and Governance and Overview and Scrutiny, and the Financial Planning and Budget Setting. They approved that, they made the minor amendments. From there, that goes to Standards. Standard reviewed that and supported those amendments, and then we bring that to full council. And that's why I'm now presenting that to full council, and the proposal is quite clear there, that this council approves the changes to the following parts of the Constitution as set out in the appendices. I won't read the appendices to save time, you can see them there. Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, I've moved on to the wrong page. So any public participation on this? Mr. Caswell? Do you want to make a statement? Please come up to the microphone. You have 3 minutes.
Is this on? Oh dear. Who am I between you and your lunch? It's not a nice, very nice place to be, I know. I just wanted to say something about scrutiny, which is really problematized it in a way which I think this administration and the previous administration haven't actually recognised. The whole scrutiny process dates back to the 2000 legislation when these rather overmighty executives were appointed. I think some people regret that, but anyway.
Chris, can you move your mouth as closer to the microphone as possible,
Oh.
please? Yeah, thank you.
Right, sorry. This was clearly introduced as a check against the untrammeled power of the executive. But right from the start, there were always recognised to be problems because there's always a balance between an administration which has a majority and the majority sits on the scrutiny committee and is supposed to be independent. And there are some doubts about that over the years, I think has to be said. But anyway, this legislation has been subject, as has been revealed in one of my answers, to a massive amount of legislative adjustment over time. And there are a whole lot of issues raised by those adjustments. And whatever system you have in place is the choice of the council. One of the things I was disappointed by, and I'll say later on the answer I had to my question from the leader, was that it just assumed that what we have is what we have and it's permanent. But of course it's not. It's a matter of choice. And some of the issues that have occurred over time, the one most important to me is that there were always 3 or 4 principal objectives for scrutiny. And one of them was to be a critical friend. But somehow over time, and this is not unique to Wiltshire, there are many councils who've gone down the same route, somehow over time, the executive has rolled over the critical friend. And now Wiltshire Council has a system which makes it very difficult for scrutiny to be critical. And all the emphasis is on partnership and friendship and not annoying anybody and so forth. But I think the public expects scrutiny to be more critical on occasion. And I think what this new administration might think about is whether there aren't some changes, some quite small, which might allow for a more open critical friendship to be developed than has been the case in the past.
You have 15 seconds.
Sorry?
You have 15 seconds.
Okay. The other issue which I think is particularly important is the loss of the whole emphasis on public engagement.
You've had your 3 minutes.
Okay.
So that was your statement. I have to be fair to everybody.
Okay.
You do have some questions. Do you have any supplementary questions you have for the questions?
Yes, my first supplementary to Councillor Thorne on the response he gave me, which is what prompted me to think he didn't answer my question. I asked, is there any interest in the administration in looking more critically at scrutiny and whether it can be improved? And basically, he didn't answer it, but the answer is no. Because all he did was roll out what happens at the moment. And that's a bad habit, by the way, which you've inherited from the previous administration. I don't recommend it. Try to answer the question. It would be helpful. That's my point there, really. I think that there are many questions that could be asked about scrutiny, and I think this would be a very timely moment.
Okay, Councillor Thorne, do you want to answer now? Thank you.
I would do, Chair. Thank you very much. Good morning. No, we're now into afternoon. Good afternoon, Chris. Good to see you. The answer to your question wasn't a case of no and we're not interested. As you all know, as a former Wiltshire councillor, I've been around this place for 12 years, that there is and there should be a degree of detachment between the administration and particularly the leader of the council and the scrutiny process that is managed and run by our back benches. And therefore I'm very, very, very loath, because I shouldn't, to intervene and seek to dictate to, I'm looking at Graham in particular as Chair of Overview and Scrutiny, to dictate what scrutiny should scrutinise. Because in a sense, the danger always is that I'll be asking scrutiny to kind of mark the homework that I want them to mark. So I think there's what you're suggesting, if you don't mind me saying, is quite a dangerous thing, in the sense that it's suggesting that the leader of the council should influence the outcome and the process of scrutiny. Now, I'm going to go on to say that, of course, as part of this debate, we are discussing the introduction of a new financial and procurement select committee, and we'll talk more about that in a moment, I'm sure. But that is in my opinion, and it was my opinion as a backbench member, a really important and critical part of moving scrutiny and the scrutiny process forward. But to come directly to your point, I've got no doubt at all as a member of Wiltshire Council that scrutiny will continue to evolve. I think there is a process that is ongoing in terms of how scrutiny can improve. One of the things I can influence, of course, is the fact that there will be no administration councillors chairing scrutiny committees. That's one thing that I can ensure, and that's one thing that I am ensuring. So when I can do something, I will do it. But again, my direct answer to your question, I'm taking up too much time, I suspect. Now, my direct answer to you is, as leader of the council, it's not my job to direct the work of overview and scrutiny. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you very much. Any other supplementary questions?
I have a second question, supplementary.
Okay.
First of all, I wanted to thank presumably the officers for producing this extensive list, which I think makes the point that scrutiny is a variable feast, so to speak. Lots of legislation has changed bits and pieces from time to time. I had a particular question. Running through all the acts and guidance that's on scrutiny, there's a statement saying that every council should have a scrutiny officer. So my question is, what, under the present administration, does the council have a full-time scrutiny officer or part-time scrutiny officer? And is there an adequate support for scrutiny? Because there's been questions about that in the past.
It's yes, and it's yes, Chris, I'm told, just to be direct and answer your question.
Thank you very much.
Is it full-time or part-time? It can't be both, yes.
I could name them. I'm not going to name them here, but I'm very happy to write to you and name the officer who is full-time and is responsible for the scrutiny process. So I'm very happy to come back to you on that, Chris.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on.
Very much.
So, Ian, have you got anything else you want to add?
Just a little bit, and that is, again, to reflect in terms of the proposal to introduce a financial and procurement select committee. Just two or three things today. One is, and this has been said so many times, but it's absolutely true, that it's local authorities that don't fully scrutinise the money that find themselves in big trouble. I'm going to just welcome Councillor Mike Sankey, of course, as the chair of the governance and audit, or audit and governance, because I'm really keen that, again, the response, as far as I'm able to, that we have as many politicians engaged in the process of scrutiny in one form or another in this council. So all I want to add is I'm wholly in favour. I would encourage all our colleagues to support this proposal. And I think if it gets through, which I hope it will, I think there's a proposal for a meeting very soon, so this group can get on with its work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cluer?
Thank you. Yep, I mean, I agree. I think this is a good step forward. We have the Financial Planning Task Group. A task group is not a scrutiny committee. Scrutiny committees can have task and finish groups, so it can achieve the same work, but it gives it a more formal setting, and I think that is really important. I welcome this. And as you say, Ian, not every council that's come off the financial rails has done so because of a lack of scrutiny. I mean, but the really bad ones, honestly, if you start reading the best value reports and the auditors' reports, they're damning. And they're where councils didn't make sure that there was external opposition, not administration, and sometimes even wider cabinet scrutiny of financial decisions. So I think this is long overdue in my view.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer?
Thank you. Yeah, we welcome this change as well, and I agree that it's overdue, and I think it's a very sensible move because, you know, we're talking about hundreds of millions of pounds in public spending, and residents expect that money to be spent wisely with proper challenge and full transparency, which hasn't always happened, so we really welcome this. But it must be done properly, and it can't become a technical committee that nods through reports. We really have to make sure that we're bold enough to ask difficult questions that need asking, open enough that residents can see where their money is going, and independent enough to hold the Cabinet to account, not just follow its lead. So to that end, I'm very pleased with the commitment to there not being administration councillors chairing scrutiny committees, because it's vital that they're not marking their own homework. You're probably going to become sick of me saying this, but we believe in value for money, financial discipline and public accountability. So we support this process and we'll be watching to make sure it delivers real scrutiny, not just another layer of bureaucracy.
Thank you very much. Graham Wright, Councillor Wright.
Yeah, well, from an independent perspective, yes, we obviously support this. As Chair of OU and Scrutiny Management Committee, I'd like to thank Chris for his comments, which we have taken all of those on board, Chris. And I'm talking to the 4 scrutiny officers within Wiltshire Council about any improvements we could make. And I take it, I wouldn't say I take it personally, but I do believe that scrutiny in our council is of a very high level. There's always room for improvement. And I would like to think that anybody, any of our councillors can come to any of our meetings at any time and put forward their views. So I'm all in favour, and let's move forward with this to make sure that we do keep our financial controls under the perfect level, and that we have full scrutiny that's robust. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers.
Thank you, Chairman. Seems to be a step in the right direction, and I'm happy to support the proposal.
Excellent. So now open the item to debate. Anyone want to speak on this? Councillor Henning, got to be brief.
Yeah, I will be. It's not about this, actually. It's about the fact that every time somebody uses that microphone at the back, I've canvassed around the people sat around me. We can't hear.
I agree.
So if something could be done to sort that out, I would be much appreciated by myself. Perhaps I shouldn't have gone to that Led Zeppelin concert when I was 18 or something.
Yes, you should. Yes, you should. Gavin, Councillor Grant.
I'll be very brief. I just rise to pay tribute to my former chair of the Financial Planning Task Group, Councillor Pip Ridout, who was a doughty champion of this cause. She and I were in lockstep in urging the creation of this committee. And to you, Councillor Rimmer, as a person who will almost certainly be under the scrutiny, I look forward to rigorous discussion and testing questions. That's the very purpose. And the examination, please, we've talked a lot about finance. Procurement is also part of this. And ensuring we're getting good value for money and on our procurement areas is another very important part. And again, in the past, we've struggled to find the time to do that work. Hopefully now with this committee properly supported and with excellent membership. And I hope, again, with a chair who is not a member of the Liberal Democrat group, and I pay tribute to our leader in ensuring, as best he could, that the chairs of our scrutiny committees are not from the largest party in this chamber. It's right and proper that scrutiny is conducted in a constructive and collegiate way, but vigorously. And I urge you to vote for the resolution.
Okay, I've got Councillor Munns and then Councillor Sample, then I'm saying no more to that. Thank you. Councillor Munns.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very brief one, drawing on the comments from Councillor Rimmer, which I fully agree with. Councillor Thorne, you mentioned there wouldn't be a member of the administration chairing that committee, and I just wanted a point of clarification on that. Presumably you mean a member of the Liberal Democrat group wouldn't chair it?
Chair, I entirely support increasing the number of scrutiny committees by 25%. That's the increase. Or straight in, couple of weeks, we increase scrutiny by 25%. I hope we won't get criticised by doing that for creating more committees. With that, Madam Chairman, let's have lunch.
Okay. No, wait a minute. I think we've probably got to vote on something. So in accordance with the Constitution, there'll be a recorded vote on this item. Thank you.
I know.
Okay, has everyone voted? So that is passed. Brilliant. Thank you very much. So I'd like everyone to be back here for 2 o'clock to start on the motions. Thank you very much. Okay, we're now broadcasting, so the meeting's live. Can everyone settle down now, please? Find their seats. So as I said earlier, I'm changing the order of the agenda in order for us to debate this, the Lime Down Solar Park motion because of the members of public, the number of members of public who want to speak. So I'm going to start by saying this motion is from Councillor Martin Smith and Councillor John Atke, and it's on pages 307 to 308 of your summons. So invite Councillor Smith to move the motion and ask for it to be seconded before I get into trouble.
Yep, thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd just like to move the motion as described on the screen, and I seek a seconder.
Thank you, John Atke. Right, accepted. So, Councillor Smith, would you now like to...
Apologies, Chair. We can't hear a thing here. We can't hear. The fans.
Yeah, I think we need to turn the fans off. Yeah. Fans are blowing.
That's better.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Smith, you'd like to, please can you speak to the motion? You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So I won't repeat the context of this motion, but for new councillors, you may or may not be aware that the previous council had a very similar motion here. But the main difference between this one and the previous council motion on this subject is the additional requirement for officers to give the same amount of time to the Stop Lime Down group as they give to the developer. I've heard from some councillors that they're questioning the legality of that approach, but I can assure them that wording has been approved by our legal officer, Perry Holmes, and we're okay. Anyway, I'm a committed environmentalist. I believe we need to generate as much renewable energy as possible. When I was first told about Lime Down, I thought, well, it's just another solar farm. It'll be fine. Well, you may think, like I did, that you know what a solar farm looks like. But Lime Down is no ordinary solar farm. At the size of 500 megawatts, this is 10 times the size of any project that's come before Wiltshire Council planning committees. For this reason, the application will be determined by the Secretary of State following recommendation from the Planning Inspectorate. To highlight some of the issues that make this a different beast, I could mention the tracking solar panels to be used up to 4.5 metres high. You might have seen this morning an example of how high that is. This is double best sort of height. There's no example in this country where these types of panel have been used. This is why I say you won't know what this looks like. They're also using about 2,000 acres of land very close to the Cotswold National Landscape. The panels will completely surround some hamlets to the south of Shurston. 30% of the land is classified as best and most versatile land, which is very good for growing food. You'd have thought that this was a high priority when our food security is so fragile. They're proposing high fences all around the fields with panels. This is crisscrossed by country lanes, footpaths and bridleways. It's in a part of the country that's very open. Visual impact mitigation will be very difficult, if not impossible. But there's also going to be approximately 25 substations joining up all the panels over this huge area. The largest will be about 13 metres high. Think 5-storey building in the middle of a field, looking much like an appendage to your nuclear power station. There's also a massive battery storage system near Lavington, the largest in the country so far, we think. They'll have to construct a huge water tank in case it catches fire so that the emergency service can keep the installation cool while it burns out, because we can't put these things out. It's being placed over an important aquifer, which supplies drinking water to us in the north of Wiltshire, most of Bristol, Bath, and even some of it even goes to London. They'll need a sealed bund around this huge site to prevent leakage into the aquifer if there is a fire, as polluting heavy metals are dispersed and a toxic gas is produced. It's all lovely, isn't it? Construction will take 2 years, and they'll have to purpose-build extra access roads and temporarily widen and provide gentle bends in roads to allow 16 axle vehicles onto the site, which will need an escort. The National Landscape Board has said that no construction traffic should go through the National Landscape, but Lime Down has so far ignored this request. Then there's the 20 kilometre cable to Melksham. It needs a 60-metre wide corridor and an access road for most of its length. The developer is wholly owned now by Macquarie Bank from Australia, who pretty much plundered £4 billion from Thames Water, effectively bankrupting them. There are 9 large landowners in on this deal who will benefit massively, including the Duke of Beaufort, who owns the Badminton estate. Meanwhile, there's no requirement on the developers to provide any community benefits. They've mentioned the possibility, but no figures have been mentioned. And many of us have had experiences of developers saying one thing and doing another. So the residents may well have to put up with this industrial blight in the countryside for potentially no community gain. This is the most important issue on the doorstep in my division of Shurston and in John's in Bybrook. If we don't bring communities like this with us on this 20-year transition to net zero, we will never make it. We will not achieve this by imposing developments like this on reasonably minded people. As our MP for the South Cotswolds has said about this project, it's in the wrong place, it's the wrong size, and it's under the wrong ownership. I therefore commend this motion to the Council.
Thank you very much. In accordance with procedure, the relevant Cabinet member has the opportunity to respond to the motion. So I'll therefore ask Councillor Paul Sample, who is not here. Is he? No? Oh, right. Okay, well, he can speak later. It's fine. It's fine. So we've got some public part. Sorry, Paul, do you want to respond to the motion now or wait until the end after
To the end.
To the end. That's fine. I knew that's what you wanted to do. Okay, so we'll move to public participation. So just to remind speakers, you have 3 minutes and I will be very strict on time. So Sir Mike Pitt, I understand you'd like to make a statement.
Thank you, Chairman. I am representing the Stop Lime Down group. We are just ordinary members of the public, your public. Members of Stop Lime Down are not NIMBYs. We are trying to defend Wiltshire's landscape and quality of life. We do believe in solar, but on rooftops, not on productive agricultural land. I'll just make reference to the notice of motion put by Councillors Martin Smith and John Alke, and pick out a bit of the wording that says Lime Down Solar Park is the most damaging development proposal to confront the county of Wiltshire in living memory, and it would create an industrialised landscape and evolve into a permanent scar on the county's countryside. Stop Lime Down as an organisation fully endorse those comments. There are many reasons for objecting to the proposals for Lime Down Solar Park. I think Martin Smith has touched on them already. It would involve not just 4.5 metre high solar panels, the height of a double-decker bus, but also there would be vast areas of security fencing, battery storage, transformers, inverters, and substations up to 13 metres high. That's about to the ceiling of this building. We are talking about a very ugly development in a very interesting and delightful part of the countryside. And I asked the question, why would this developer select such an inappropriate location for a massive solar park some 20 kilometres from the national grid? And I think the answer is this. The sole reason is profit. and the willingness of a handful of very large landowners north of the M4 who've entered into secret and highly lucrative agreements to make their land available to the developer. This single factor has overridden all planning and environmental considerations. I want to finish by mentioning that large-scale solar development on agricultural land is not permitted in France, Germany, or Italy.
You have 10 more seconds.
These and other countries are all coming up with much more imaginative solutions. In contrast, in England, the number of applications for massive solar parks is growing rapidly.
Thank you. We'll have to be fair with everyone, so thank you very much.
It has become a gold rush. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now ask Bill Jarvis. Is Bill with us? Yes.
Good afternoon, Bill Jarvis, Wiltshire Climate Alliance. While clearly unpopular locally, the Lyme Down Solar Farm is a nationally significant infrastructure project, and the decision to permit this development lies with central government. Before I get on to what should happen there, I just point out some of the hyperbole used in your build-up to the motion, such as housing density, where you were quoting 360 dwellings in 3.5 hectares, an industrial landscape. A well-planned solar farm is not, and provides significant and proven wildlife benefits. And the other is the most damaging development proposal, we've just heard it, in the county of Wiltshire in living memory. I would suggest the M4 was probably slightly more of an impact, and all of its never-ending improvements, of course. That might better fit into that description. Oppose if you must, but please get your facts right. The 4.5 meters high solar panels are at that height to collect the sun at a low angle. They will rotate to flatten out during the day. With this motion, Council intends to expend significant effort in supporting opposition to the development. Also, it appears that there's a lack of engagement between IGP and the Council. Whether this is due to an inability to speak directly to IGP or not isn't clear. If meetings have taken place, please make public the minutes of the meetings. With the government intent to push for more renewables and its track record so far in approving these utility scale projects, it's likely in one form or another this application will be approved. Surely, therefore, the effort should be on working with the developer to minimise the impact of the development and maximise the significant community benefits that could arise from such a project. IGP may not come to the table, but it seems to me that it is in everyone's interests to try. Maximising the benefit for a local community is a lesson we should have learnt from the Westbury incinerator, where the council failed to obtain any benefits, leaving it until the outcome of the inquiry to take small crumbs from the table.
You have 20
If you
seconds.
must
You have 20
run
seconds.
an opposition campaign, please consider a plan B to include direct benefits and also, importantly, construction planning mitigation measures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Matthew Short. Is Matthew Short with us? No. So that's fine. Okay, right. So I now move that we debate this motion. Are you happy to second that? Yes. So all those in support of debating the motion, say aye. Aye. Anyone against? One against. So we'll now hear from group leaders before opening the debate to other members. Councillor Thorne.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Let me just start by saying exactly why I support this motion. And it's about, for me, a sense of democracy across Wiltshire. It seems to me, and it seemed to me when this issue came before the previous administration's cabinet, extraordinary that local people across our county who will be directly impacted by these proposals will have little or no say in, and we can argue the toss about the M4 or maybe the Westbury incinerator, but certainly one of the most significant impacts on our community and our landscape, possibly in our entire history, frankly. And I'm trying to avoid the hyperbole, but I'm not sure I can avoid it, given the significance of this issue. So the first absolute reason why I support this motion is because Wiltshire must have a view. Wiltshire should have a view, and particularly given the very large number of new councillors sitting in this chamber, new councillors elected by voters across the county should have the opportunity to express a view. That seems to me to be the basis of democracy, and very sadly the system that we have in terms of this application doesn't allow us to enjoy that degree of democracy. So that's the first reason. The second reason is about the scale of this application. 2,000 plus acres, covering vast swathes of the north of the county, but of course impacting on much more of the county in terms of the way that the energy will be carried. And again, it's right and proper that we have a view of that issue. And the third reason, Sir Michael talks about himself and his team as being ordinary citizens, and of course they absolutely are. But one of the things that really struck me when I met with Sir Mike and his colleagues a few weeks ago was the level of expertise, the level of knowledge, the level of understanding that's been brought forward in relation to this campaign. And I think that's something that we absolutely must recognise and understand, that this isn't, as so often the case, of course, a very asymmetric debate between developer and community struggling in many cases with developments to keep up. Here we have a campaign which is full of expertise to frankly rival the expertise of the promoter of this scheme. And my final point, which I think was touched on by Bill, is that, and this may just be my experience, I've seen nothing of IGP, the developer, the promoter. They certainly didn't come to the cabinet meeting where this was discussed previously. Certainly made no attempt to come and talk to me. I've no idea who else they've spoken to. But it seems to me that if you are promoting a development of this, well, frankly, of any enormity, but particularly of this enormity, then it is incumbent upon you, in my opinion, to talk to the people who will be affected by your actions. And as far as I can see from my experience, IGP have singularly failed to do so. For those reasons, I'm very happy to support the motion. I congratulate Martin and John on bringing it forward, and I'm delighted to see so many of the Stop Lying Down campaign here today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cluer.
Thank you, Chair. The previous administration had a clear view on this planning application. It was developed in a cabinet meeting. It was run in a format where there was the ability to listen to those in support, those they didn't turn up, but they had the opportunity, and those who were against, and then to interrogate people, to interrogate officers, and to reach a planning-based judgment. Now, that was after a lot of discussion with our own officers about a way to do this that was as in the way that was least open to challenge. So whilst as a motion, I mean, it broadly makes sense. I wish it mentioned the planning reasons that the council used to object to. But okay, I am really concerned about the risk that we have here with our own process. I mean, I've not raised a point of order. I'm not trying to suggest we shouldn't debate this, because the monitoring officer has made a ruling. For what it's worth, it's a ruling I disagree with. It doesn't happen often, but I do in this case. Our constitution says, under motions 18.7.3, that motions may not, will be rejected where they relate to any non-determined planning or licensing application. Now, I gather that the decision here has been that because this is a planning application that Wiltshire won't determine, it's okay, but that's not what the Constitution says. And I think we start abandoning the written rules that we follow at our peril. And that makes me really nervous with this process. The last administration put in a very clearly planning, let me try that again. A very clear response based on planning reasons, based on reasons why you could reject this proposal from a planning perspective. And I think for us now as full council to be debating it without that ability to properly interrogate, for new members to properly interrogate after the results of their revised consultation, and to simply debate it as a motion, it makes me really nervous. I mean, I agree, we should be opposing this. I think from a planning perspective, it's a really poor application. But I think we've got to do so in a way that carries the most possible weight. I wish this was an agenda item that could be handled in a more formal structure where we could get that proper ability to get both sides, to interrogate, I mean, that's why we used Cabinet last time and not full council. That was the advice we had from officers. It was the way that the council, historically, with the A303, came to a view, using Cabinet in a format where you are able to interrogate officers. Officers here can't speak apart from Perry. Where you are able to ask questions, to get the detail, to make sure that sound decisions are being made. So I do think it's regrettable we're handling it in this way. And I really think we need to be following our Constitution. I think the Constitution Focus Group needs to look at speed as to what we mean by planning application. Because to me, the wording's simple. We shouldn't be discussing this today, but we've got a ruling that we are. Back to the motion, yeah. I'm not going to personally propose some well, I'll consider it. I'm not personally at the moment going to propose any amendments. I think this could be tightened up. I think we should reference the planning reasons because I think that's really important. Because objecting without planning reasons is like saying, it's not fair. Objecting with planning reasons is saying it's not fair because it doesn't comply with the law. And that's the difference. And I think we probably need to make that point more clearly. Hyperbole or not, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. The Tibworth Super Garrison was a pretty huge change to bits of Wiltshire. The expansion of Melksham has been a pretty huge change to bits of Wiltshire. Yeah, this is a big, significant change. But the fact is, its scale isn't the problem. It's scale in relation to the planning rules around solar farms that makes it a problem. And if we forget that, our argument will have no weight when it comes to the inspectorate.
Thank you. I'm just going to call on Perry to respond on that particular issue of whether we should be debating this or not.
Thank you, Chair. And can I just say that you were given advice, Chair, when this motion came in on its validity, and I stand by that advice. Councillor Clure is entirely entitled to his own views on matters, as are all members, and I'm here, Chair, through you to give advice. And that includes interpreting the Constitution, which is your Constitution, members, and which is actively reviewed by the Constitution Focus Group. I can safely say so you heard reference to the 2000 Act earlier from Mr. Caswell. That's when I came into local government, and I can safely say that in that 24-year period, that I have never come across the concept that the bar on considering live planning applications is anything other than about live planning applications that could be decided by this council. So the logic is that it is embarrassing and potentially prejudicial for any member to mention, or anybody, to mention a live planning application or a live licensing application when there sit in this chamber members whose role is to consider the live planning application. So that's the logic of the constitutional point that Councillor Clure has referenced. That's been my understanding for those 20-odd years. I remain of the view that that is the correct interpretation. So through you, Chair, I interpreted the Constitution. I interpreted it on the basis that this planning application does not fall into that category because it is the government that will be making the decision. We are a statutory consultee. We have lodged our statutory consultation document. It went in September, so we have carried out our role. It's more than appropriate for members through Councillor Smith and others to reaffirm their position, which is the first item on the motion, to criticise and comment on consultation, more than appropriate to do that, and finally to continue doing something which we've already been doing. So I see no legal impediment in debating this motion, and nothing in the Constitution which prevent you from doing so, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you very much. I think this motion rightly highlights the real and serious concerns that there are about this solar park. You know, a vast developer-led scheme really threatens our countryside, farmland and rural communities. And I support the spirit of the motion, definitely. The solar park, you know, being enormous, industrial, being pushed through the DCO system, which removes local democratic control from the very people who actually live with the consequences. But what's quite striking to me is where the motion comes from. It comes from two members of the administration who actually back a Wiltshire-wide 2030 net zero target that's far more aggressive than the national target. And the way we see it is that you can't have it both ways. If you support an early and rigid net zero deadline without cost transparency and without local infrastructure, then this is exactly what follows. Massive solar farms, rushed energy projects, and decisions taken out of this county's hands. Here, we believe in common sense environmentalism. Yes to renewables where they're proportionate, deliver real benefits, and don't come at the cost of our food security, rural economy, or landscape. Not on 2,000 acres of high-quality farmland, not with battery storage units the size of barns, and not through a planning process that sidelines local accountability. So, while we support this motion, we challenge the council to go further. If we truly oppose schemes like this, we must be honest enough to reconsider the unrealistic climate deadlines that are enabling them. Later in this meeting, I'll be bringing forward a motion to do just that.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Yeah, the independents will be making up their own mind. I can't speak for them on this because the decision we had this morning, we had a lot of information that's been gathered since then. So I'm going to leave it to everybody to vote their own way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm struggling a bit with this one. With all planning things, we're told to keep an open mind, judge everything on its merits. And then I'm trying to get my head around the first line. This has already been through, as I understand it, our planning process, and a decision's been made. So why are we having to reaffirm it or reconfirm it or confirm it? I don't quite understand that. I'm happy to be told through the debate why, but I'm at a loss to why isn't this being handled locally by local people through the local planning system?
Thank you. So I will now open up the item to general debate. Any member wishing to speak, please press the button on your microphone console to be added to the queue of speakers. So first on the list is Councillor Berry. Chuck Berry.
Thank you, Chair. This is not a fashion statement. Well, this is a fashion statement. But if we look back to the 80s, it's clear that in some cases, a certain garment doesn't suit certain bodies. And I would say rooftops, not crop tops, in the nicest possible way. And I agree with what you're saying. And we need to think about this carefully because obviously the whole perception of what a farm is will change too. As a result of this development, any potential return to the inheritance tax regime that was enjoyed previously might be negated because there's a business in place across 2,000 acres that isn't agriculture anymore. So owners need to think about that too. But rooftops, not crop tops.
That's an image you can leave me with for life now. Thank you very much. Councillor Phil Orford.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Thank you. Look, I was involved in the last administration, but I have absolutely no love for Lime Down. I think the proposal is abhorrent. It's a disgusting use of agricultural land, and it's an absolute hideous blot on our landscape, and it would be for much longer than the initial proposal. So, yeah, I'm completely against it. That's not going to change. I'm also completely opposed to the best sites that go with them because I think they're really about market manipulation, driving up costs for customers to the benefit of a few corporations rather than the wider public. But my only concern with this motion, and I do agree with a lot of it, as you can imagine, because it sort of chimes with what we said a number of times before. But the last bullet point for me is a bit problematic. So I'll tell you why. Essentially, I think what's important is that this council remains credibility with the planning inspector when it goes to argue the case that the council has, the view the council has taken for this planning application. And to have in there a bullet point that we continue close cooperation with the representatives at SLD, their consultants and advisors, implies that we are an extension of them. And I think when we go to that planning inspector, we need to send our officers in there with as much credibility as possible. And that means allowing them to present a position of independence where they are an objective organisation. So I'm also concerned, hang on, I need to reopen my laptop here. Yeah, I'm also slightly concerned because I think it sets a precedent for the council to align itself too strongly with one side of a debate. Now, you know, obviously I've said already, I'm opposed to this, the actual proposal as it is. But this council is strong because it remains largely independent of any one perspective, where any one campaign group, and we've heard from the Wiltshire Climate Alliance that they're in favour of this motion, this proposal. And I think to be as balanced and to represent all our electorate, we need to remain independent. I think it also runs the risk of meaning that when our officers do go to the public inquiry, they end up speaking, or it will be blurred to a point where they're going to speak kind of on behalf of Stop Lying Down, and therefore it won't allow the two organisations to present separate arguments, one being very technical and the other being one from the campaign group, which is clearly has its own perspective, whereas the council should remain non-biased and be looking at this from a entirely technical point of view. So with that in mind, I'm going to ask if it's possible, if it would be acceptable, if I could suggest a friendly amendment to this, if the proposals happen. It's just on that last bullet point. And if I read it out, obviously you can have a little think and see what you think. But for that last bullet point, can we just tweak it so it says to continue close cooperation with all interested parties, including the representatives of Stop Lyme Down, the consultants and advisors, as well as other Lyme Down groups, for or against, in a balanced way to ensure the council continue to be an independent and objective body. And I think if we do that, it will add more credibility to the council's position when it goes to the planning inspector. So I just ask you to consider that, if you could.
Councillor Smith, do you want to consider that? Can we... Phil, are you able to send that?
Yeah, I'll do that now.
Okay, and are you happy for us to carry on the debate? Okay.
Yeah, I'll send it to Kieran.
So are you proposing that as a formal motion? You need it seconding.
Well, it's been seconded, but if it's accepted as a friendly. Okie dokie.
Okay, we'll have to adjourn for 2 minutes just whilst we get it on the screen. Thank you, everybody. And thank you for everyone's cooperation to work so well together. So, Councillor Smith, are you happy with the revised motion? Hang on. I need to get you. No, wrong one. That's it. You're on.
I am Chair, and I'm happy to accept this friendly motion. Also, with discussions with the other councillors, we thought it would be worth adding that red bit on the first bullet. So it's not tall enough. so am I on mute?
No,
Okay.
no, you're
Okay.
fine. You're on.
So could I just make sure that my seconder is happy with that and people here are happy with that?
Are you happy as a seconder? Excellent. Good. Thank you very much. Okay, so this is now the motion that we are debating, and I have Councillor Nick Holder to speak.
Thank you. Part of what I was going to say actually has now been mitigated by the amendment, and I welcome certainly the points that have been made in the last bullet point there. I would, though, respectfully ask the mover of the motion in his preamble what the relevance is of mentioning of Macquarie Bank. I'm not sure that's relevant to the motion. They are an investment company, and by the same token, will we be insisting that all of the solar panels that are deployed in the UK are no longer built in China but built in the UK? So I'm not sure the reference of that. I'd also like to understand, in general terms, why the mover and the seconder think this is in the wrong place. You've talked about the size and scale, which I understand, but you haven't really addressed my question about why you think it's in the wrong place. Is it because it's in your division? And is the MP against it because it's in her constituency? I don't really understand why this is the wrong place, as I've said, so I'd appreciate some clarifications to why you think that is. Because, your party in your 2024 election manifesto pledged that 90% of the UK's electricity will be generated by renewables by 2030, as has been said earlier. So where is the right place? If you think that is the right pledge, where is the right place? You haven't answered that for us. As the monitoring officer has said, and to answer Ricky Rogers' question, who's gone, I'm not sure why we need to bring this forward again, because as the monitoring officer said, our statutory duty as a consultee was satisfied back in September last year. What's the purpose of this? I'm pleased, as I said, the final point, and I don't often agree with Bill Jarvis from the Wiltshire Climate Alliance, but I think in this point it's absolutely appropriate that we as an authority keep our options open. And the only example I can give is this, is that when we are faced with planning applications in our divisions, we often complain about we don't get infrastructure, we don't get involvements with the Section 106. This, for me, is part of us making sure that we are involved early enough in this process to make sure that any environmental mitigation that might come our way, should the Secretary of State approve this, that we are there at the table, at the forefront of the debates, not when we've annoyed IGP and they're not prepared to negotiate. So I welcome the amendment and I will be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Atke. Touch it. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Well, it's with genuine concern and very considered reflection that I as a new councillor, second this motion. What's been proposed by the developer IGP isn't simply a solar park. It's not just another solar park. It's an industrialisation of Wiltshire's countryside on a scale that defies logic, and it disregards the local voice. With this proposal, we're being asked to accept the degradation of ancient landscapes, right across the Fossway there. The fragmentation of rural communities. It's in and around the villages, the beautiful villages of our Cotswolds landscape. And And it's the silencing of public consultation, all purported to be in the name of green energy. Now, let me be absolutely clear. I'm a full supporter of green energy. This council doesn't oppose renewable energy. We embrace it. But we also believe that sustainability must include environmental protection. It must include community well-being. It's the communities that are going to be affected by this. And democratic integrity. I'll explain what I mean by that. This lime down proposal, the solar proposal, fails on all three fronts. The consultation process has been deeply flawed. The original statutory consultation sidelined voices from the affected villages. I admit I'm from one of the affected villages, but we felt sidelined in the process. And the so-called targeted consultation excluded the general public altogether. That's not democracy. It's what I think of as it's a hostile takeover of our countryside. The community-led Stop Lyme group, in our community, our residents, it's tirelessly gathered evidence and articulated local concerns. It deserves not just our support, but our solidarity. Their work exposes the gaps, the oversights, and the potential harms in IGP's proposals. Collaborating with them isn't just sensible, it's necessary. This motion reaffirms our position, a position that was taken by the previous administration, and we oppose this scheme unequivocally. We demand that consultations be repeated and open to all. We call on IGP and the Planning Inspectorate to meet the standards Wiltshire residents deserve. Let's send a message to them today that development in Wiltshire must be shaped by the people who live here, not imposed in spite of them. I commend the motion.
Thank you very much. I'm going to see if everyone who is about to speak now can do it in 3 minutes. John Hubbard.
Oh, I'd like to say challenge accepted, but I hate setting myself up to fail. I remember having a discussion with Councillor Alford about this at a town council meeting in Melksham quite a while ago now, when he was raising his opposition to the concept of the project, and I was more on the fence. I was more on the fence because I didn't really know anything about it at the time, and I'm a huge fan of solar power. I have solar panels on my house. I drive an EV car. I'm getting a new EV car, and I think we ought to be doing everything we can. So my gut instinct at the time, as Councillor Alford will remember, was, hell, if it's a solar panel programme, what's wrong with that? We've got to be doing more about getting solar power. Then I did some research into this because I knew that this motion was going to be coming, and I wanted to be able to make sure that now I was actually voting on the issue, I was properly educated in what it was. And my usual reaction is actually to have the same attitude that Bill Jarvis spoke of, which is actually to almost accept the inevitability that planning permission will be given and try and screw the best deal you can for your residents. But when I looked at actually what this deal would mean for our residents, I realised actually this wasn't a project I could be in support of. The scale of what we're talking about here, the size of the panels and the way in which they will just cripple our countryside are such that there was just no way I felt I was able to support what was happening. I do welcome the amendments, and I think actually the amendments add strength to this motion, and I congratulate that, Phil. It's not often I congratulate you things, but I do think they add to the strength of the motion that's before us today. And I don't think that it stops us from later on down the line in the really tragic event that the government, because actually we don't make any decisions on this, the government are the only people making a decision on this, should they say it will proceed, none of this stops us from then being able to talk about how we can mitigate a bad thing. And Councillor Holder, through you, Chair, I remember you educating me about how at Melksham, about Parish Council, they always take a line on something where there may be an opposition, but alongside having people who will oppose something, they have someone else who's saying, but if it's going to go through, this is the best we'd like to get from it. And I think there's no reason why we as a council cannot say we oppose this going through. This is not in the interest of Wiltshire. It is not in the interest of our residents. But if the government actually want to force it through, then, and we can think about what would be best for our residents. But until we've got to worry about that, let's make sure that the message from Wiltshire is clear. We oppose the scale of this development at Lime Down Solar Farm.
Thank you. Now, going to introduce Gavin. I also want to make everyone aware that I have to leave in about 15 minutes. So Ruth has agreed to take over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Let me see if I can help colleagues who've raised some questions. IGP's backer, Macquarie Bank. I think anybody who looks at the lessons of corporate history as they relate to Thames Water, major investor Macquarie Bank, should be a little nervous about their engagement in this matter here. Even-handedness. I remember when, Richard, your cabinet was sat around this desk, and I was sat somewhere over there. I think it was you who said, and forgive me if it wasn't, but you were right, where are they? There was an opportunity for that company to engage with the cabinet, and you were there too, Councillor Holt. You said it, Councillor Holt. Well, thank you very much. Where are they? By the way, where are they? This resolution is public. They could have been here and they could have intervened in the same way that our colleagues from the Wiltshire Climate Alliance and Stop Lime Down have done. Well, I'll tell you something else about the arrogance of them. My community that I have the privilege of representing of Malmesbury is the largest town which will be impacted here by the scale of this development. It is on our doorstep, after all, and the chaos that it will bring. So naturally, you would have expected the residents of Malmesbury to have been engaged by this company. Well, you might have done, but they haven't been. They decided they couldn't be bothered, that we weren't within the zone of connectivity here. And if it happens, should we engage with them? I'm sure we will. And if it happens and there is a fire in one of those huge battery storage sites, what are the implications of that? A main railway line to London runs through the middle of all of this. The aquifers that provide our water and many millions of other people's water sit underneath that. The impact of such a fire will be an ecological catastrophe for the communities, not just of my part of Wiltshire, but for the communities right across this country. It is absolutely in the wrong place. Nobody in their right minds would be citing this with a distance for the linkage to the national grid, other than, as Sir Mike Pitts eloquently said, they can make a lot of money out of it, and so can a tiny number of householders. And is it right that we are debating this here today? My sincere belief is yes, it is. There are more than 40 new councillors in this chamber today, in all the political groups represented in this chamber. It's right and proper that your voices and your votes are counted here. And I too welcome the amendments. I think they have strengthened the resolution. And I thank Richard and Phil for doing that. And I urge you to vote for the resolution as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Christopher Newbury.
This motion, I thought to myself, well, I can support all of those bullet points. This is good stuff. And we've subject to us being allowed to debate it in full council, which we were previously told was doubtful. And we've now heard the amendment from Councillor Alford, and that's good stuff too, and the mover has accepted it. So we have an amended motion that I think we're probably all happy with.
When it comes to how to deal with this, where should it go to get a council opinion on it, that is clearly still rather muddy water. And I think we should be generous to both the new administration and the old one as to their way of dealing with it. Councillor Clewer has told us that it went to the Cabinet, public meeting, people were able to come along and have their say, there were reports from planning officers, it was dealt with in a committee way, and that worked fine. And one of the reasons why it was done that way was that there was a precedent that a national infrastructure planning scheme, which was the Salisbury Tunnel, went to the Cabinet previously. And another reason was the bit in the Constitution about live planning applications should not be debated in full council. Now, we've heard from Perry Holmes that he interprets that as not including planning applications to be decided by someone else, and that's a reasonable interpretation, but it's not quite what the Constitution says. So it would be a good idea, I think, to look at this question of tidying up the Constitution, but also bearing in mind that this national infrastructure planning procedure, which is being used by the Secretary of State here, is, I think, going to be increasingly used. And the full council only meets 4 or 5 times a year unless there are special meetings. And having heard what Councillor Grant has said, it's fine that it's here today for us to look at it again and to allow all political groups to have a vote on it or to have their say on it. That's fine. But I'm not sure if we're going to get more of this sort of consultation on schemes called in by the Secretary. I'm not sure that the full council is the best place, because you might find that you are having to have, if we've established a new precedent that this kind of thing needs to go to full council, then you might find you are needing to have full council meetings. And then there is the slight twiddly bit that for dealing with planning matters, we have a strong preference for members to have planning training, to sit in planning committees, and we don't at the moment have a requirement for all elected councillors to have any planning training. So I'm not suggesting any particular way of dealing with this.
10 seconds, Councillor.
But I just think we need to look again, we need to have some process of looking at how in future we would deal with such applications.
Sorry about that. Just in case you think your eyes are deceiving me, no, I'm not Laura Mays, so bear with me. So, Councillor Bridget Wayman, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to touch on a point that Councillor Grant brought up, with this scheme being a huge money-making scheme, it will produce huge profits. At the moment, the real cost of green energy for wind, it's £172 per megawatt hour. Gas is £72 per megawatt hour, and solar is £195 per megawatt hour. So the developers are going to be raking it in. Just as a point of information for you. I will be supporting this motion. I think we are just merely confirming our original decision by the Cabinet to strongly oppose the Limedown solar farm. I'm pretty sure it must be very difficult for the Liberal Democrats to oppose this horrendous development when the National Liberal Democrat Manifesto pledge was to invest in renewable power so that 90% of the UK's electricity is generated from renewables by 2030, as Councillor Holder has just said. I suppose that the Wiltshire Liberal Democrat Manifesto that pledges to promote the building of solar and wind projects in suitable places is their NIMBY get-out cause. I have to wonder what are suitable places if Limedown isn't one. As the leader knows, I'm a staunch defender of our national landscapes and do not consider them to be suitable places. And I certainly do not consider this vast development of Limedown to be suitable and concur with the proposers of this motion that this most damaging development proposal would create an industrial landscape and evolve into a permanent scar on the county's countryside. The same could be said for all those solar farms that are already developed. and causing permanent scarring of our countryside. Goodness only knows how much worse the scarring of our countryside might be if we start seeing large industrial wind turbines blighting not just our landscapes, but the lives of any unfortunate enough to live near them from shadow flicker and low-frequency sound. As I said, I will, of course, be happy to support this motion on the understanding that this council takes similar action against other renewable energy schemes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wayman. And so we have Councillor Howard Greenman.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and hit the 3 minutes, but I can't promise that. I strongly support this motion. If I might be a little bit pedantic, I just want to pick up on the 4th bullet point, though, which I think is slightly clumsy. Excuse me. Can't we have to continue close cooperation with all interested parties, including representatives of SLD? I don't think we need that with their consultants as advisors and other Lime Down groups that I think we need as well as, but I'm being a little bit pernickety. I just think it would read slightly better if we took out some of the peripheral language there we don't actually need. Mention has been made this afternoon, people didn't know why we brought this back, why the administration had brought this back to the council. I think Councillor Rogers asked that question, I don't see him there now. Very simply, of course, the administration was sensitive to local concern. The fact is that IGP had come out with another proposal, another consultation. Actually, materially, it's very little different to the one we had before, but in deference to the local residents, the administration has been sensitive to them and said, we'll have another, we'll reconfirm our previous decision. So I don't have any issue with that whatsoever. This is not a case of any NIMBYism, in my view. The fact is, this is in an area in the South Cotswolds, which is in itself outstanding natural beauty. It straddles the Fosse Way, which is a Roman road. It includes a huge swathe of agricultural land classification, which the previous government's own written ministerial statement on the 14th of May last year said we should not be using agricultural land classification 1, 2 or 3A. This includes that. Obviously 3B and onwards is good to moderate. That can be used under extenuating circumstances. And I challenge actually IGP's agricultural land classification that they've used here. I mentioned that in the town hall once. I think there are those sitting at the back there that will have heard me challenge the agricultural land classification they've used. So there's a whole lot of planning reasons why this, in my view, shouldn't be going ahead. I was slightly bemused at the comment made a few minutes ago by Climate Alliance regarding the size of the M4 and the impact that had. The fact is, as a Lavington lad, I remember the M4 being built. That had widespread acceptance. This has widespread objection. There's a huge difference, and Councillor Gavin has given some very good environmental reasons why this is obnoxious, actually, in my view. I just want to finish by just drawing your attention to an email that I had in a previous life when I chaired the Strategic Planning Committee. And we had a solar farm application south of the county in Coombe Bissett. Just before then, I had an email through.
10 seconds, Howard.
Right, I'll try
so read it
through in
quickly.
10 seconds. I have shared this with Ros Savage. I had a coffee with her. I shared this with her. And subsequent to that, Brian Matthews asked for this as well. This is Dr. Yunqi Wang, who's physics in Oxford University, working on a power generating fabric 1 micron thick, which is 150 times slimmer than a solar panel. They've already got it up to 28% efficient. They believe they'll have it up to 42% efficient in the next 10 years. It can go on cars, go on mobile phones, go on coats, go on rucksacks. And he's saying, meanwhile, you're carpeting our landscape with metalwork and mirrors that we can't recycle.
You try my patience.
Just a thought for everybody. Thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So, Councillor Trevor Carbin, please.
Thanks, Chair. My colleagues asked me to point out that you don't explain the acronyms within the notice of motion itself, so someone looking at that wouldn't know necessarily what IGP and SLD stood for. It's in the preamble, but not in the actual motion. Speaking of the preamble, the point I wanted to make, really, I was struck by the word towards the end of it, where it refers to this as a permanent scar on the countryside, because all of these proposals, when they come forward, they always refer to themselves as temporary. We're getting applications for 40 years, or I think 60 years in this case. So I just wanted to address that dichotomy there, perhaps. Now, so the question is what's going to happen in 40 or 60 years' time? As we know, the future is a foreign country. They do things differently there, so we can't really begin to understand what rules and regulations, what the economic situation might be like then. But if we imagine something like that coming forward now, so imagine a solar farm has come to the end of its life. What the applicants are going to do almost inevitably is put in an application for an extension. And what this council or the planning authority would have to do almost inevitably is grant that application for an extension. So it's not just going to go back to green fields. That could happen perhaps even quite soon. I mean, some of our older solar farms are maybe 10, 15 years old, something like that. They may decide about halfway through, okay, this kit's getting a bit old. Modern technology, as we've heard from Howard, is producing much better efficiency, much better profit. So why not strip out what's there, put some new ones in, and by the way, while we're doing that, we need another 40 years on top of the 20 or so years that we've got already. So I think what I'm boiling down to, Chair, is that the use of the word permanent in the preamble, and my laptop's gone dead, so I can't read it out, but that is justified because once these are in place, they will be there almost indefinitely. You could even see them being, okay, 40 years runs out, it's a brownfield site, let's put housing on it or something like that. I think, I'll tell you one thing that won't happen. So on its, in this case, 60th year anniversary, what you're not going to get is all the wagons coming in, taking away the solar panels and all the infrastructure, sending it back to greenfield so we see the cattle and the sheep moving in, the farmers moving in, the corn growing. That's not going to happen. This and maybe all of our solar farms are permanent. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Philip Whitehead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in support of this motion and I will be voting for it. And I want to start off by complimenting Councillor Martin Smith. And I'm complimenting him by saying he sounded just like my residents. Because they've got 3 applications so far in the valley that I live in, and they spoke just like you. They were too large, too big, on good farming land, and they did not want them. But they can't do what you're doing and put a motion to council. And later on, someone else said that our communities must make the decision. Well, my community didn't make the decision. Our strategic planning committee did. That's not the community. What you're describing as happening is happening every week in Wiltshire. There's no strategic plan, there's no control. They can divide Lime Down into 200 and do them one at a time, and we'll end up with the same carpet, and we wouldn't be able to stop them because everybody would be voting for them one at a time. We brought a motion through this council just over a year ago on cumulative impact and wrote to the government asking for it. I would like to see this administration adopt cumulative impact and use it in our planning meetings so that we can stop. We've had 3 proposals so far in our valley. Oh, and by the way, just so you not feel left out, we've got a main line to London through our valley as well, so it will cause problems. We've had 3 applications already. I expect more. I can't name the valley because one's still live, and according to Perry, I'm not allowed to do that, but we can talk about Lime Down. Okay, so please be careful. I agree totally with Ed Rimmer that the reason we're jumping through hoops now and there's no strategic plan is stupid dates being set to achieve net zero by, instead of just working as hard as possible to do it properly and as quickly as possible. And I think stupid dates set stupid reactions. So I'm in total support of this, but would like some answers from this administration, because when the next one comes up in my valley, will you be against that as well? But of course, probably not, because you don't live in my valley, do you?
All right, thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Now, I appear to have 5 more people on the list. I'm proposing to close the debate because we've probably got another very long one coming up next. So if I can go over to Councillor Andrew Griffin, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a definite supporter of solar power and renewable power sources in principle. This particular development, we've heard earlier on that it extends to over 2,000 acres. Geographically, from east to west, it travels about 4 miles, and from north to south, about 1.5, 2 miles. It's not 2,000 acres in one area. It's split into more than a dozen separate sites. I can't help think, but if the people behind this scheme, IGP, and the associated landowners, if they were really looking to the economic development and benefits, they wouldn't spread it out over a dozen different sites. They'd put it in one single contiguous area, and they put it close as possible to a national grid connection system. Not have to dig a 12-mile long trench to bury cables below it, underneath the M4, underneath the railway lines and all sorts of other roads. This development is clearly primarily done for the benefit of the landowners and the financiers who are backing it, and not for the local people. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kimmy Cleesby, please.
Chair, I just wanted to say that we talked about Macquarie, and somebody made the comment that it's just an investment bank. It's not just an investment bank. We all know the implications of what they've done elsewhere. And I would like to say this is a risk. This is a risk to the project. And therefore, it would be a risk to us if it all went wrong. So actually, it's a very relevant point to include. And the only other thing that I would say is that this is farmland. Wiltshire is a rural county. Farmland is what we have, it's what we do, and we should be, protecting. There are all sorts of other ways to look at solar power and to do it in different ways, and we should be looking at those. And I know the members behind me are all committed to doing that, and I'm sure many other members in the chamber. I am absolutely in favour of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zoe Kluwer, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to raise a point, if I may, because I believe back on the 17th of February, there was an opportunity for existing councillors to hear about the Lime Down solar proposal. And I'm not sure that we all had at that point, because if it was a long way from your division, you may not have done. But I'm not sure whether this session has been repeated or not, or whether it's available online. But the fact we have so many new councillors has been mentioned on several occasions today. And if it hasn't, then I don't believe we're on a level playing field here in terms of information that councillors have had the benefit of hearing. So I just wanted to highlight that and point out that we're all being asked to vote on this today, but we might not all be in the similar position of background information. Thank you.
Sorry. Councillor Ian Blair-Pilling, please.
Thank you, Chair. Now amended, this is a relatively easy motion to support. It's easy because it's not directly involved with our planning rules, as pointed out by our legal director. It is of immense scale. It's in an area where I don't think there's anybody would want it. So it's a pretty easy thing to debate and an easy thing to oppose. And therefore, I'm not quite sure of the value of this afternoon's debate. What I would like to do is take the opportunity to invite the administration to come back with something that really is meaningful, and I'm building now on what Councillor Whitehead was talking about, and that is a policy, an amendment to our planning that actually gives a clear direction as to what it is we do approve and what we don't approve of. It's easy with the throwaway statements to say, oh, use rooftops, not agricultural land. But you as a party promote solar power. So please could you bring forward to us a comprehensive set of policies that says what you do support and what you don't support in the solar world, and whether it is on agricultural land, which bits of agricultural land, because otherwise we will suffer this cumulative effect. I would call it the creeping effect, where, and you criticise here the lack of, or the unfair consultation. Well, all of those smaller ones have had no consultation. So please, can I take this opportunity to invite you to bring forward a proper, comprehensive policy that shows what you do support in the solar world, as well as what you rather simplistically don't support this afternoon.
Thank you. The final speaker before we go over to the cabinet member, and Councillor, please forgive me if I've mispronounced your surname, but Councillor Chris Portigan.
Portigan, very good. Thank you very much. I should be very brief because I would say thank you very much to Councillor Whitehead and Mr. Pilling, for they've actually almost answered the questions that I was going to point out. This whole, yes, I support totally the motion, but for a slightly different reason, in the sense that we are this cumulative effect. It is frightening. These people are building more and more solar farms. They're only getting it because of unjust subsidies in the first place. They're all making money. So, you know, this is where I'm coming from. We need a pause, is another reason, because I'm afraid, and we'll see a further motion later on, you know, the science is not fixed and we need to be sensible. You know, we are messing around with our countryside and everything else. So let's be sensible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And so if I can turn to Councillor Sample as cabinet member, do you wish to do some summing up?
Brilliant. Thank you, Chair. Congratulations on the high office which you now hold. First of all, what a great debate. For those people who are new to the council, this is the first time that we've had a really thoroughgoing debate on an issue that really matters to a lot of people in the room, and we've had some great input from pretty much right the way around the chamber. And I just want to thank the movers of the motion, the original, for being flexible enough to halfway through it consider an amendment put by Councillor Alford, which is an excellent amendment. And I think, you know, when I look back at previous debates, you know, where it's been very, very confrontational, one of the things that I really like about this debate is that almost everyone has built on the words of the previous speaker and found something positive to say. And I'm not a betting man, but if I were to put a bet, I would put £1,000 on Martin Smith and John Atke winning today's vote. And that will be a testament to the fantastic campaigning work that's been done at Limedown by the residents, where I visited on the 16th of July and saw this for myself. I was born and I had my first school in Shurston. I went out and visited it. This is the worst possible thing that we could do with the farmland, the ancient woodland that we've got, and the fantastic landscape that we've inherited in Pinckney Park and Shurston and the surrounding area. So I'm 100% in support of this motion. So Richard made very good comments about the breach of process, but nevertheless he's going to support it. Ed Rimmer, supportive. Graham Wright, everyone will vote in their own way on the independent page. Ricky Rogers, still not quite sure why it's not handled locally. Chuck Berry, rooftops, not crop tops, brilliant. Phil Alford, good amendment, which we can support. Councillor John Atke, happy to support the amendment. John Hubbard, scale, size of panels, support the amendment, but he really unhappy about the size and scale of it. Gavin Grant from Malmesbury, you know, where is Quarry Bank? Where is Quarry Bank? Where is Quarry Bank? Where, you know, where are they? They didn't turn up last time, they haven't turned up again. And, you know, if there were a fire, it would be a catastrophe. Wise words. Chris Newbury from Wiley Valley, is the full council the right place to do it? Yes, when you've got 43 odd new members in a council, the full council is the right place to revisit an important policy like this. So yes, Bridget Wayman, Nada Valley, you know, some good comments, but supporting the motion, hooray, brilliant. Howard Greenman from Kington, it's, you know, we've been sensitive in accepting the motion and in the wording of the motion, very good. And Trevor Carbin from Holt, what will happen in 40 or 60 years' time, worried about the possibility that this will be extended and it won't go back to Greenfield. You're kidding yourself. Philip Whitehead, great comments about the need for a strategic plan. Andrew Griffin, Melksham without, opposed again. Kimmy Cleesby at Marlborough East, this will be a risk for farmland and that's what we do in Wiltshire. Got to say, very good invitation to talk about solar panels and what our alternative is. Zoe Kluwer from Redlinch, are we still in the same position? Well, yes, we've all heard the debate. We've all had a chance to go to the briefings. Ian Blair Pilling at Avon Valley, easy to debate and oppose. You know, where is it? Where is our policy? Where is our policy? Where is our policy? We would do exactly the opposite. This is a huge, huge commercial development, which is going to be industrial in scale. We like projects on solar panels and solar energy, like the Future Energy Landscapes, unlike Lime Down. This is a community-led approach. Local workshops start with conversations led by residents who have already expressed an interest. The first workshop led by residents who were interested in exploring a scheme took place in Corsham last week, and it was great success. On buildings and land which have little agricultural use, we need to put solar powers, but we're getting to the point with the Wiltshire own stock where we're running out of places where we can put it. This is the sort of, the Future Energy Landscape is exactly the sort of way forward. Other areas.
You have 15 seconds.
Great. Where other local residents and volunteers have expressed an interest on small-scale community-led schemes, we are going to help them. That includes Pewsey, Tisbury, Westbury, Winsley, Holt, Bradford-on-Avon, Staverton, Hilberton and the edge of Trowbridge, where we're discussing alternative community-led solar projects. That's our policy. Look out for it in our local plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, as mover of the motion, would you like to come back? And please don't.
Well, what a great invitation. Anyway, thank you, Chair. Well, I think Councillor Sarpol has done a merry romp around everybody's comments, but I'll just try and pick out a few. Mr. Jarvis from the Climate Alliance sort of gave the impression that communication has not happened with Island Green Power, who are the Lime Down developers, and our council officers. That's far from the truth. They have had quite a bit of communication. And this motion was attempting to redress the balance to ensure that the opposite view was also being communicated to officers so that they could get a balanced view and have an independent response, which, by the way, has already gone back to the planning inspector on Lime Down's initial statutory consultation. So that's already been done. But there could well be further consultations again, because Wiltshire Council, in their response, was very clear. They wanted that statutory consultation to be repeated because they thought the original one was deeply flawed. So that was very much a planning grounds issue, which Councillor Kluwer was keen that we were talking about. The mention, well, the mention was made of Macquarie Bank and why are they relevant. Well, I think the point's been made that they have very little interest in communities. They have a terrible track record in ownership of our utilities, and I think that's enough said there. In terms of whether this is in the wrong place, again, the point was made, I think, by Councillor Greenman. 30% of this land is best and most versatile land. It's grade 3A and grade 3A and 2, very good for food. And, you know, I think I made the point earlier, you know, we do need food security as well as energy security in this country, and we should not be putting stuff on that sort of grade land. In fact, if it had come through the Wiltshire Council planning process, if it had been a tenth of the size it would have done, we wouldn't have allowed it because we already have that in our plan and our policy. So The other comment, there's a few sort of cheap shots trying to make out I'm hypocritical because I'm opposing lime down, but obviously supportive of the net zero target. It's not an either or. Lime down is not the only solution to this problem. We can put solar panels on roofs, we can put them on car parks, we can put them on warehouses. As Councillor Sample has said, community schemes on a much smaller scale can be developed with community buy-in. Literally, communities could invest in these things. They could decide where they were put, and they would have a direct benefit in reductions on their electricity costs. This is the way to go. And Councillor Wayman, I really do have to wonder where you got your numbers from in terms of costs of renewables, but it's nothing like anything I've ever seen. Councillor Corbyn, I did say permanent. It is officially 60 years in this scheme. In my terms, that's permanent. I'm not going to see another 60 years. And the questions are, as you raised, who will remove this infrastructure at the end, because it's got massive substations attached. It's not just panels stuck in the ground. The issue was raised about strategy. I agree, national government has made it very difficult in this area. They've effectively left it up to market forces for companies to approach landowners and see what is the best they can do. I would love for us to have a proper land management and land use strategy throughout the whole country. That's enough probably from me. I just urge you to vote for the motion, and we'll allow our leader to formally write to the Planning Inspectorate with hopefully a large backing of the council and make the points that are on that motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so with the debate and the presentations being concluded, in accordance with the Constitution, there will be a recorded vote on this item. Please indicate on your microphone console whether you are voting for the motion, against the motion, or if you're abstaining from the motion. I will allow 20 seconds for members to vote, and go. Go. So the votes were 485, against 0, abstained 6. So the motion is passed. Thank you very much. In line with Laura's reshuffling of the agenda, the next item that we will address will be agenda item number 14, notice of motion number 2025 to 27. Let me get this right. 2025-07, which is a climate emergency motion. So this motion is from Councillor Ed Rimmer, with Councillor Chris Vaughan as the seconder, and is on pages 309 of your summons. So I invite Councillor Rimmer to move the motion, please. And when you stand up to move the motion, if you could get somebody to second it, that would save time.
I move the motion.
So, and we have a seconder for Councillor Vaughan. Okay, Councillor Rimmer, would you like to now speak to the motion?
I would love to.
In which case you have up to 5 minutes, please. Up to.
Thank you very much, Chairman. What I'm calling for today is for Wiltshire Council to repudiate the unachievable 2030 net zero target, which was set out in the 2019 climate emergency motion. That target is completely unrealistic and should no longer shape council policy. It's time for Wiltshire to move on from virtue signalling and focus on practical, deliverable priorities. Too often we hear terms like net zero and climate emergency used to bypass normal scrutiny, political shortcuts to push through costly ideological policies without proper debate, without costings, and without evidence of real benefit. We support environmental responsibility, but not hollow pledges that waste public money. Many of these cause real harm while doing little or nothing to help the environment. Public trust in politics is collapsing. One reason is because politicians keep pretending they can control things that they can't. It's time for honesty and realism. The 2019 motion commits Wiltshire to making the entire county carbon neutral by 2030, not just council operations, but homes, farms, transport, businesses, everything. We simply don't have the legal powers, the funding, nor the mandate to make that happen. Even national government has only set a target of 2050. Are we really pretending that here in Wiltshire we can leap 20 years ahead of that with a fraction of the resources? This policy was accepted with no proper scrutiny, no debate about costs, no evidence of feasibility, just a declaration. It's based on the idea that sacrificing our economy and freedoms will somehow make the weather better. We are in a cost of living emergency, and that's what this council should be squarely focused on. These buzzwords, net zero and climate emergency, are used to shut down debate and push through ideas that would not survive proper analysis. Under normal circumstances, we expect to ask, what does it cost? What will it deliver? Does it actually work? But when it comes to climate policy, those questions are waved away. That's not good governance, that's ideology displacing accountability. Net zero has already helped push energy prices to some of the highest in the developed world. We've shut down affordable domestic energy sources in favour of expensive, unreliable alternatives. The result is job losses, deindustrialisation and higher bills for ordinary people. The green jobs and cheaper bills we were promised haven't arrived, and they won't. This isn't a transition, it's a managed decline, and councils like this one should not be complicit in it. Wiltshire residents are constantly dealing with rising costs, stretched services and crumbling infrastructure, and we were elected to fix those things, not to act as local enforcers of international climate targets that the public didn't vote for and doesn't support. There is no appetite for higher council tax to fund heat pumps, windmills and carbon audits. Let's stop pretending we can measure or manage emissions across every sector of life. Let's focus instead on what actually improves people's lives in reality. Keeping the 2030 net zero target on the books gives officers and committees a green light to keep pouring money into wasteful ideological schemes. Everything from planning to budgeting is now filtered through the question, is this compatible with net zero? That's not neutrality, that's ideological capture. So to conclude, the 2019 motion was a symbolic gesture, never tested, never costed, and never debated fully. These slogans have been used to silence scrutiny, to push through policies with no public mandate. But local governments should run on facts, not slogans, on accountability and not ideology. Let's stop pretending Wiltshire can deliver net zero across the county and stop using that fantasy to justify bad policy. Let's put Wiltshire first, not targets, not political theatre, not ideological capture. I urge you to vote to scrap this utterly unworkable commitment and return this council to what it should be, practical, focused and honest in service of the people we represent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer, not least for keeping to time. So as Councillor Sample, as a relevant Cabinet member, would you like to respond?
I will, thank you.
In a timely fashion?
Brilliant, thank you. Right, so here we are. What is the effect of climate change here in Wiltshire? All right, let's look at the facts, all right? Not something that's been made up by GB News or something that Donald Trump, that has been rehashed for today. Let's talk about facts. There are more frequent heat waves which are having an effect on vulnerable people, including elderly and those with heart and lung conditions, and shortening their lives in Wiltshire. It is impacting on livestock, reducing soil moisture and threatening crop yields and farm incomes in Wiltshire. In Dorset and Wiltshire Fire Brigade last year, fires in 2021 were up from 200 to 911 the following year. Increased rainfall and more storms is resulting in flash floods
with towns and Wiltshires and villages with poor drainage, especially the River Kennet, the River Nadder and the River Avon. Millions of pounds worth of damage is done to Wiltshire homes, farmland and our infrastructure. Surface water flooding in towns like Trowbridge, Marlborough, Chippenham and Salisbury means that at the same time as water scarcity, we're also having to deal with flooding in the autumns, and it's totally unpredictable. Summer droughts are becoming more common in Wiltshire. Higher evaporation rates mean that, and the unpredictability of rainfall mean that water supplies for agriculture is creating stress on animals and reducing the profit potentiality of crops. Wiltshire's farm economy is highly sensitive to climate change. Arable farming faces greater risk from extreme weather. Livestock is suffering from heat stress and reduced grazing quality. And in this room, members of the council are suffering from heat stress too. Our unique chalk downland, woodland and ecosystems are under threat from habitat fragmentation. Biodiversity and natural habitats are under threat too. Notable conservation areas like Salisbury Plain and the Kennet and Avon Canal corridor are especially vulnerable. And rural communities for whom the climate change, the challenge of climate change, provides an opportunity are under threat. Infrastructure damage from flooding and storms is clear. Increased insurance premiums for those people who live in areas where there is flood risk is clear. Pressure on all public services during extreme weather events, including the emergency service, is clear. That is why the previous administration, under the leadership of Richard Kluwer, passed with all party support the climate agenda that we have talked about in this, or will be talking about in this motion. Madam Chairman, there are one or two people who do not believe it. I totally accept that. They come here with this story, and it's the first time we've had an opportunity to really test whether they have general support in the chamber. But what I would say to you is that we have an opportunity over the course of the next 4 years to build on the great work that was achieved by Richard and his council. There's more scope for us to do interesting and cost-effective solar projects. There is the possibility that we can do wind power where it's appropriate on some of our buildings. There is the opportunity as well to continue to build on the work of retrofitting houses. All of this is only necessary because we have a clear commitment, both in the previous administration and in this administration, to combating climate change. You either accept that argument and vote against this motion, or you fluff this issue. We are here because we are representative of our community. I believe that our commitment to combating climate change is clear in our manifesto. There is a green thread that runs throughout everything we talked about in our manifesto, and although we didn't get a majority, we have the moral authority because we have the support of more than half of the councillors in this room to continue with that programme of work. A green thread, Madam Chairman, runs through all of our work across every department, unless you support this off-the-wall wacky motion today.
Thank you, Paul. We move on to public participation. I believe that Mr. Jarvis, are you still here? Hi, Mr. Jarvis. If you would like to make a statement.
Maybe.
You should just be able to speak to it.
I think, is it on? That's
yes.
On, yeah. Okay. I've been puzzling about the councillors' motives with this motion. This council should not be constrained by a motion demanding unachievable county-wide 2030 carbon reduction targets, as set out in the Climate Emergency motion, and so repudiates it. There was no demand in the 2019 motion. there was only a commitment to seek to make the County of Wiltshire carbon neutral. Carbon neutral, not net zero, difference. In other words, to try. At the time, 11 years before 2030, and with expected commitment of Council and support of central government, it was a good, stretched target. Some history. In February 2019, at the full Council meeting, after a very long and emotional debate, the motion was supported by you, this Council, with a free vote supported from all sides of the chamber, including, by the way, 15 Conservatives voting for and 7 abstaining. Steps were then set out, including working with partners in the private sector and civil society across the county and region to deliver this new goal through all relevant strategies and plans. The Council then set up a climate team, employing leading consultants to analyse the full scope of what was to be addressed. The then later leader, Councillor Kluwer, ensuring that the team got support across the Council. The focus initially, reducing council emissions, quite naturally. That delayed any significant action county-wide. However, the climate team have now taken on this challenge and are making good progress, engaging both business and communities. Progress was exemplified by the climate team's efforts on the 20th and 21st of June this year. A climate summit was held at County Hall for business and community in partnership with Wiltshire Climate Alliance. Over 100 businesses and a similar number of community groups proudly showcased significant work being done in the county to reduce carbon emissions. Whether a carbon neutral 2030 Wiltshire is still in sight is unclear, but without the stretched target of 2019, no real progress would have been made, and I thank Wiltshire Council for voting for it in the first place. To acknowledge the commitment of the Council members in 2019 and the real progress made, I ask you to reject this motion and leave the original motion stand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jarvis. I now move that we debate this motion. Can I have somebody to second that, please? Take your pick. Right, okay. So, group leaders, we'll start with Ian. Sorry, I do apologise. So having moved that, all those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say nay. Any abstentions? I do apologise for that lapse in protocol. Meanwhile, back to Ian.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And again, equally, congratulations on taking the role this afternoon. I think this is a really helpful motion, if I can put it that way, because it allows us to very clearly make a decision on which way we see this council moving forward into the future. And of course, for all of us, not that I need to tell you, given Councillor Rimmer's speech, but be in absolutely no doubt, this motion is designed to destroy the work this council has sought to achieve since the 2 debates, of course, that took place on that rather fateful council day. So please, let me just re-emphasise this. There is a very, very distinct difference between the Reform group wish and what I believe, and I hope, the majority wish, which is continue to follow the data, continue to follow the facts, and recognise the existential threat that we face as the community of Wiltshire, as the nation, but also, of course, across the world. And this is a really interesting debate because in so many ways it's a debate between facts and evidence and belief. And of course, if you just take a short period of time to look at the facts and the evidence, then you can see what the challenge is. We can understand the impact that human beings, I think 6 billion of us on this planet, the impact that we have on our environment. And the idea that humans don't have impacts on the environment seems to be making me quite extraordinary. So again, there's a very clear line, in my opinion, between the facts, the evidence, and a sense of belief. And belief is all well and good, but absolutely not when it comes to delivering public service, public benefits, and all the things that we want to achieve. And I have to say, we may have a very long debate about the 2030 target, but I've got no doubt in my mind at all that that target has focused the attention of this council when it's come to deliver the constant progress that we have seen. And we can't proceed in this debate without me paying tribute to Richard Kluwer and indeed his administration for the absolute commitment that they had to deliver on this agenda, not just in Wiltshire, but I saw at the LGA conference a couple of weeks ago how highly Richard is regarded by councils across the country in terms of what he and his colleagues have achieved. And I think that's important to say, and it's important to recognise. And I'd also say to Councillor Rimmer, all the polls I can see show the public is absolutely signed up to this agenda, recognises the problems, recognises the challenges, and wants to do something about it. And the idea that we have no targets, we do nothing about it, we hope, maybe we pray to some extent, but we believe it's going to be okay in the end, because frankly, if we, as those people charged with governing Wiltshire, aren't prepared to make a stand on this issue, then I just wonder what else we're not prepared to make a stand on. In fact, you wonder whether there's any point making a stand on any issue when we're not prepared to make a stand on this issue. So I just want to say a couple of things in closing, which is about evidence. The evidence shows that current warming across the globe is roughly 10 times faster than the average rate of warming after an ice age. And we do know the facts and we do know the evidence. Carbon dioxide from human activities is increasing about 250 times faster than it did from natural sources, again, from the last ice age. I'm talking about last week. I'm not talking about the hot spring that we had. I'm talking over tens of thousands of years. The fact is global temperatures are rising. Ocean temperatures are getting warmer, ice sheets are shrinking, glaciers are retreating, sea levels are rising, Arctic ice is declining, extreme events are increasing. Goodness me, we know that full well in frequency. So I say to colleagues, and this is so important to this debate, please be on the right side of history. The voice of science and evidence is clear. The support amongst the general public is absolutely clear. Let's make the voice of Wiltshire Council clear for the sake of our children, their children, future generations. Please reject this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thorne and Councillor Kluwer. Councillor Richard Kluwer.
Thank you, Chair. If I can start by thanking Ed for moving this motion and putting me in such an awkward position now as I have to respond to it, because when I listen to what you said, Ed, there's a lot in what you say I agree with, but equally there's not a lot in what Ian's just said that I agree with. And I'm going to try and square this circle, at least as far as I'm concerned. And I want to be clear, as far as my group's concerned, they are welcome to vote whatever the way they want on this, in the same way we had with the original motion. I abstained when this motion first came because of the line around seek to make the county of Wiltshire carbon neutral by 2030, because it's not achievable. And every time I have spoken at a UK 100 event, and every time I've spoken on this in public when it's come up, I've made the point, it's not achievable. But it's not just me saying that. Particularly as at UK 100 events, I have had both members and officers from councils of all political persuasions, and I mean, well, no, not of Reform, but of all other political persuasions, come to me and say, we've got a they sort of sidle up in a guilty fashion. We've got a 2030 target. It's really unhelpful. We can't deliver it. We're bound by it. It's not useful. Government has set a 2050 target. Well, that wasn't particularly well thought through either, because they plucked the number out of the air without any evidence base behind it. And that is not what this council did. After that motion was passed, and as I say, I abstained. I didn't think it was a good motion at the time. I sat down, I asked Philip, I can recall, we just finished interviewing someone. I grabbed him at the end of the interview session and said, right, go on, let me run with this.
And I then went away and talked to officers and said, can we decarbonise the council as a corporate entity by 2030? They came back a little while later, yes. And can we do it in a way that saves money? Well, yeah, we think so. And the evidence is that we've done so. Now, will we have done that with or without the motion? Honestly, I'd have done that no matter what. I believe in it. I believe it's important because it saves money, it reduces carbon emissions, it means we are using more renewable energy, we're more efficient, we're more thermally efficient, and we save water as a result, thanks to the changes we made to some of the taps. So we got all sorts of additional benefits, and they do stack up. So sensible action on climate change is really, really important in my mind. But equally, we've been discussing issues around governance and planning today, and I voted for the last motion because we referenced planning, but I think we were on some pretty dangerous lines. And I think we've got to be really careful with whatever policy we agree, that we're not constraining ourselves when it comes to actions based simply on ideology, but based on evidence. And the evidence is 2030 cannot be achieved. And you know why it can't be achieved? I'm still going to be driving my car in 2030, and it's going to be emitting carbon unless it blows up for some reason, because I'm not going to be able to afford to replace it with something else by then. So we've got to be realistic and honest. And I voted against the motion last time. No, I abstained on the motion last time. We've got a motion here that sadly, it makes sense to me. It makes sense that we've got a 2030 target that doesn't work. I think we need a more sensible target as a council. I think we need to come up with something moving forward that is achievable. And I think we need to try and align it more with government. And gosh, how do we go about doing that? I spend a huge amount of my time, I still do. I'm on the local net zero delivery group, advising ministers. And the struggles coming out of government as to how to achieve this and the scales to achieve this are really, really difficult. So as it stands, based on what I voted last time and based on what I'm seeing here, I'm inclined to back this motion, not because I want to see us stop taking action on climate change, but because 2030 isn't viable, it isn't deliverable, and therefore the council shouldn't be constraining ourselves with it. We should be constraining ourselves with something that is achievable, that we can deliver, and the country needs to do the same. I could go on and on here. I'm not going to make any more sense or less sense, depending on what you've just thought of what I've said. It's really frustrating. It's a really difficult position for me. But this is about good governance, and the motion we had wasn't good governance.
Thank you, Councillor Kluwer. Now, we should be going over to the leader of the Reform Group, Councillor Rimmen. He's already introduced the motion. He will also have the opportunity to come back at the end. However, if your Deputy Councillor Borting, I'm going to get it right, I got it right last time and I stopped practising, Bortingham, would like to say just a few words, considering how much time you're having.
Yes, thank you very much. So far, we've heard a lot of people talking about facts. I'd really like to understand where they get their facts from, but never mind. I'd like to ask about, for those who maybe aren't minded to support this, have you ever really questioned the climate change dialogue? Have you actually gone and actually really looked at both the for and the against argument and properly looked at it properly? Have you ever actively sought information about with regards to Earth's climate, the drivers, that is, the sun, the atmosphere, the oceans, Earth events, earthquakes, volcanoes, etc.? Have you ever considered the net zero costs and the implications to our country, county, community, and in fact, our constituents? Are you happy to look them in the eye and say, oh, we're paying twice as much, 4 times as much for our electricity because it's net zero? And have you really investigated how in the future we will actually transition from fossil fuels to sustainable alternative energies? Okay, we have to do that in a few years' time. Well, not few, but maybe the way they're burning it now, they said it was 100, 120, maybe it's less. We will have to move over. The rest of the world is also trying to build up its use of energy, so they'll be using more fuel as well, even more problems. But have you considered also the fact that this is being driven by a board, which was the IPCC, the International Panel for Climate Change? It's been subject to a lot of criticism. It's that there are numerous examples of very bad practice, and it was actually set up in, 1988, with the sole purpose of showing that global warming was happening and that humans were responsible. I don't think that's a good way of setting up a board from the UN. So I would say, if you can't say yes to all of those questions, you really looked, you've really challenged, etc., I'd say actually you should not. You should actually abstain and go away and go and find the real facts. For those of you who are interested in finding some alternative facts, I suggest when you leave this room, you go onto the website and you can go and look at the CO2 Coalition. There's an awful lot of good stuff there from lots and lots of leading scientists who will put some of your thoughts correct to bed. There's also a YouTube from Steve Coonan, who's a senior fellow at Hoover Institute. He gave a really good talk a couple of years ago of the limitations of the climate change models. So there's lots of things. People need to go away and actually look at the whole situation. This thing about net zero, climate change and everything else. I'm sorry, in 1976, we had a 15-day heat wave. Some of us won't have remembered, will remember it. Some of the youngest won't. But it was 15 days. It was hot. You know, the weather, it changes, you know. Yes, I agree, and I think everyone in this room will agree, the temperature is rising. Yes, actually, Earth's going through a warming period. Yes, CO2 is going up. It happens to be a very, very important gas to us. It creates and helps plants. It creates and maintains life. And yes, I think I could agree that actually, because of man-made, so anthropogenic CO2, it most likely is affecting the climate. But the problem is we don't know by how much, and we should not be running around and chasing our tails for something that actually we do not know enough about. It is such a complex situation. Just one of these experts in the sun, for instance, needs to be a plasma scientist or whatever it is, and 4 or 5. No one's got those skills, you know. So this coming together of information is critical, and maybe that's where we're getting some mixed stories. But certainly, I don't want people just following this herd mentality. Oh yes, it's you know, net zero, etc. We have to move past that, and we have to look at the real facts, not just quote what the last sound bite was. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So if we can move on to Councillor Graham Wright, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a bit confused as to what the motion's actually saying. Are we saying we're going to scrap the whole motion, in which case Wiltshire Council can give up any aspiration of being carbon neutral by 2030, or are we saying we're taking away the 2030 for just Wiltshire? I think we're saying we're scrapping the whole motion. Well, that's what it says. Repudiate the whole motion means repudiate. It's not suggesting we take that piece out. So I'll have clarification on that, if I may. Now, for anybody who thinks that there's not been proper scrutiny on this, I don't know what we've been doing for the last 6 years in the Climate Emergency Task Group. We've spent hours and hours. I don't know why we've got a really proactive climate team. I'd like to say, would we be in a better financial place than we are today without this motion? The answer is no, we wouldn't. We are in a better place as a council. We have provided for our communities. As far as what's the word, constraints, I took the liberty of asking the climate team, how much time have you really spent, how much effort do you really spend on and finance on this part of trying to make Wiltshire as a whole carbon neutral? And the answer was, whatever we have done has been very good value for money, in the sense that it's not a huge amount of time and effort, but people are learning from what Wiltshire Council are doing outside there. So I would really like clarity. The independents want clarity on what this motion is saying. Is it scrapping the whole, or is it just the tinkering with the 2030 for Wiltshire as a whole? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Ricky Rogers.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm really pleased that Ed and his group have brought a motion that they passionately believe in. I think I'm pretty pleased that we're all so far listening respectfully. There is nothing wrong with differing opinions, nothing wrong whatsoever. It's good that we have a debate where we have differing opinions. Wouldn't it be boring if we all agreed? I, however, have a differing view. I do, however, think earlier we heard, didn't we, a presentation from Wiltshire Youth Council. Wouldn't this be a great motion to refer to them to give us their opinions? The future. That's just a suggestion. I must admit, you know, I'm probably one of the long-term polluters, you know, a building contractor who drives diesel vehicles, lays lots of concrete, lots of tarmac, tons and tons of waste transported to ships. So, you know, I'm probably one of the villains in this climate emergency situation. But I do believe that some of the initiatives that this council has taken have produced long-term substantial benefits and savings. And I'll give you one example. Salisbury Leisure Centre. You know, I wondered at the time what the hell was happening to it. Almost self-sufficient through an initiative that this council and the previous administration took. Absolutely applaud it. And I would fully support continuing to roll out those sort of programmes across every asset that we own. I say I disagree with the motion and I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. So I'm now opening the item to debate. So if you wish to speak, you know what to do. And so we'll start off with Councillor Christopher Newbury.
That's better. Okay. I'll lean forward too, because I'm not very loud today. Chairman, I didn't agree that what Councillor Rimmer said was off the wall, as somebody said. I thought he made a pretty reasonable case for what he said. The 2030 achievement target, as Councillor Clewer said, is not achievable. We don't have the money to do it. We don't have the willingness to do it. We don't have the powers to do it. For our own so-called carbon emissions, which really means our greenhouse gas stuff, we are in a position to take action. We can't do very much at all in the area of general climate policy, which is a matter driven by governments. The Climate Change Act doesn't give us any major responsibilities at all. The Climate Change Act puts the responsibility onto the government itself of delivering its climate targets, which I have to say I think are also unachievable. So there is, I do though agree with members who've said this motion is not very clear. And the reason why it isn't very clear is the word "it" at the end. The Council should not be constrained by a motion demanding unachievable. So does the "it" refer to the unachievable county-wide 2030 reduction target, or does the word "it" refer to the whole of the motion declaring a climate emergency, which the Council passed in 2019? It would be, I think, just a little bit helpful for the mover and seconder to tell us which way they want us to decide that. I'm happy with it as it stands, because I think we don't really have a policy that we can be proud of, that we can reasonably expect to deliver on. I also have some views on the general question of net zero, which I won't bore the Council with. You probably don't want to hear my views on it, but I have said those on other occasions. Thank you, Chairman.
Right, thank you. Now we have, I think just about everybody in this auditorium wishes to speak on this motion. And I don't know about you, but I'm getting a bit hot under the collar here. So I'm going to support Laura's earlier suggestion that we keep to 3 minutes if we can, please. So if you can be succinct. So next up is Councillor Augusta Urquhart-Nichols.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's just some clarification. We are moving to repudiate the entire climate emergency motion, just for clarification, yeah. Firstly, I am absolutely appalled, actually, by Councillor Sample, followed by Councillor Thorne's decision to, frankly, unprofessionally paint us as ideological climate deniers instead of engaging with Councillor Rimmer's motion. Even if we accept the science behind the climate change emergency narrative and agree that human activity is the primary driver of climate change, we must ask, are the policies we're adopting to address it effective? Or are we, in our rush to meet net zero targets, creating new problems while failing to solve the old ones? In the name of reducing carbon emissions, we're too often willing to damage biodiversity, as in the case of the previous motion, and outsource our environmental responsibilities elsewhere. If not in my village, then where? What I'm advocating for is not inaction, but scrutiny and a dose of common sense, because the race to net zero by 2030 risks becoming a race to the bottom, where we spend vast sums of money and in the process harm both planet and people. And in that rush, we pat ourselves on the back for reducing domestic emissions while importing goods from countries still reliant on coal. We look greener on paper, but the emissions haven't disappeared. They've just been relocated. This is a huge blind spot, as is the convenient illusion of offsetting. Offsetting is used as a license to pollute. We buy cheap credits with offset projects that in many cases are tenuous and fail to deliver lasting carbon reductions. For example, trees planted that never grow. Worse still, many of these projects are established on land in developing countries, displacing local communities and bringing about a new form of neo-colonialism where wealthier nations can claim environmental virtue while the real costs are borne elsewhere. The voluntary carbon offsetting market is fragmented, to say the least, and outright fraud is not uncommon, and yet we continue to rely on it as a cornerstone of our net zero plans. Meanwhile, we overlook the real-world costs of the technologies we're rushing to adopt. Electric vehicles and renewable energy storage depend on lithium and cobalt, minerals mined in destructive and ethically questionable ways. In the Congo, children as young as 5 and 6 work in horrific conditions in cobalt mines. And in Chile's Atacama Desert, home to one of the world's largest lithium reserves, mining operations are draining the region's scarce water supply to extract lithium. It takes about 2 million litres of water to produce just 1 tonne of lithium. Harmful chemicals like sulfuric acid leach into the environment. This has devastated ecosystems and threatened indigenous farming communities.
Can I ask you to round up, please? I think you have 10 seconds to go.
Fine. So on a local level, we must focus fully on what we can realistically impact: clean air, clean water and clean food, the fundamentals that we need to survive, and stand, as you said, on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. So if I can go over to Councillor Mike Sankey, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just to make it clear, this motion is not about denying climate change. Climate change is very real and has been for thousands of years. This motion is not about undoing or stopping the decent work that this council does for the mutual benefit of our environment and our residents. For example, building new council homes to the highest standards of energy efficiency and retrofitting those existing homes where needed. Pushing to increase recycling rates, and I know we're heading very shortly towards food waste as well. Exacting standards from developers in terms of building energy efficient homes, providing biodiversity net gains, and building in connectivity to promote cycling and walking. Installing standalone solar powered street lighting to be more sustainable and avoid the expense of groundworks and cabling, as Councillor Holder and I suggested for a new footpath in Melton last year. Councillor Mums assures us that the electric bin lorry bought last year will provide a saving for the council, and Councillor Sample gives us the same assurance about the 40 electric vehicles we're about to buy, even when factoring in the cost of providing the necessary charging infrastructure to support them. I very much look forward to seeing those savings come forwards. Many of the questions and answers in today's agenda pack demonstrate there are things we do that contribute to net zero that also have a financial benefit. This motion is about being realistic and prioritising our focus, money and efforts where it is most needed for the benefit of our residents. That doesn't mean expecting each council employee to spend 2 3-hour sessions on carbon literacy training and then further time making carbon literacy pledges. How much is that costing officer time? And where is the benefit to our residents? There are over 4,000 families on our waiting list for social housing at a time when Wiltshire Council-owned properties continue to sit empty, as they have done for many years. Now that is a crisis. We learned recently that 5 million has disappeared from our bottom line, and neither the incoming or outgoing council leaders were aware of this. And it gets worse. We're owed over £4 million in overpayments we have made for housing benefits, and we are owed over £7 million in council tax arrears. But even that's not the worst of it. We learned last week that by 2028/29, we will have accrued a debt approaching 122 million that we have overspent in support of a dedicated schools grant that we will have to repay. Or more specifically, the next incarnation of this council will have to. Imagine that. We sat in this chamber
Councillor Sankey, 10 seconds, please.
We're behind our successors a £122 million debt that they will have to pay. That's a crisis. I've got more to say, but time's up, so thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Sorry about that, but we'll be here to midnight with the number of people on here. So, Councillor Philip Whitehead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very, very brief. It was lovely to hear Councillor Sample saying that he was going to rely totally on facts. And he said he was relying on facts. It's such a shame, then, that two clear facts that he relied on weren't true. Because Richard wasn't leader when this motion was passed. Jane Scott was. I was there that day. The second motion on the agenda for climate change was mine. And the second thing he was wrong on, I'm not suffering from heat stress at all. I love it. I'm totally and utterly happy in this heat. And I'm quite happy to have it like this every time because it's better. Okay? So you're wrong on those two facts. So if you're going to come and say facts, say so. I didn't like the first motion. I voted against it, not because I'm against climate change. I'm a net contributor to the grid, and I've been for some time. I objected to the first motion and voted against it because it did not define the area we were talking about. It was council, it was county-wide. No such thing. You couldn't define it, you couldn't measure it, and everything else. I wanted that change to be made by an amendment to say council net zero by 2030. We could have measured, we could have done, and we could have achieved. And that is why I voted against it the first time. I don't like the motion in front of us today. I think it's not clear. I think it's as bad as the first motion. So I can't support that either, and I will abstain this time because I agree with the sentiment on the first motion, but I think you should have corrected it better than you did. Okay? I'm willing to let myself out for advice on motions at any time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Sam Pearce-Kearney, please.
I wasn't going to speak to this motion, but I will. Every time I attend youth council meetings, speak to young people across Wiltshire, or indeed visit schools, including Kingsbury Green in my own division, two issues come up again and again: climate change and mental health. These two issues are not separate, they're deeply connected. Young people tell me that they feel anxious about the future of our planet. They see the effects of climate change and wonder what kind of world they will inherit. This anxiety is real and it's growing. But when we take action, when we protect green spaces, reduce pollution, and invest in a sustainable future, we're not just protecting the environment, we're protecting their mental health too. Access to clean, green spaces improves well-being. Clean air reduces stress and illness. To the point made by other speakers, there is strong evidence to support this. As I said earlier, the decisions we make today will shape the young people's future. That's why I cannot support this motion. It does not reflect the urgency, ambition of our young people, and that they ask us for. We must keep working towards our 2030 goal, not just for the planet, but for the young people who live on it. And before we make any changes like this, I wholeheartedly agree with Ricky's suggestion that we should ask the Youth Council, and I have asked the officers to start doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kimmy Cleesby, please.
Thank you, Chair. Climate change models show that we can expect more volatile weather, including flooding. This isn't something happening in the future and in faraway places. It's happening now, and it's happening in Wiltshire, for instance, Marlborough and others in the county. Therefore, can the council confirm that it will continue the work already being done in preparing vulnerable communities and increasing their resilience as a direct result of declaring the climate emergency and thereby saving vast amounts of money?
Thank you. So, Councillor Martin Dens, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fellow councillors, I rise today to speak against this motion. Our colleagues opposite would have us repudiate our climate emergency declaration and abandon our 2030 carbon reduction targets, dismissing them as unachievable. But since when has Britain shied away from doing what is right simply because the task appeared unsurmountable? Climate change is not merely an environmental challenge. It is an existential threat to humanity itself. The science is unequivocal. We have precious little time to prevent catastrophic warming. The Council was right to acknowledge the climate emergency in February 2019 and commit to making Wiltshire carbon neutral by 2030. To repudiate this declaration now would be to surrender before the battle has truly begun. We must recognize that condemning future generations to climate catastrophe is indefensible. The climate crisis threatens us all, and the members bringing this motion should listen to the words of our independent consultants who found that Wiltshire Council has reduced its carbon footprint by 81% since 2014. It's a very strong position to become carbon neutral and meet the commitment by 2030. What they call impossible, others call achievable. And for the sake of all our children, we must make it so. Every ton of carbon emission we prevent, every green job we create, every solar panel we install brings us closer to safety. Next year, 2026, we will see 23 new electric buses come to Salisbury, as well as thousands using our new on-demand bus service and home energy efficiency scheme supporting low-income households. Progress is being made. Let's keep it up. Today, the Council has a choice. We can be the generation that looked the climate catastrophe in the eye and blinked, or we can be the generation that rose to meet the greatest challenge of our time. With the same courage, we have met challenges before. I urge my colleagues to reject this motion and instead reaffirm our commitment to the acknowledgement of the climate emergency we made in 2019 and our 2030 carbon reduction target. The hour is late, but it's not too late. Let us choose hope over fear and action over inaction. Thank you.
Right, you won't be surprised if you look around you that we have a huge number of people that wish to speak to this motion. I'm afraid I'm going to take, it's okay, Ian, you're up next. I'm going to take the next 7, and after that, I'm going to cease to do any more. Okay? So, first is Councillor Ian Blair-Pilling.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Rogers, for recognition of our efforts in leisure centres. However, I do need to correct you. Salisbury is not self-sufficient. With all of those solar panels and everything there, it's only about 25%, but we're off the gas, so to speak. But it does bring me back to recalling Councillor Hubbard having a go at me and us in council sometime, Councillor accusing us of not walking the walk, but talking the talk. And I think the accolade is, no, we walked the walk and did deliver on things that we said we would do in the area of carbon reduction. I've got a problem with extreme motions. One extreme to one side, one extreme to the other. I actually opposed the 2019 motion because it said that deliver zero carbon by 2030. It was neither achievable nor within our gift of that. But in the meantime, and I had 6 lovely years in Cabinet, we continued to take sensible, balanced decisions in pursuance of a kind of balance in what was sensible financially, what was sensible for the climate, etc., and our environment, etc., etc. So what that means is that when I look at this motion, and I've heard people trying to clarify what it means, well, if it isn't self-evident what it means, then it isn't necessarily a clever motion. And so I'm going to end up abstaining in all of this because I quite frankly can't be bothered to spend the rest of the day trying to put forward amendments to it. So what I would suggest is that we move on from this and actually we base what we do on what is in the business plan, what is in our budget, what is in the strategy that we developed, and we can debate the detail. That's the problem with these kind of motions and referendum or whatever. They're far too simplistic, because what matters is the detail in this. And I find myself torn between ideologies and emotion. I don't want to be at either extreme. I want to be in the sensible middle in all of this. So I shall be abstaining today.
Thank you, Councillor. So, Councillor Taylor-Wright.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to read a short statement today on behalf of a farmer who's worked outside of Devizes on the land there for more than 15 years. He said to me, you have no idea what it's like to watch the weather undo months of hard work. Farming used to be tough and now it feels near impossible. This past year, he says, has been one of the hardest for him and the people around him. He's seen his friends with arable farms watch their fields flood in the winter, and then again in the summer with the hottest June on record. He knows farmers who've had to bring in their feed early and others who've seen spring crops die off in the scorching sun. As he put it, this year wasn't just a bad year, it just feels like it's normal now. This year alone, I've lost 30% of my silage. Unpredictable seasons, farmers under pressure and worsening conditions, the risk of these political systems moving too slow, Wiltshire's farming communities are already paying the price for these delays. And if we don't take this seriously now, we'll lose more than harvests in the long run. Whilst we can't change things in isolation, we do have an opportunity to set the standards of drive and ambition. And that's why staying true to the commitment isn't just about a climate target. It's a lifeline for communities, and not just for farming or food, but for the next in line to feel the effects of our inaction. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nick Baker.
This motion seems to be focusing on what is possible. And I would submit, to use a phrase we've heard earlier from the other benches, that what is possible is a proportionate issue in relation to the challenge which we face. And we need to decide whether being carbon neutral is a necessity or is it just a luxury. We need to listen to the evidence by that. We've already had mention of the International Panel of Climate Change, or we've got our own Met Office, who say that every year that goes by is another upward step on the warming trajectory our climate is on, and who reported last week that extreme climate events in this country have already become the new normal. Or let's take the national treasure, Sir David Attenborough, who said, if we don't act now on climate change, it will be too late. We have to do it now. On a side note, I am conscious that illegal immigration is a real concern for many residents in our county. And Sir David highlighted in the same article that whole parts of Africa are likely to be unlivable if we fail to take action on climate change. If we want to stop the boats, ladies and gentlemen, we need to stop the reason why people need to get into them. Now, I'm not a scientist. I can't test all this out myself, but I am a father and I am now an elected representative. So I must choose who to put my faith in. Given what we're talking about, the risk of a world where our children and grandchildren face famine, flood, hardship, a climate so much worse than anything which we have lived in, even if the answer was, if the debate was finely balanced, I would err on the side of caution. But the debate is not finely balanced. Almost every expert in the field, to a man and a woman, say we must address this. So I choose to stand with the science. We have heard that this council is already well on track to carbon neutrality by 2030. Councillor Whitehead is already a net contributor to the national grid. And if they can do it, so can all of Wiltshire. And if we don't quite get there, but we get a long way down the road, what is the harm? I have not heard a single example offered about how the work of this council is constrained by working towards carbon neutrality in 2030, or what would be changed if that target was moved to 2040 or 2050. Schemes like the Solar Together scheme, which have benefited my residents and who I've spoken to, show we can make a difference. It benefits our residents now, and it benefits our children and those and our grandchildren. I would submit that we must oppose this action.
Councillor, thank you. Sorry, I took my eye off the clock there. Sorry. Right, in line with what I've said, I've got 4 more speakers before I'm going to close the debate, and they are Gordon, Mel, Phil Chamberlain and Chris Vaughan. So we'll start with Gordon, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to confine my comments mostly to our own climate emergency, and that's Council's climate emergency, and I will make my comments as brief as possible. I'll shout. The last update on the climate emergency delivered to Cabinet on the 17th of September 2024 showed that the Council had made significant progress across all 7 of its parameters, and that it was on due course to achieve climate neutrality by 2030. That remains true today, and we are very, very confident in that. Significant progress has been made, as I said, on each of the 7 climate delivery themes. These are several examples in that report from acceptable sources that provide the overview of performance and examples. For instance, since the Council acknowledged its climate emergency, it achieved put itself ahead of its targets all the way back in 2022-23. I'm cutting down what I'm saying. We are so pleased that many partners, including other public services and businesses in Wiltshire, are following our lead, having accepted the challenge laid down by significant weather system challenges every single day of the week. Regarding the wider climate change debate, many investment analysts and consultants believe that the markets will struggle to pay the cost of weather damage if the temperatures rise above 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. It is currently 1.5 degrees above. However, it is also part of Councillor Rimmer's point that we have not been given the opportunity to know where we are. But in that point, I would agree with them and would say that we need to do much to highlight achievements in this matters across all platforms so that everyone, including the public, have got knowledge of our achievements. Council must take a moment to acknowledge the excellent work of our former council leader, Councillor Richard Clure, and his cabinet for the amazing work that they put in to ensure the council remains on target and ahead of target so that our goal remains achievable. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mel Jacob.
Thank you very much. It's really interesting listening to everyone, and obviously everybody's got different views. And I think if we go back to Councillor Rimmer, I think he mentioned the word practical or practicalities, something around that. And I think regardless of whether you accept the reasons for climate change, how you should tackle it, one thing that we do know is that we need to future-proof our council. We need to make sure that it's responding to the financial challenges we've got. And regardless of what the reasons behind them are, we are getting hotter, we're getting the increased rainfall, all of those things. So forget whatever's happening. We need to deal with what our residents are experiencing. And I do feel we need to represent our residents. And as Sam pointed out earlier, if you talk to young people, but if you talk to the population as a whole, I think 70 to 80% of people, regardless of their age, are concerned about climate change and the effects it's having. So I take on my responsibility of representing my residents, and I believe that the residents of Wiltshire are no different from the residents elsewhere in the UK. I think ambition is important. People talked about unachievable targets, but to me, ambition is important, and we set targets because we have ambition, and we should have the highest of ambitions for Wiltshire. I can't remember who said it, but even if we don't quite make it, we should have those high targets and high standards for our county. But if I go back to the practicalities, I want to pick up on what Councillor Blair Pilling has been saying, because I've been lucky enough to be learning a lot about the leisure centres over the last couple of months. And what I'm being told is that we're investing to save, we're putting energy efficient measures, we're putting solar panels, we're putting other things into our leisure centres which are showing our costs going down. And in a climate emergency or a financial emergency, we need our costs to go down. And if we're investing to save, we're making sure our infrastructure is sustainable so that we can tackle those financial challenges. And if you don't believe in the climate emergency, but you believe in making Wiltshire financially sustainable, then I think you should vote against this motion.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Phil Chamberlain, please.
Chair, thank you. I was elected to represent Boxton Cullen and succeeding Brian Matthew, who became MP from Wiltshire and Devizes. And as a councillor, Brian Matthew was one of those instrumental in the 2019 vote. And in light of that, I have some words from Brian Matthew MP that he'd like the councillors to consider for this debate. And Brian says that 6 years ago, one of my proudest moments was to see the climate emergency passed by Wiltshire Council. And I wrote the motion with encouragement from members of Extinction Rebellion, using a template from Bristol City and adapting it for our own rural county of Wiltshire. It was a debate of fundamental importance for the county. On the day, valuable time was given for it to take place at the end of the 2019 February full council meeting, the busiest of the year. And for this, I was profoundly grateful. The high point of the debate came when Conservative councillor Richard Gamble said, "We should vote for Dr Matthew's motion and we should think of our grandchildren." Councillor Gamble, by his backing, gave licence for sufficient numbers of Conservative councillors to vote for the motion and see it pass. On a rugby score of 36-4, 32 against and 7 abstentions, it was passed. And true to its word, Wiltshire Council adopted the motion, saw the formation of a climate emergency task group and a climate team of council officers appointed. And kudos should be given to the last Conservative Wiltshire Council leader, Richard Cluer, for his support of this process. Those who oppose the work that Wiltshire Council has done tackling the climate emergency would do well to look at the acceleration of weather events across the globe and here at home, of increasing temperatures, of flooding events, and the damage they are doing to our communities, as well as those across the world. They should also look at the businesses that are now seeking to address the climate emergency, which are helping to make the UK self-sufficient in energy production. Developments such as the Anaconda wave power machine were developed in Melksham. That may well help provide island and coastal communities with carbon-neutral energy while providing jobs for people here in Wiltshire. And we should remember that as initiators of the Industrial Revolution, which for much of its time has been powered by coal and oil and gas, has been pumping vast quantities of CO2 into the atmosphere, helping to create climate change we see today. As a result, we have some responsibility to solve this, but it can be a positive for us. As inventors, as engineers, as pioneers, we are developing British designed and manufactured net carbon zero replacements. And these can help guarantee a future, not just from dangerous climate change, but also for the creation of new local green jobs. So please think of that today as you vote. Take pride in what we have done so far by acknowledging the climate change emergency and by seeking to do our bit to solve it for our children. And I would just close that I fully support Brian Matthew's comments there. And I know that it has huge public support, certainly in my division.
You've got 7 seconds, Phil.
Certainly in my division. And I would like to know from Councillor Sample what we can do further to accelerate our action in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. And the final contributor to the debate is Councillor Chris Vaughan.
Thank you, Chair. I speak here first and foremost as a normal member of the public. Please do not misunderstand me. I am not being derogatory in any way when I say, like myself, most folk do not fully understand the science, the research and the data into climate change. And so, like most, we put our trust and good faith into you and to those to reach balanced conclusions, to take into account all sides and all opinions. The public's trust in fairness and in balance is the most important thing. People do care about the environment. We care about the environment. I'll pause here to remind you of the words off the wall and wacky. You say emergency, I say the emergencies in most people's lives are, can we pay the bills? Can we heat our homes? Do we have to reach for the credit card again? Will there be something left over to do something nice with, which I remind you is effectively a huge part of our economy, the service sector. We will do our bit. We do want a better future for our children, but most people's emergencies are much more immediate. We simply ask, we simply wish for pragmatism. I suggest to us that if we want more people to join our good cause of helping our environment, then give them a target they actually believe they can achieve, because more people doing a bit scaled up can make a massive difference. Many people don't share our passion for politics. Many people will never be in a council chamber, but I'm pretty sure that a great number of them are desperately wanting someone to stand up and say, we get it, you do care, but when money is tight and things are difficult, you just want us to spend your public money the best way that you possibly can.
Thank you, Councillor Vaughan. So now over to, for the conclusion of the debate, Councillor Sample, can you make some few final comments? And I am proposing that after this vote, so we take 15 minutes breather so that we can go and cool off. So no pressure on you, Paul.
Madam Chairman, thank you for that. I'll keep it quick and short. The Wiltshire Council does
A point of information, please, Chair. Councillor Samples responded to the motion once. Does he respond to us or does he go back to the motion holder?
That's a good
According
point.
to the things.
Right, Councillor Whitehead, I've just had the evidence that it's within the Constitution. Do you actually want me to read it to you, or do you want me to give you the...
No, please read it to me.
Right, which one is it? The chairman will give the relevant cabinet member an opportunity to respond to the motion, giving them up to 5 minutes in which to do so. The cabinet member will also later have the opportunity to respond to points raised during the debate, if one occurs, prior to the mover of the motion exercising their right to reply. Okay?
Could I see the 5 minutes on the clock in that case, if I'm entitled to it under the Constitution? And then I'll get on uninterrupted, Madam Chairman. So Wiltshire Council does not have a county-wide carbon reduction target. The climate emergency motion from 2019 resulted in a council resolution to seek to help the county of Wiltshire be carbon neutral by 2030. This is not a specific target. It is a broad statement of intent. Its achievement is not solely within the gift of the council, but it is an aspiration that the council is working towards. More recently than the climate emergency motion, the council adopted a climate strategy which received all party support at full council. Now, the climate delivery plan is reviewed annually. Officers continually review the council's role in helping the county to become carbon neutral, specifically where we are best placed to act and add value, working alongside local organisations, businesses, residents and central government. As a local council, we are responsible for a small percentage of carbon emissions, up to 2%, but we have significant influence over a much larger portion of emissions in Wiltshire, with estimates ranging from 1/3 to 82%. Wiltshire Council has therefore concentrated on empowering local communities to act locally. Wiltshire Council have been successful in delivering projects such as the Home Upgrade Grant, the Warm Homes Local Grant for Homes, which not only achieves carbon reduction, but also tackles fuel poverty, the Fit for Net Zero service for businesses for capital measures to make energy efficiencies. The climate team are working to understand future energy needs so that the electricity grid can be upgraded. This is necessary for inward investment to Wiltshire or businesses expanding, as well as growth for housing and employment areas. Locally, we are focusing on projects that engage local communities in taking a lead on what they think works in their area, as you will have seen from the debate earlier today about Lime Down. Climate projects in Wiltshire are often funded by external grants rather than council core budget. For example, the Warm Homes project uses government funding to support fuel-poor households in Wiltshire to improve the energy efficiency of their homes. We believe we have a duty to act on climate change, and we have a duty to make sure that the council action is sensible, evidence-based, allows the council to keep within its budget, and supports local businesses and residents. The impacts of climate change are already being experienced by vulnerable people, care home residents, highways infrastructure, nature and wildlife. Air quality and the council's response to extreme weather incidents is costly and detracts from normal day-to-day running of services. One of the most effective ways to minimise the impacts of climate change is reduction of carbon emissions. This council will be constrained in future if it has to use a larger proportion of its budget to respond to these impacts, and this will exceed the budget needed to put carbon reduction and resilience measures in place. One or two councillors, Madam Chairman, have raised questions on which they want some further explanation. Councillor Kimmy Cleesby, particularly about the flooding in Marlborough, and wanting an assertion that we will do everything we can to improve resilience for local residents is something that I can confirm we are in conversation with the local councillors. My colleague over in the far corner, Phil Chamberlain, brought us the message from Brian Matthew, MP, for Devizes and Melksham, of how he had managed to convince the council a few years ago to introduce this motion. And I thought that was very interesting. And he asked for further assurance about the sort of measures which we will introduce to take further that work. Firstly, we are looking at the potential, where appropriate, for wind turbine power generation.
I'm giving you 20 seconds notice so that you can make sure you've got all your points covered.
Thank you, that's kind of you. That will ensure that we fill the gap which is currently in there at the moment in terms of solar energy production. During the winter, when wind speeds are higher, it will be something that will generate significant quantities of electricity. We will also look at the potential for putting further solar panel retrofit on areas like the leisure centres, which were raised by Blair Pilling. And there are lots of other things. If you want further reference, Madam Chairman, for what we have in mind, look at the council plan, which has just been published, and there's a green thread running throughout it. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, in accordance with the Constitution... Oh, sorry. I do apologise. Over to you, Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you very much. I think it was a very interesting debate, and it was. I thank you all for taking the time to think about it and to respond to it. Lots of really interesting points made, and I haven't got enough time to come to all of them. I did feel a little bit like Edward Woodward in The Wicker Man at the beginning, though. Councillors Sample and Thorne were both conjuring fairly giant straw men for me there, because both of their responses were as though I had just said there is no such thing as climate change, humans have no impact on climate change. I didn't say that. Maybe they expected I might say that. That's not what I said, and they responded as though that was what I said. What I'm talking about is value for money. And I think that a lot of people here potentially are overstating Wiltshire's importance and Wiltshire's ability to control things. I mean, I find it interesting to hear that some councillors think that Wiltshire has it within its gift to control the temperature and weather in Africa, but that'll be news to them. But, you know, we were also at home to quite a few non sequiturs, I felt, because a lot of people made very impassioned arguments as to why man-made climate change is a real problem, problems we're going to face from climate change, etc., and then ended there. And that argument only makes sense if you make the assumption that Wiltshire Council has it within its gift to control the temperature, to control the environment. And it's just simply not the case, and it is simply not the case that we can achieve county-wide carbon neutrality by 2030. It isn't possible, and it's us just putting these targets out there, which we can't achieve, and still trying to aim for them, is just the exact sort of thing that makes people lose patience with politics, lose patience with politicians. They've heard it before. Politicians say something, they don't do it. In our party, we say things and we do them, and that is what we seek to do. And I think that if you think that the public support your style of unattainable, target-driven politics, then I think everyone is going to be in for a big surprise when we come to the next election, frankly. And I'm just going to finish with saying that, you know, a lot of people were suggesting that we were out of step with the public mood. And I think the public mood is very clear. Fix the roads, protect local services, and stop wasting money. Most people are not asking us to manage their carbon footprint. They're asking us to govern competently. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer. I apologise for not giving you the opportunity in the first place. So, moving on, in accordance with the Constitution, there will be a recorded vote on this item. As usual, please indicate on your microphone console whether you're voting for the motion, against the motion, or if you're abstaining from the motion. And you have 20 seconds, please. Do you realise how much I care how unpopular I am? Okay, thank you very much. The results are now in. 423. Sorry?
It won't stop flashing.
What's going on? Right, okay. Well, the votes as they stand are 423, against 45, abstentions 19, so the motion falls. Right, and with that, I'm suggesting, 15 minutes, quarter past. 10 past. Right, I think we should have a quick adjournment to hopefully have you all back here by 10 past 5, please. Thank you. Right, so notice of motion 2505, which is the enforcement of weight limits on Wiltshire roads. Motion is proposed by Councillor Philip Whitehead with Councillor Christopher Williams as a seconder, and is on pages 305 to 306 of your summons. So I invite Councillor Whitehead to move the motion, please.
I move the motion.
And have I got a seconder?
Seconded.
Over to you, Philip.
I'm conscious it's like, extra time at the semi-finals or the cup final, so it's what all the training's been about, hasn't it? I'll move this very quickly. This is fairly straightforward. We have got weight limits on roads. They're put there for a reason, both for environmental reasons, safety reasons, many reasons. You'll all have one. Most of the people here will have one. I've had lots and lots of emails from people coming back to me talking about their problems. And I will say at the end, I'm quite happy once I've done my introduction and a response from Councillor Smith, if we wanted to go straight to a vote and not debate, because one thing I would want to avoid, given how late it is everyone doing their own little story about their own little patch. My apologies for that, but I think it would be sensible. I think this is written down here. It's much more difficult than it looks because of prosecutions by the police. But the police will not stick police officers there to collect the evidence. A number of years ago, I was in charge of highways when we put lorry watch into Bradford and Avon. And that was all right, because it was across the bridge, the weight limit across the bridge in Bradford and Avon. It's a short area. You're getting 20, 30 lorries across a day. You get volunteers there. They sit there, take photographs, write their number plates down, all happy, because they've all nicked somebody that day. Pass it on to the police prosecute. That eventually broke down. Why did it break down? One of the reasons, it was successful. When it becomes successful, the lorries stop coming across. If they stop coming across, volunteers get bored, stop being volunteers. So that works. We've now got new technology. Our people doing fly tippers have got ANPR cameras everywhere. They take photographs of people, they get them for fly tipping, we prosecute them, we get their money. So our problem is Wiltshire Highways have got to work with Wiltshire Police to come up with a solution that works. And works not only for the towns, and my apologies for the towns, I'm not getting at you on this, works not only for the towns, works for my example, Rural Road, between Cote and the Bridge Inn. It's about 1.5 miles. If you're driving a car down there, you have to pull in if a car comes the other way. It is so narrow and so thin with a very small bridge. 48-foot long articulated lorries every day and night go down that road. Now, these are not just risky people. They go to a place 350 yards after the weight limit at the other side, and the route that takes them the correct way would take them 4 minutes longer. These are not nobodies doing this. These are companies like Sainsbury's. Sainsbury's on the side of the lorry delivering to this place. We've worked with the place, they've contacted the drivers, they've told the drivers not to do it. This road has no pavements. The drop-off point for the school bus is at the end of the road, and the kids have to walk down this road to get home every single day. And on the side of the road at the end is a cricket field where 200 to 300 children play in group sports. Okay? It's an example. You've all got exactly the same, in exactly the same situation. All I'm asking here is straightforward. I have been on highways now for a long time to get something out of this. New technology allows us to put one camera at the end, one camera at the other end, time the distance between the two. If they're not dropping off in the middle, which they're allowed to do by law, if they're not dropping off in the middle, you then document that evidence, give it to the police. I've had informal chats with the police so that they said they'll then prosecute. So if we fund the things and then test it and do it on mobile, I have it on my patch for 2 months. We then give it to the next person on their patch for 2 months, and the next person, and the next person, and the next person. And we get it all around the village and start to enforce our weight limits. Thank you very much. As I say, I'm quite happy if we go straight to the vote on this, following a response from Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So, Councillor Smith, over to you, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I very much sympathise with this motion. I have, in fact, spoken to Councillor Whitehead about it. In the wider Malmesbury and Shurston areas, I'm conscious that we also have a problem with HGVs getting stuck in the middle of Malmesbury town and on ancient narrow bridges in the Shurston area. From a highways point of view, I confirm that we are progressing the reintroduction of the Lorry Watch initiative with the Wiltshire Police with a view to increasing visibility and enforcement activity across Wiltshire. We'll be continuing this work over the forthcoming months, aligned to the delivery of our county-wide freight strategy contained in our recently approved transport plan LTP4. Also, Wiltshire's and Swindon's Road Safety Partnership meets quarterly as a multi-agency group of organisations to tackle road safety in Wiltshire. The Road Safety Partnership is part of both Wiltshire's and Swindon's Community Safety Partnership and has delivered significant success through Community Speedwatch, and we will look to build on that success by collaborating with our partners to develop and implement an effective enforcement mechanism for roads with weight restrictions that Councillor Whitehead has talked about. I also want that consideration will be given to implementing the new technological enforcement system as the automatic number plate recognition cameras to verify whether they are indeed accessing locations within these roads or just driving straight through. It should be recognised that this solution requires careful site selection and consultation and involves substantial initial investment and ongoing maintenance costs. Additionally, opting this approach could lead to financial liabilities. However, moving traffic enforcement powers allow local authorities to enforce restrictions like weight limits using camera technology, typically this ANPR technology. This means that instead of relying solely on the police, councils can issue penalty charge notices for violations like exceeding weight restrictions. An update from the central government on the introduction of this moving traffic enforcement powers in the context of freight is currently pending. In conclusion, I'll be happy to provide a report on this work to council by the end of the year. And Madam Chair, given the time of day, may I respectfully ask that we move straight to a vote?
Thank you. I'm happy to move straight to the vote. Are people generally in favour? Thank you. So all motions are. So it will be a recorded vote. So the usual procedure, and you have 20 seconds. If for some reason your module isn't registering your vote, please can you contact Kieran? Flushed with that success, we'll then come on to the next one, which is Ask Angela when I find her. So, as I think I hinted earlier on, this motion is for Councillor Keith Allen with Councillor Chris Vaughan as seconder. Is on page 311 of your summons, and I invite Councillor Smith to move the motion.
I'll move this motion forward.
And a seconder? Thank you. So Councillor Allen, if you'd like to speak to this, please.
Thank you, Chair.
And you have up to 5 minutes.
I won't take that long, try and get over and done as quick as possible. Hopefully everyone's aware of what Ask for Angela is. It's a scheme that was brought out in 2016, reference women going to nightclubs, pubs, stuff like that to look after if they feel like they're threatened in any way. They could go into a nice safe place, go and ask for Angela. Someone understands what's going on, takes them to a nice place, sits them down, makes them a cup of tea, talks to them. And if they need to take the matter any further, they can get hold of the police and they can come in and sort it out that way. What I'm trying to put across here is, as Wiltshire Council, we've got a very unique community because we've got a lot of built-up areas, a lot of small towns and villages within Wiltshire. So I've been doing some background work in my constituency in Tidworth. If I go to the local pub, they understand what Ask Angela is. However, if you go to the local shops, I know the florists, Tesco's, normal shopping, they're not 100% sure what Ask Angela is. So what I'm trying to ask is, can we spread the word more to publicise it within local shopping for when ourselves go shopping through the high street, and obviously it gets published that way. I know under the licence committee, we can't make it mandatory under the new licensing to make them sign up for this scheme, but I'm sure we can sort of push them in the right direction to implement it, if you know what I mean. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. So if I can call on Councillor Jacob to respond on behalf of the Cabinet.
Can't find it. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Allen, for explaining what that is. And it is a well-known scheme across, I'm going to say England because I'm not sure whether it's the UK. But there is a website for those of you who want to have a look at it and are not familiar with it. It actually applies to men and women. It doesn't need to be a woman, which I think it's quite often promoted as. The council already has a statement of licensing policy where paragraph 3.8 confirms that we're committed to promoting Ask for Angela to landlords and venues through the Pub Watch scheme. And obviously we're keen to carry on doing that. I think it isn't everywhere, as you suggest from your research, and there are other schemes that do similar things, which obviously your motion's not about that, but I think there are quite a few voluntary organisations and charities that do look at supporting people, and of course as a council we want to support our community to be safe. I'm assuming, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. If you'd like to look at the details, you can, that there won't be any opposition to this. So I'm going to suggest that we move straight to the vote on this one.
Councillor Allen, are you happy with that?
I'm more than happy with that. Thank you.
Is there general agreement? Right, so here we go again. Recorded vote, please use your index or any other finger. Right, and the results are in. We have 74 votes for, 1 abstention, so the motion is carried. Thank you. And next we come back onto the agenda, item 17, membership of committees and review of allocation of seats on committees to political groups. The report... Oh, sorry. Hit that one. Right, sorry. Item 16, announcements from cabinets and committees. Are there any cabinet members or chairs of committees who would like to make any announcements? John.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to make one announcement, if I may, of an initiative that has gone through, which is, I am absolutely delighted to confirm that during these summer holidays, any of the young people in Wiltshire who are registered on our fuel activities programme, or any secondary school aged young person who is in receipt of free school meals, will be able to get 10 free swimming sessions at any Wiltshire Council leisure centre swimming pool. They'll just need to be able to turn up with the paperwork, either for their free school meals or their fuel registration, and they'll get given a card giving them 10 free swims. So I'm really pleased with this. It's a pilot programme over these holidays. We'll see how many young people take up the initiative, but I'm hoping that this will give one more positive activity for our young people to be able to take part in over the summer.
Thank you, Councillor Hubbard. Is there any other than... Don't believe there's anybody... Oh, Councillor King, please.
Thank you. I'm happy to announce that today we are releasing the Community Catalyst programme, which will help... Goodness sake, I can't do both. Will help people, particularly those with learning disabilities and mental diversity problems, get out in into their communities. Get out and about in their communities, attain a companionship, learn how to run errands and do odd jobs, organising daily tasks or setting up and running fitness classes, creative sessions and social groups. This will enable people to become caring adults that can mean many things, from preventing loneliness and helping with organisations, or simply passions for helping nurture with a good understanding of what good care looks like. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor King. Are there any committee chairs that wish to make any announcements? No. In which case, I'll go on to agenda item 17, which is membership of committees and review of allocation of seats on committees to political parties. Report is in your pack on page 313 to 16. I move the motion. Can I have somebody who seconds? Now. Okay. I will also ask that we add to the motion the formal ratification, as required by the Constitution, of Ross Shaw and Morgan Bowley as members of the local pension board who have gone through the usual recruitment process required. I don't believe we've got any public participation on that. Group leaders, Ian?
Thank you, Chair. Just to add in terms of... I beg your pardon. Remiss of me.
I know it's getting late, but...
Anyway, thank you for that reminder, Chair. Simply to say that Councillor Martin Dens is replacing Councillor Liana Koenig on overview and scrutiny.
Thank you. Councillor Cluer?
I believe so.
Councillor Cluer?
Thank you. No, there's some frantic attempts to do something now, but we're out of time, so they're going to have to wait till October.
Where does it say that? Right, just a minute. Let me go through them. Councillor Rimmer.
I have no changes to make.
Councillor Graham Wright.
No changes other than what's up there on the screen.
Right, and Councillor Rogers isn't here. Right. So, as you can see on the overhead, Councillor Munns is, can't see where he is, somewhere. Do we have to vote on this? So, all those in favour of the amendments, say aye, please. Anybody against them, say nay. Any abstentions? Right, okay. So members' questions. We have 6 questions we received for the meeting. The questions, together with responses, are available in Appendix 1 and will be received in the order determined by the Constitution. I will remind members there is no debate on questions. In most cases, there is a written answer, and the person that submitted, the councillor that submitted the question, is entitled to a supplementary question. That is a question, not a soapbox. So if we could start with Councillor Richard Clip. You're fine. Then we have Councillor Nick Holder. You happy with the response you had?
Now I have a supplementary, if I may.
Do you want a supplementary?
Yes, please.
Carry on.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Sorry, I was waiting. Thank you, Councillor Thorne, for your response. And I'm pleased to see in your response you talk about the transformation programme is delivering services in a new and efficient way. And I guess that involves, in some context, AI being deployed. We've already had a session as elected members around AI, and I see you're nodding. And I appreciate and I'm pleased that you've confirmed that due process would be followed through the transformation programme. And this is a pretty yes or no answer. Will you confirm today that once this process has been completed, you will ensure that there are no compulsory staff redundancies following the process? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holder. I mean, as you'll be aware, as leader of the council, I have no involvement in the terms and conditions or indeed contractual relationships that we have. And you'd know that, of course, from the drama that took place over the terms and conditions or loss of terms and conditions involving a whole raft of staff, which led to industrial action and, of course, I think at least one appearance in a court. So I have no role, nor should I wish to have any role over the arrangements for terms and conditions. That's absolutely operational as far as I'm aware, and therefore I have no involvement. So the answer, I think if the question is, am I going to make things worse? Am I going to change things? The answer is no, I have no power to do so.
Thank you. Councillor Bucknell, do you wish to have a supplementary?
I do, yes, thank you, Chair. I did actually, sorry, Deputy Chair, I did actually ask this question of officers in the normal manner at the beginning of June, and I thank John Hubbard for trying to get me an answer, but I never got it, which is why it's here. So I'm grateful now I finally got an answer. It's in public. I didn't need it to be, but that was the only way I actually get an answer, which I'm a bit disappointed about. That's my bit. You said I couldn't actually make a statement, but the final point, which is point C of my question, hasn't really been answered. We actually have a number of very small schools, particularly around my area, and one bigger one, currently giving funding to the small schools. Is that actually sustainable? Are the pupils going to get the quality of education they need? I asked about triggers, that wasn't really responded. So I'm quite happy to have a further written response, but I would like a response to that, please.
Thank you. John, do you wish to respond now or give a further written one?
I'll just quickly respond that as you are aware, Alison, because I did reply on both occasions, I passed your inquiry on to officers. I apologise you didn't receive such a response, and we will be having conversations about that, trust me. But I share your concerns with regards to our very small schools, and I will ensure that you get a full answer to Part C.
Thank you. So, Councillor Pauline Church, would you wish to have a supplementary?
Yes, please. Thank you. So I want to thank Councillors Beltram and Foster for your response. Very helpful. Respectfully, I just want to say that the village in question is called Barford St Martin, not Barford St Mary, as stated in the answer to the question, but you've already noticed that. Thank you. But just to say, we have almost 4,000 families on the council house list. This council should not be selling existing stock, in my view. And I do not believe it costs less to recycle a home and bring it up to standard than build a new one.
Can we have your question, please?
Yes. And my question is, will the Cabinet member responsible provide a cost comparison, please, between those two scenarios? Thank you. And I also have a supplementary question to the second part. Shall I ask it now? Thank you.
Ask it now, as long as it's a question, not a statement.
Yes. So Cabinet have approved the sale, but we're advised in the answer to the question that the homes are at site appraisal and option stage. So has the decision-making process backtracked? That's my question. And also, as the local member, I've still not been consulted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Belcher, are you responding to this?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Councillor Church. Yes, thank you for pointing out Barford St Mary. That sort of escaped me on the initial reading of the answer. I've asked about the costings. We have only indicative costings for one of the houses, not the other, which indicates the level, the process that we are at. The discussion we had in Cabinet was the first discussion around these houses, which indicates that we are on the second box of that process, and the councillors, local councillors, are informed, as opposed to consulted, as part of the third step, the next step. So you will be informed. But I have asked for information about the costings, and that I will ask the officers to ensure that those costings are relayed to you as part of that information.
Thank you. So if we move on to the next question, which was lodged by Kimmy Cleesby, do you wish to ask a supplementary question? The floor is yours.
Point of order, please. Can I suggest under 17.21 of the Constitution, the answer to the question is clearly incorrect, as the questioner asked in taking over the administration, which was the 26th of May, what were the figures? The answer bases its figures on the 31st of March. So it's an incorrect answer to the question, clearly, and as such, under the powers that you have, Chair, under section 17.21, I suggest that this is moved and referred to the new Scrutiny Committee for Finance.
Councillor Wright, are you happy with that?
I'm happy to consider it.
Okay. So I move that we move it to overview and scrutiny. All those say in favour, say aye. Anybody against, say nay. So be it. Anyway, we'll go back on to, because I'm assuming you were talking about the Councillor Church question. So, right, so the, okay. I'm getting confused now because you jumped ahead of me there, Philip. I was still reading what I was supposed to be doing. Right, so that's the Councillor Cleesby one that's gone to overview and scrutiny. Right. Sorry? You can still have a supplementary. Yes.
Okay. My supplementary question is addressing a couple of, 2 or 3 items actually, on your written answer, which was great, thank you. In the £170 million of debt, there appears to be a gap of 39 million in your response. Can you please explain this? Also, within the general debtors, that has a figure of 50 million. You explain how the 23 million plus 7 million, but that leaves a missing 20 million. Can you help us with what that is? And then what actions are being taken to recover debts owed to the council, particularly the 11 million in adult social care contributions, where these may be owed to the council by vulnerable people or their relatives? And also, is a debt of this size a normal figure comparatively to other council positions?
Thank you. I suppose I should congratulate you, Councillor Cleesby. You appear to have got 4 supplementary questions in there, so I'll try and deal with them the best that I can. The first thing, I think, if you note in the published answer, we're talking about significant elements of debt, and therefore in the 170 million, that gap that you've identified correctly, there's a long tail to these levels of debt. They cut across many categories, and there are quite a lot of organisations involved in them, and I don't think it would be appropriate to go through absolutely every single one of them. That said, the quantification, identification and appropriate chasing up of debt is a key priority for this administration and for me as the Cabinet member responsible. If I can deal with your adult social care piece next, if that's all right with you. Clearly, that is a very sensitive area, and thank you for identifying that. And I want to give all members a degree of reassurance here about what we are doing and what we are not doing. So this area is governed by the Care Act 2014 Section 1, and that relates to the well-being of the people that are receiving that care. And that equally applies to our conduct as a council and our staff's conduct within the debt recovery team. They've all been very thoroughly trained under the provisions of the Care Act, the Mental Capacity Act of 2005, and above all, issues around safeguarding of those people. So I want again to reassure colleagues, this is not people hammering on the door and demanding money with menaces. That would not be acceptable, and it will not happen. So there will be an improved, on the wider point that you raised around debt, there will be an improved income code to ensure timely and effective debt collection. That is a piece of work which was identified, the need for was identified by our internal auditors swap. And I think in their report, which came to the previous Audit and Governance Committee of colleagues on Audit and Governance, I think I don't recognise that. It was your predecessors that considered it. And when that policy is put together, it will go through the appropriate scrutiny and governance processes. So I hope that gives you a degree of reassurance around the 170, that long tail, and around the 11 million. Now, you've also identified that there's a piece in the general debtors breakdown, and you're right. We have clarified the 23 and the 7 million, but your maths is pretty spot on. That still leaves you 20 million. I don't have that breakdown, forgive me on that. Again, it's likely to be a very large number of individual small items and elements that are there, but I don't have that analysis to hand. But thank you for asking those important questions. The last thing I would say is that the Leader of the Council, my good friend, the Cabinet Member for Adult Social Care, and I are meeting with our senior officer team, the Chief Executive, and the relevant officers in adult social care, the Director, and in finance and procurement, and the relevant heads of section on a weekly basis now around the issues of payment to producers as the project is known. That's a multifaceted element, 4 different strands of work. And again, I think through you, Madam Chair, if I may, and if the Leader is content, I do think, again, this is an area of work we might want to share on a wider basis to members so that they understand what is happening here. And of course, to the new, I'm sure it's not for me to dictate or even to suggest what scrutiny might get up to, but I'm sure the new Finance and Procurement Committee may well wish to have a look at this. And I know Overview and Scrutiny Management is concerned about it. So the desire is for greater transparency here, direct and firm action on debt, but with a degree of governance around those who are vulnerable in this particular segment, and just to make sure that we recover as much debt as we possibly can as an organisation right across the piece. And as new policies and procedures are developed, they will go through the scrutiny process. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. If I can just clarify, no, you haven't got another go. So if I could just clarify what we'll be going through to overview and scrutiny. There were some questions about the accuracy of the initial response. So Councillor Wright. Councillor Wright. So if we could have just on the next Management Overview and Scrutiny Committee, the subject of...
Point of order.
What did you go on finance?
Yeah.
Right.
I suggested it was moved with your powers to the new finance.
Right,
thing,
okay.
Because just because a question was asked by the councillor and the wrong answer was given, and no one in the cabinet and nobody in the offices saw that they were 2 months out of date with each other.
I've got it, Philip.
We shouldn't be getting information that is incorrect at full council.
Well, while we're on the subject of the Finance and Procurement Select Committee, I'm informed that Councillor George Simmons should have been put on as well. Are we happy with that? I think his name just got mixed off the... There was an administrative oversight. We're not trying to get more seats on there. Okay, so we move on to the next question, which is from Councillor Nick Holder to Councillor Ian Thorne. Nick, do you want a supplementary? No. Okay. Oh, now look, you've upset Ian. Okay.
I'm very happy. I would not wish the Leader of the Council to go away from this lengthy full council meeting feeling upset. You know, I'm happy to ask him a question if he would like me to.
No, it's okay. You could hold your fire to the...
Thank you for your transparency, Ian, in sending that information out. I appreciate it. You sent it out ahead of when, historically, because the allowances are published after the event, so thank you for that. And would you just clarify that, of course, these SR, because there are, as many have said, there are 40 new members in this council. Will you just clarify, even though I know the answer, that these SRAs are in addition to the basic members' allowance? There's the question for you, Councillor Thorne.
And Councillor Holder, I'm very grateful for that question. The answer is yes, they are.
Right, thank you. And now, unless Kieran points out another page I've turned over too quickly, see that I have no further or part 2 items, and therefore I conclude the business for today. So thank you very much.